Last year we did 5 million.
We ended the year last year at 14.5 million. We're now on track to finish at 20 million for the year.
Before meeting Grant, we had did about $2.5 million in revenue. Now we're this year we're about to hit $4.5 million in revenues.
$2.7 million for years, and now this year we're projected to be at $3.8 million.
Before Grant, we were only doing maybe about $100,000 a year. After Grant, after making all the changes that we have made over the years, we will hit $3 million next year.
You know, from a revenue standpoint, when I first started, it was just me, and we just did 4.8 million last month.
Okay, so a year ago, my revenue was about maybe 100,000 a year. Now I'm netting about 800,000.
I know we started out with a projection of 100 million a year, and now we've changed that to 500 million a year in revenue, and we have grown probably 10 times in size since we started this.
I went from making, I think it was like 250K, to now last year I did 1.8 million.
I started my business back in September. I had $400 in my bank account. Last month, we just closed out 125K.
5 years ago, broke, in debt, and moving, fast forwarding a little bit after following Grant advices and signing for the 90-day challenge. Guess what? I own a company that is worth more than $5 million today.
We've already doubled the revenue that we did last year, and we're on track to do $1 million at the end of this year.
We've grown now from 1 million in revenue to we'll do about 2.5 million this year in revenue.
We were able to do 1.8, 1.9, 2.2, and as of this year, we're aiming to cross $2.6 million in revenue.
In the first 6 months of business, we've done roughly $3 million. We're on track to doing over 4 mil for the first year.
Last year we did roughly around 3 million. We're on track this year for 11 million in gross revenue.
You know, we started even under 6 figures, and we've now surpassed 7 figures in the last 3 years consecutively.
We were in the negative. Now after 6 months, we are at 1.2 million in gross profit.
The gross was, at the time, was about 10 million. This year we're in target to do 13.3.
My actual revenue has doubled, and this year I've already doubled my income from that last year, that I'm on target to hit 15 million.
We were probably doing about $500,000 to $1 million in revenue. We went from 1 million to 3 million. Year after that, probably about 6 million, 10 million, and then last year we finished with just over 17 million.
My sales were at 2.5 million. After Cardone University, the sales jumped up to 6 million a year.
My company was making around 800,000 a year. Now we have surpassed 2 million.
Before Grant in June 2015, I was making zero. Last year we did 5 million.
We ended the year last year at 14.5 million. We're now on track to finish at 20 million for the year.
Before meeting Grant, we had did about $2.5 million in revenue. Now we're this year we're about to hit $4.5 million in revenues.
$2.7 million for years, and now this year we're projected to be at $3.8 million.
Before Grant, we were only doing maybe about $100,000 a year. After Grant, after making all the changes that we have made over the years, we will hit $3 million next year.
You know, from a revenue standpoint, when I first started, it was just me, and we just did 4.8 million last month.
Okay, so a year ago, my revenue was about maybe 100,000 a year. Now I'm netting about 800,000.
I know we started out with a projection of 100 million a year, and now we've changed that to 500 million a year in revenue, and we have grown probably 10 times in size since we started this.
I went from making, I think it was like 250K, to now last year I did 1.8 million.
I started my business back in September. I had $400 in my bank account. Last month, we just closed out 125K.
5 years ago, broke, in debt, and moving, fast forwarding a little bit after following Grant advices and signing for the 90-day challenge. Guess what? I own a company that is worth more than $5 million today.
We've already doubled the revenue that we did last year, and we're on track to do $1 million at the end of this year.
We've grown now from 1 million in revenue to we'll do about 2.5 million this year in revenue.
We were able to do 1.8, 1.9, 2.2, and as of this year, we're aiming to cross $2.6 million in revenue.
In the first 6 months of business, we've done roughly $3 million. We're on track to do it over 4 mil for the first year.
Last year we did roughly around 3 million. We're on track this year for 11 million in gross revenue.
You know, we started even under 6 figures, and we've now surpassed 7 figures in the last 3 years consecutively.
We were in the negative. Now after 6 months, we are at 1.2 million.
Hey, welcome back everybody to our 10X sales system, 10X sales and scaling system. We're talking about how you can grow and scale your income, put yourself and your family in a situation where you have more money, have more opportunities, you have more time. And I want to summarize, I want to just go over a little bit about what we covered yesterday. But before we do that, takeaways. Let me 1 or 2 things that you got from yesterday that you think are gold for you and your family going forward. Just think back to yesterday, 1 or 2 things that you got out of yesterday that you're like, I'm definitely employing this. Welcome back, great to have you here. But I want you to go back to yesterday and think about what you heard, whether you were here for 15 minutes or you were here for the 4 hours. What's one thing you heard, okay? Okay, full-blown sales system, says Isaac, great. Daniel says, if you don't measure, you can't control. That's right. Attention, you got to get attention. Money follows attention, and wherever your attention goes, by the way, is where your money goes. You guys understand that's why the Super Bowl gets so much money, because there's so many people going to watch. But what you have your attention on, for instance, if you bought a home and you're committed to a 30-year mortgage, you probably think about going home a lot. See, your money and opportunities and energy and resources and time goes to where your attention is. And you sunk down in a place called an address, 2123 22nd Street, you call home and you go home. That's why I say go big or go bigger. Don't go home. Shit ain't nothing at your home. Okay? All right. So you have to have a defined plan and a proven system. And that system, folks, requires you to be able to measure. If you cannot measure, you cannot control. Business is not feelings. Money is not feelings. You don't feel money, okay? You either earn it, keep it, and multiply it, or you don't. One of the two. If you can't measure, okay, the amount of attention you're getting, if you can't measure the number of leads you're getting, if you can't measure the sold, the unsold, okay, the second sold, you should be able to measure all these things, okay? You should be able to measure the energy, how many people, what are their activities, what are their calls, what are the inbound, what are the social, what are the phone calls coming in, phone calls going out, phone calls not attached, time, talk time. Jared probably talked to you guys about talk time yesterday. How much time am I on the phone with that client? How many appointments did I get? All these things have to be measured. Now, why that seems like a lot of work, okay? But your goal is to make $1 million. If the $1 million is not attractive to you, add a 0, now it's $10 million. This is what I said yesterday. What is the work worth? Okay, it's all work, folks. I said this yesterday. I don't know if you had it as a takeaway. All of this is work. Top of the pyramid, this is a wealth pyramid. Okay, top 1%. This is poverty right here. This is just getting by. We call that JGB, okay? This is middle class, and this is rich. All of this is work. You got to pick what work you want. If you've ever been in poverty, it's work, right or wrong. Okay, how many have been in poverty before? Just write a note down there, but put a big P on there. Poverty. Don't have any money, can't pay the rent, I'm gonna be late, can't make my mortgage, can't buy a new car, can't buy groceries, had to put stuff up. In the grocery line, my kid wanted something, I'm like, how much is it? No, we can't afford that. That's poverty. I'm constantly worried. Just getting by. I'm having to manage money constantly. So you guys that say, I don't have the time to manage my leads, I don't have the time to manage the calls, you're managing money. You're managing whether you can or can't do something every day, okay? The middle class, this class right here, these people are blind. Okay, they think they're good, but they're actually not because they're worried too. They went and committed to a college education for their 2 kids. I read something the other day. Average kid costs $1.2 million to get through college. I'm like, well, if you take the college part out, that would reduce at least 25% of the bill. If you had your kids work for you rather than you paid them, that would reduce the bill. For instance, my kids right here my kids are in the middle class. I'm here, they're not. Okay, my kids were born into the middle class. They weren't born into wealth. They don't have any of the wealth. I have the wealth. I'm the one that created it. I got it. I keep it, and then I multiply it. They're not. So they're right here, okay? They're just along for the ride right here. Deadbeats, little freeloaders. How many of you got, write down the number of freeloaders you got in your household. Let me see in the chat. How many freeloaders do you have? People that don't contribute anything. Yeah, sure, they give you a hug. They make you feel good. Oh, look at them. Look at them. Look at the numbers coming, okay? 2. The dog's a freeloader. 100% the dog's a freeloader. And you guys would never get rid of your dog. It's never going to happen. Ain't nobody getting rid of their dog. Okay? Whoa, okay? Yeah, but he's always there for me. He's right there. When I come home at night, he's there and he loves me no matter what I could kick him and he still loves me, right? Okay, good. He's giving you something, but the point is he's dragging on the economics of the family. Now my kids, what I did with my kids, this is just being smart. This is when you're committed to being at the top of that wealth pyramid that we talked about. I took my kids and I basically put them on payroll. Okay, remember, the money, we didn't talk about money yesterday too much, but 1, you got to get it. You don't make it, you get it. 2, you got to keep it. Okay, and also on money, you just want to make it simple, man. Make this thing as simple as you possibly can make it. And the third thing is you want to multiply it. You want to 10x your money. Get it, keep it. You don't make it, get it, keep it, and then I want to multiply it. I talked about saving money yesterday. Some of you think you're saving money when you keep it, but you're not. You're not keeping the money because it's going down in value very slowly. They're just stealing from you with an invisible tax. So I took my 2 kids and I put them on a payroll. I said, I'm going to pay you $36,000 a year. That's less than what we pay our average employee here, by the way. How about this little rip, okay? Our average employee here makes what? Across the board, all of them.
170 grand. If you take everything and take...
No, but 70, 60.
If you take an average of all...
Yeah, but I got to take out the big ones and I got to take out the low. I got to take out, yeah. So it's probably $60,000, $70,000 a year. Okay, all right. I'm paying my kids 36 grand. I have a contract with them. Everything they're supposed to do. They do most of it. Some they do better on than other things. We give them $36,000 once a year. We pay them, and then we take the money and we invest it at Cardone Capital. They become an investor there, and Cardone Capital every month pays a little dividend. We have companies that do this with us. They take their payroll from their employees, drop it into Cardone Capital, and Cardone Capital pays about $1,800. Okay. Now, Sabrina, one of my kids, is earning she's like at $7,000 a month right now on passive income because she looks for a bunch of hustles to do with me. She hangs out with me all the time, follows me everywhere. Can I take that lead? Can I take that lead? Can I get a piece? Can I get a piece? She's hustling me constantly. She's like, I know it's wrong for me to be money motivated, but right now I am, okay? So, but notice what's happening. I get a tax write-off. Is that good for me? I give my kid $36,000. The company writes the 36 grand off. Okay, my kid's not a freeloader anymore. They're a contributor, and I write them off from the tax man, which means I got money and I actually get to keep more because I reduced my tax bill. Then what I do is I give the kid, I put them in this other company that I own. I talked yesterday about scaling your businesses to where they're symbiotic and they start working together. I take this other company, remember the rotation I talked about yesterday? That you probably didn't understand the rotation, the concept of this thing, rotating my activities, my time, my energy, my ideas, my social media, my marketing is all rotating, and then boom, a spinoff for another satellite company. Well, that created this other company over here, Cardone Capital. I dropped the money into one of my companies, no income. That's not income tax, that's not earned money. Okay, and that thing throws off a dividend to my kids of $1,800 a year or $150 a month. Now you can't live on $150 a month, folks. So watch, not even a kid. I mean, a kid, maybe a kid can. Maybe a kid can live on 150 a month, but not very much. It's going to be couple dresses. It's going to be a bicycle. A bicycle. You want a bicycle? I don't buy the bicycle. Kid comes to me, they want a little bicycle right here, whatever a bicycle looks like. Hey, I want a bicycle. Okay, the bicycle's $458. How are you going to pay for it? Well, let me see how much money I got. You got $150. Okay, they got $150. I said, good, put the $150 down. I'll give you the other $300. I drag it out of the next 2-3 checks. You get it? Okay. So the kid's getting $1,800, $150 a month. The kid said, good, I'll do 4 installments at $150, $600. I pick up $42 of profit on my kids. That's right. That's right. Why not? Okay. Look, if you can't take advantage of your kids, who are you going to take advantage of? Okay. So you got to come up with a financial plan, folks. You got to be excited about your money. You have income that's coming in. Oh, Johnny doesn't want me to do it like this. Johnny wants me to do this. Okay. You have income. No matter what you do, you're doing hair extensions, you're doing waxes, you have income, you have expenses. This is not very complicated. You do not need to go to college for this, and you don't need an accountant, and you have the leftover. Question is, what are you going to do with the leftovers? Okay, the bigger the income, the bigger this is, the greater this number is here, okay? And the smaller this number is, the more you have right here. The more you can grow that, that's one part of money. Get it. I get it. This is the get it. Easy to get money, by the way. Remember, we talked about this yesterday. I'm doing a summary for you right now. Remember, there's endless amounts of money on the planet. Everybody write down in the chat, money is infinite. Okay, in the chat, throw it down. I want everybody to see this. If you agree with this concept, money is infinite and endless. There is no shortage of money. We talked about accountability yesterday. Remember accountability? Check this out. If money is infinite and endless and you have a shortage, damn it. Why did y'all even teach me about the little thing, okay? If money is endless and infinite and you're not in this 1%, which should be your target, by the way, everybody should be in the 1%. Well, how can everybody be in the 1%? Because you're not worried about everybody, you're worried about you and your family. Get you in the 1% and then start pulling people up. How do you pull people up here? You don't give them money, you pull them up by educating people. See, what I'm doing today is spending my Sunday with you to try to pull you up so we can party together. Because these people, the wealthy, are not going to go down and party with people that are in poverty. Why? Because the conversation's too negative. They're like, dude, I don't want to see all this poverty and struggling. And I got up here so I didn't have to experience that. So they want to pull people up. You know, you don't want to be the only one buying dinner. And by the way, you don't want the people that you're taking to dinner don't want you buying dinner every time. So the best thing we could do in this country is get everybody up here. I wrote this to Trump before he got elected. I said, I would like to help you with the Make America Wealthy again, maybe for the first time. Make everybody wealthy. Create a massive population, 355 million people in America that are prosperous, affluent, wealth. They have buckets of money and opportunities and investments. It's possible, folks. Now, the people that aren't listening to me today, okay, they're going to do what they do, and they're not responsible, and they're not going to hold themselves accountable, and they're not going to count their leads, and they're not going to have a system. And if they don't have a system, they're not going to get there. They're going to be in the system without a system. And they're going to be victims of the system, trust me. This country is 250 years old, 249 years old or something, and it has always been like this. So what's missing? These people have a system, and these people don't. These people are part of the system, and these people are working the system, right? I go make an investment. In the 1990s, I'll give you an example. 1990s, you could buy a piece of real estate, no matter what the price of the real estate was. If you paid for a piece of real estate, you wrote the entire amount off that year of your taxes. That means your parents didn't know that they could actually take their $40,000 that they earned that year they pay taxes probably 40% on. They could have taken the entire $40,000 and gone and bought a house down the street. No, they could have bought, I'm sorry, in 1958, you could have bought 1, 2, 3, 4. You could have bought 3 homes for $40,000. You're living in your home with a mortgage. You could have taken the cash from your job, gone and bought house number 1, house number 2, and house number 3, and written the entire thing off your $40,000. This was the tax code. The tax code was if you bought property and you paid $40,000, your income was $40,000, and you somehow figured out how to keep 40 grand, your tax bill that year would be 0. And nobody was paying attention to it. This is unbelievable, okay? At that time, there was probably 130, 140 million people living in America. And everybody is freaking clueless. Why? Because they're stuck right here. They're stuck. I'm rich because I go to a country club. I got a membership. I'm a doctor. This was the old doctors. Remember when doctors were rich? How many of you have you remember back in the day? Yeah, 800 grand is the number, by the way. Walter said top 1% is $800,000 of income. It's actually 836. But whatever, right? Depending on where you live, by the way. If you live in California, you're in Beverly Hills earning 800 grand a year, you're not in the top 1%. You're probably broke. You can't even get insurance on the home you have. So no matter how much money you have, I have a friend that he had 11, I think it was 11 homes, Michael Milken told me. They had 11 homes in California. 7 of them didn't have insurance. And he didn't know it. This guy's super wealthy, okay? He's worth, I don't know, $7 or $8 billion. He wasn't paying attention, okay? You can get super wealthy and quit paying attention to stuff because you got so much stuff going on. Why? That's back to measuring. If you don't measure, you can't manage. If you don't manage, you can't control. And if you can't control it, you're gonna lose it. Get it? Okay? 3 things to know about money. What are they? Simple. Keep them simple. Imagine, by the way, if we were doing this every day, not every year. You guys that are coming here for the first time. 3 things about money. What are they? Top 3 things, okay? Nada says, number 1, get it. Number 2, what is it? Keep it. How do you keep money? How do I keep it? How do I keep it? I don't keep it because I have it in my pocket or a safe. I don't keep it because I gave it to a bank. I can't, okay? I keep it for a short period of time until I do number 3, which is I got to figure out how to get this money. I got to figure out how to get 100 to be 140, 140 to be 200, 200 to be 300, 300 to be 500, 500 to be 1,000. I have to get it to multiply. You have to get to number 3. Now, these people know how to do number 3. Everybody else, these people know how to keep it. And these people are struggling with even getting it. This is simple. Like the other thing about a system, folks, the system should be simple. It should not take 5 years, a Harvard degree, and a bunch of debt to understand it. Simple, simplify everything. That's why my audience is so big. I reach all these people where it's simple. Jared was telling me on the break, tell him about the Ray Dalio conversation. In fact, if you could pull the clip up, I'll just show you how complicated the money thing has become. I want you guys to listen to something and understand.
Clip, just Google Ray Dalio, Tucker Carlson, and then like big warning or something like that.
Just, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, Ray Dalio's worth, what, $25 billion or something like that?
Super wealthy.
Very wealthy. Extremely intelligent. And he was just talking about how in the next 3 years, the debt problem that we have is so severe that it could create a significant economic collapse. And the issue is multifaceted because you have, a free market of buyers and sellers. Everybody who owns debt. On the other side of that debt, there's somebody who holds debt. Somebody else on the other side, that's an asset for them. So when a bank...
Okay, time out. And at this point, Jared's telling me that. We were just eating breakfast out here. I'm having this terrible sausage sandwich. And he's telling me this story, right? And what did I say to you at this point?
Yeah, but what's the answer? What's the solution?
What do you do about it? I don't need to know all this boombo, jumbo, gamba. Listen to this. This is why Americans are suffering so bad. Listen to what...
Go like 3 minutes in, John.
This guy says right here.
That is very important. About $1 trillion force
there you go, that's fine.
Is the internal order and disorder force that goes in a cycle in which there is then greater and greater gaps and man's history is man's inventiveness, particularly of technologies. And that everything that we talk about, everything that we are looking at falls under one of those, and they move in a largely cyclical way, and that is the framework that we now are living out.
So you just laid the basis for the world's most interesting 6-hour conversation. But since we have, amazing, since we have 17 minutes, I want to zero in on one. And but before I do, let me say, it feels like we're at the tail end of a cycle or the beginning of a new cycle.
Yes.
Do you think that's fair to say?
Yes.
The
And
famous
right
80-year
there.
cycle.
Point is, what are you going to do now because you heard all that? You know, what are you going to do? You're going to go get drunk. You're depressed. You're like, oh my God, there's nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do about it. Oh my God, I don't understand it. It's too complicated. Exactly what they've been doing to us for years. They drive you right down to where you're like, I just got to go to work and get it. No, you don't. You got to get it. You got to keep it temporarily for a short period of time because you can't hold on to it. Okay, so this is where they trapped the middle class. By the way, the middle class is the fat class. Like if you take the population of America and you put them on a triangle, right? You put them on a big triangle. Like this is maybe 15 million people in this group. Maybe 20 million. 355 million people. Okay, what is there? Well, 1% would be in this group would be 4 million people. Then you got this massive middle class and what's considered rich, okay, this number is probably 250 million people. It's a lot of damn people, man, that think they're doing good, and they're not. The middle class should be defined as poor people that think they're rich. Most of America, most of the people you know, they have a $70,000 a year job. They pay $35,000 in taxes. They spend $20,000. They have $15,000 left over. The $15,000 goes to some Keo that they cannot get access to for 35 years. They're broke most of the time, barely getting by. 76% of the population is just getting by. And then there's the poor. Now these people, the politicians scream to help these people. And the politicians scream to get these people's attention. They're not paying enough in taxes, and these people are getting, but nobody talks about this group right here. That group is paying all the taxes, has all the problems. So we got to stop that, okay? I'm here today. Hopefully some of you will partner with us and let us have a relationship with you that involves or evolves into something even bigger, where you become a company. Show them the bubbles when you get a chance. See, the way I expand my company now is not by selling products and services. The way I expand my companies is not by getting it, not by keeping it, okay? The way I expand my companies now is I have to find other people that want to 10X and multiply my companies. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 9, 11, 14, 17 different divisions if they're all on here, and I doubt they're all on here. I know the HVAC's not there, the roofing's not there. But anyway, how would I expand now? I'm not going to go get it, but I am kind of getting it today because I'm getting you. Okay, I get you. I got you to show up for this. Again, attention and money are identical. The formula's the same. I got to get it, I got to keep it, I got to multiply it. Watch. I got you. You guys tracking this? This is very simple. I got you to come here today. Before that, I got a whole bunch of people to come here. And then a portion of them, you, came here for something a little longer. I got you, then I kept you. Now the question is, can I multiply you? I don't mean multiply the number of people. I mean multiply one of my bubbles. So that you become, just put your business in here. I want you guys to put, what is your company, like the business, the industry, not the name of it. What is your business and roofing, okay, and what is the revenue? So you guys had already posted chiropractor. What's the revenue, Mark? Okay, Margaret, give me both together so I can read these and slow them down for me. I want to go back and read these guys. Because they're going, yeah, there you go. Automotive service repair, 0. Okay, well, bro, my job, Bradley, with you is to help you get to, I need to help you get to $1 million. Because there's nothing there for me right now, it's zero. You can't afford a partner. Consulting business, Robbie's at 140. We need Robbie to get to $1 million, Jared, right? Yep. See, before we're interested in you being a bubble with us, a partnership, an affiliate, an extension of what we're already doing, I need the company to get to $1 million. We got a communications training company, Belinda, 200 grand. Graphic design, 100,000 out of, looks like Europe. 500,000 with NGA, but I don't know what the business is. Mental health, $500,000. Massive, massive industry. That's interesting because I know it can scale, right? And I'm not in that space. So I'm like, what could I do in that space that would usurp medicating people? Now, if you're into medication, I'm not interested. So that kicks me out of being interested as a partner. If you're doing electric shock, I'm not interested. So not only does your company need to fit, you need to have a system, we need to have like minds, we also have to have a product I can get behind and market. Okay, natural healing, 15,000. So Heather, we got to grow your business. Okay, that your natural healing business, Heather, should be doing 15 grand a day, not 15 grand a year. 15,000 every day. What is that? How much money is that? 4.5 million? Yeah, 4.8 million. Sherry? 5.4 million, okay? Commercial printing, property management of a door is a management fee. Multifamily real estate, great. Outdoor construction, 125. Keep going. I'm at the bottom now. Service business, 2.5 million. Boom, there's a business. Randy Johnson, I just found one where we could get into 10X outdoor, 10X service business, whatever it is. I don't know. Randy's not really telling me what the business is yet. Arts and craft, $1.5 million. 10X arts and craft. Okay, I like it. Lighting, 60 grand. Look at all the people doing great things here. Guys, everybody give yourselves a big hand. Literally stop what you're doing right now. Give yourselves a big hand, okay? Look, I remember when I was one guy. This triangle exists whether you like it or not. You don't have to go to Egypt to find this triangle. And I'm here, okay? And I could see people up here. Now, for me, the mistake that I made is I thought up there was right here because I was looking down the street. If you guys understand what I'm talking about right now, this is the middle, okay? I'm looking at the doctor, the engineer. I'm looking at the real estate guy. I'm looking at the dentist, the stockbroker, and I'm like, okay, I need to be a dentist. I don't want to be a dentist, dude. I don't want to be in people's mouths all day. Okay, I'm going to be a stockbroker. I don't think so, man. It's just not my deal, okay? Oh, I got to go get a, see, I looked at the middle because I thought the middle was the top. This is where I should have been looking. I was making about $100,000 a year, looking up. Now, you got to look first. You got to look. I was saving all my money. Every time I get money, I'd save it, only to look up 7 or 8 years later, and I had all that money I saved, but it would have been going down in value. My mom and dad taught me, save your money, save your money, save your money, save for a rainy day. Don't take risk. So this money was basically leaking out. It was never multiplying. And I was a one-man show. This is just Grant running around by himself, hustling everything. I'm just one person. You can only do so much as one person. And I'm looking at people that are going on trips. That's what these people are doing. I didn't have access to these people. There was no internet. You're not seeing people fly on private planes. You're not seeing the world the way it is. I'm just watching this middle, okay? And this middle doesn't work, folks. I don't know if you're paying attention to it, but it's not working. They pay the highest taxes. They spend the most money. Yeah, they might go on a couple of trips, but they're always worried. They're trading on reward points. Okay, they pick their Marriott hotel or their American Airlines flight because they get their little points. Everything's about this little hustle to save. These people do not do that. Everything these people do is different. They don't keep money around. They don't walk around with cash. They're not walking in Gucci's. They're not wearing necklaces. They don't buy big watches. They don't have a bunch of cars. Bro, but they got jets. And they own companies. Okay, they got tremendous amounts of free time. They typically, show the bubbles again. What they have is they have what I have. and more. Okay, they have businesses that are throwing off. They have property rights that are throwing off. They own pieces and parts of things that are throwing off. So the question is, how did they get there? Okay, they got there through a system. First, you got to want to get out of this. Everybody agree? Okay, if you want out of the bottom, this is all bottom, by the way. You can just take all this is the bottom. It just looks like a better bottom. So when you're making $40,000 a year and you're a single mom with 2 kids and you go to $80,000, you're like, damn, I'm doing good. Only to find out the 80 grand is just a different bullshit version of 40 grand. And then you get out, the single mom, 2 kids, she gets out and she's like, now I'm making 140,000. I'm fully into the middle class. By definition, 140 grand, any city in America, and I'm in the middle class, okay? And she's a single mom, and one of the kids gets sick, has some weird, bizarre illness. And all of a sudden she finds out, oh shit, I can't even afford that. My Medicare doesn't handle it, or the house burns down, or who knows what happens. I'm in North Carolina and a freak storm comes through and just washes everything out, and I only had this much insurance. You see what I'm saying? This doesn't happen to these people. These people, they lost 1 home. They had 6. Okay? The one business collapsed. They still have 5. This is where we have to get you. Now, the first thing you have to know is remember what Grant was doing right here. What was the mistake Grant did? Young Grant, 29 years old. What was the mistake? $100 for whoever knows the mistake I made when I was right here. Aiming too low, exactly. I use this group as my mentor. And if you've ever heard me online, I'm like, never take advice from a millionaire. Do not take advice from this group. You have to take advice from the top 1%. Now, you're going to go listen to Ray Dalio, and I'm telling you, you're going to have to listen. That's going to be a lot of work. If you think this is hard to follow, okay, go listen to Ray or some of these Harvard, or go listen to Jerome Powell, who's not in the 1%, by the way. He's facilitated by the 1%. He runs the Fed. He's not in the 1%, will never be in the 1%. Okay, he's being used by the 1% to control the narrative on this group of people right here. All right, yeah, what we're sharing with you right here is freedom mindset. Whether you want to be a billionaire or not doesn't matter. Do you want to be free? Do you want tremendous wealth? Do you want wealth that you can pass on to the next legacy, the next generation of your kids, or to your friends or the people that work with you? Do I want to build something? Like we're working on building something here so that if something happened to me, these guys, my team, could run it and continue to benefit and prosper from it so that it just doesn't die when you quit working, which is what happens to you guys right now. You understand? When you quit working, end of the day, they quit paying you. You died. You went home, got on TV, took a nap, or 8 hours sleep, okay, your income stopped. Your income should not stop when you go to sleep. And your income should not stop when you stopped activating, like you're not participating, because you have technology now that can do anything for you. Let me just see what this thing says. What are some jobs that I could do without trading my time from home while I sleep that would produce income? If you could give me a list of 20 things, that would be great. This is Grok. I'm using Grok right now. I like Grok better than AI, just because I like Elon better. 7 seconds, 8 seconds. And what I asked it was, I don't want to do anything. I just want to go home. I can make it while I sleep. I'm asking for 20 different businesses. I didn't have this when I was growing up, dude. If I'd have had this, oh my God, dude. Like, we didn't have Google Maps. We would drive around a car. You know how you're not supposed to text and drive? We would drive with a car with a Thomas guide. We would read and drive. Okay. Number 1, dividend investing. Easiest, fastest way is to make investments and get dividends. Create and sell online courses, publish ebooks, start a blog, develop and sell software or mobile apps. I mean, you could get Grok to help you build a piece of software today. rent property out, real estate crowdfunding, sell stock photography or digital art, peer-to-peer lending. Yeah, you could take that 100 grand you have and lend it out for like 12 or 15% a year. Make $15,000 a year, make another $1,000 a month just on peer-to-peer lending. Create and sell print-on-demand products. Cryptocurrency staking or yield farming, no clue what that means. License intellectual property. Invest in vending machine business. This is a great business right here, vending machines, okay? All these little Coke machines, and apartment buildings have these little shopping, these nice apartment complexes. You can go downstairs now, rather than order an Uber, you go down, put some money in, somebody owns those machines and they get a piece of it. Create and sell digital templates. Affiliate marketing. We have people, how many affiliate marketers do we have with us? Partner marketers. Hundreds of people sell our products and services around the world and get paid for it. Automated consulting or coaching. We have 10X license, a 10X coaching license, where people actually get a license from us. How much is that? They invest $25,000, get a license to teach all our content, all our books, all our content. They actually have a certification process where they can actually go sell our products, our service, consult, speak, using my material, using my webinars, my trainings, even this content that we're doing today. You could actually go deliver this to other people and get paid for it. Subscription-based services. Develop software as a service, SaaS. Invest in laundromats or car washes. Drop shipping. Those are 20. So you guys can't tell me there's not ways to do it. You have to be committed to looking for the ways to do it. And when you look up here, by the way, because if I look at that list right there that I was just given, the super wealthy aren't doing 90% of those things. They ain't drop shipping. Just not going to do it. Okay. I was on a yacht last summer in in France. And I'm looking around on this yacht, and there's all these other yachts around us. And I started, there's an app where you can tell who owns the yacht, okay? And I would look at who owns it, and my next question was what? What's the next question? Who owns it? Yes, to Pradipe. What do they do, okay? There was no internet marketers that own yachts. Okay, how did they get the money? How did they get it? How did they get the first score? Well, how they got the first score might not be how they kept the score. You understand? I get a bag, doesn't mean that's how I keep the bag. And remember, you can't keep the bag permanently unless you invest it. Damn, I'm looking ripped. Okay, I think that was the first trip we went on, right? Yeah, I think it is. I think that's Monaco. Fantastic, man. What a way to live right there. Okay. See, now what I'm doing is I'm getting data from the top 1%. I'm still, hey, what does he do? Oh, he owns 20,000 apartments. Oh, what does that guy do over there? He owns grocery chains. Oh my God. What does this guy do? Oh, he inherited it. Fuck, I didn't inherit nothing. I knew my dad for 10 years and barely knew him. So I didn't inherit anything, so I can't do that one. You can't do that hack. If you're watching this today, it's probably not going to happen to you. Somebody said they need that white hat. I need some of that white hat for 10X Growth Conference too. Okay. All right. So you got to study from this. Okay. Everybody agree with that? Who's committed to studying the top 1%? Let me see it. Let me see yes. And only study those people. Do not take advice from the rest of the food chain. When somebody comes to tell you about crypto or teach you about Bitcoin, ask them, how much Bitcoin do you own? Well, that shouldn't matter. Oh yeah, it kind of does, bro, because you're going to make a decision in 2025. You are going to study from the top of the food chain only. Okay? You should be reading from the top of the food chain. If you're a book author and you want to learn how to write books and be a best-selling book salesperson, study the 1% and disregard every piece of advice from 99% of the people. Do they have some good advice? Probably. Don't worry about it. Just study the 1%. If you're in real estate, my friend Brandon Williams, I don't know if you can pull a picture up of Brandon or a video of me and Brandon talking. Brandon Williams, 17 years ago, moves to Los Angeles from Florida. I'm in LA, and he's like, Grant, he just read the 10X rule. He said, what could I do to be a top broker in in LA? What did I tell him? Throw it in the comments. What did I tell Brandon to do? Study the top 1%. To make a list of the top 1%. There's 2 agents in LA at the time. There was 2 agents in LA. Only do what they do. Only go where they go. Only talk the way they talk. It literally duplicate exactly what those people do. Brandon Williams and his wife became the top, not the top 1%, the top brokers in Los Angeles County. By duplicating the top 1% and disregarding everything else that everybody said. Okay, so what do we got to do first? You're down here. You're down here. What are you going to do? Okay, what's the first thing you got to do? Good. You got to study. You got to make a commitment. You got to make a commitment, number one. Commitment is your attention. You know, I said yesterday, money follows attention. You guys thought I was talking about marketing. I am talking about marketing. But what's your attention on? Oh, your attention is on your commitment. Why will you sleep at your home tonight? Because that's where you have your commitment. So you go there and you lay down. That's where your kids are going to sleep. Jared's going home tonight. I guarantee you, I'd bet $1 million he will go home. When he leaves here, he's going straight to his house. Completely predictable. Because that's where he has his attention. Okay, his commitment is to his home, his family. So he goes there. I can exploit that. If I was competition to Jared, I could be like, I'm going to exploit that he's going home. Look, in business, folks, you need to exploit time. Time is money. Now, I know this might not be what you want to hear right now, but I'm just telling you how to crack the code on this deal. Where your time is spent is where you will put your attention and is where your commitment is. So you put a commitment down, you bought a car, you made a commitment. You put attention on your car, you clean it, you fill it, you drive it, okay? You get it just right. You got your music. Look at all the things you do just managing a car. I got to wash it, clean it, fix the windshields. Somebody bumped into it, scratch it. All this time, which equals money, okay? You take Thanksgiving Day off. You celebrate Thanksgiving. You don't even know why you're celebrating Thanksgiving. You've just been celebrating Thanksgiving because for 42 years, your mom, your dad, you eat turkey on Thanksgiving. You don't even know why you do this bullshit. You end up spending money on a turkey that you don't even like because that's what you do every year. See, you made a commitment, whether you knew it or not. Maybe your family made a commitment and their generation before them made a commitment and somebody else, maybe you got one of the pyramids. Maybe you were Christopher Columbus in another lifetime, whatever. And now you're chopping turkey 300 years later. And you don't even know why, and you're spending money on. Time is money. Anywhere you go in the world, man, time equals money. Now, if I could trade time, no time, and get money, that would be the super hack. I'm not putting time in, and I'm still getting money. There's ways to do that. People do this every day. Jeff Bezos is doing this right now. He built a company, bought it, owned shares in it, sold off most of it, sits there and just waits for this thing to click, just crank. Anybody can do this. Show me a picture of Jeff Bezos back in the day. Like this freaking, look, I want you to see this image. Anytime I don't believe in myself, I look at a picture of Jeff Bezos. I'm like, fuck it, he can make it, I can make it. The early pictures of Jeff. I mean, my computer works, huh? And what is Jeff, by the way? What do you guys think Jeff Bezos is? Jeff, somebody said Jeff who? Jeff Bezos, B-E-Z-O-S. He's a hard worker, he's driven, okay, maybe, okay. He's Polish. How long does it take for y'all to pull that up, guys? I mean, I can do it if it's faster on my computer. Is it? No, because I have something to look at right now. Yeah, let me just do mine. Now, bro, if this goofball right here is worth $300 billion, there's a chance for all of us. Now, let me just show you early days versus today. And you tell me, when people say money's not everything, it might not be everything. Uh-oh. I'm not paying for that. Okay, let me see. Huh? No, let's see. This is what I want. No, you guys took too long, guys. Okay, you tell me money don't matter. Okay, that is the difference between a guy that's broke and a guy that's got about $100 billion. Money might not make you happy, but it'll make you pretty. Which one of these guys you want to be? You cannot tell me money doesn't matter. Look at these two pictures and it does. Something changed in this guy's life. Now, is money everything? No, man, but it matters. So this brings me back to this. Who said, by the way, who told you? Oh, I just go backwards, huh? Who in this group would tell you money doesn't matter? Up here or down here? Money doesn't matter. Money's evil. All this negativity about money is in this section of people right here. These people never talk about money like that. Okay. The preacher will tell you money's no good right before he passes the collection plate. Money is the root of all evil, and we need your help. Okay, all right, so we talked about a wheel yesterday. Jared wants me to get in the wheel. I can tell he's getting frustrated over there, okay? This is what it takes. This mindset right here, what I've been doing with you for the first, 54 minutes, this is about where is your head at? We need to go in there, we need to deworm you, unbrainwash you, okay? We got to scrub it out because you've been effed up. And you gave up on the possibility. You've been miseducated and indoctrinated by a bunch of people that knew nothing about money. They quit on it 400 years ago. Look at the unions in America, okay? They want me. They want to ensure that you guarantee that I work here and you can never get rid of me. Dude, that's not my problem. My problem is not working a job. My problem is getting my money to work for me like it's a job. Okay, the sales cycle, the sales system. Remember, we get an idea. I got an idea. Okay, maybe you're getting ideas right now. Maybe right now as I'm talking, you're like, man, I got an idea. I need to do this. I need to change that. Good. Now what are you going to do? Second thing you're going to do is get attention for that idea. Remember, idea, attention, not idea, build something. It's not idea manufacture, not idea write, not idea organize. It's idea market. Tell somebody about your idea. Now the problem is when you go tell somebody about your ideas, if your friends are down here and you have some 1% idea and you go to your friend and you're like, hey man, let me tell you about this idea I got. They're gonna say what? That's stupid. That's not gonna work. You can't do that. Nobody can do that. If that was such a good idea, somebody would have done it already. See, the bottom will say it can't be done, okay? So first thing you need an audience to market to, then to create leads. This is why I was at this event 2 days ago. Dude, there was all these people. I'm like, bro, why do you come here? To meet people. And this guy's hustling people the whole time he's there. He's super, super successful guy. He spent $30,000 for his seat so that he could network with people there. He figures out, he brings me to his table. We didn't spend any money on the deal. I got invited to it. He says, come sit at my table, okay? Next to him is a guy from Egypt. This guy owns 38 companies. This networking thing that you guys have heard about for years is real. And that's why we do our weekly mentoring call to bring like-minded people together. Not just so you guys can get ideas from one another so you can support one another, but possibly there's a synergy between me and you and me and you and them. Because then we become 3 or 4 or 5.
So there's the call and there's also the group, the network group. So
Explain that.
So we have the call on Tuesdays, which is the 7-figure accelerator call. That's a networking call and a Q&A call and an education call. And then you also get access to the group chat, the Telegram group chat, where you have access to a couple thousand people who are all in this program and they're moving towards these same goals.
God damn. Yeah. You just got to shake it around a little bit. Ooh. Okay. So first I do this, I get an idea, I get attention, I get a lead, I manage that lead, hopefully I make a sale. All this is happening like that. I have an idea for a book. I get attention for the book, I tell my audience, oh, the bigger my audience, the better. Not the more quality my audience is, the better. The bigger the audience is, the better. You got to have somebody to talk to. You do not want to talk to one quality lead. You want to talk to, I'd rather talk to 1 million unqualified leads than talk to one qualified. Okay? Most of the time. Now, if the qualified lead has trust in me, I would rather talk to one qualified lead that trusts me and has urgency to do something, wants to reciprocate and help me. I'd rather talk to one quality lead that is a decision maker, has urgency, and wants and needs my product. Then I would want that, okay? I'm gonna get into that in a second on sales, how to convert people, which is where we're going right now. Back to the system, okay? So the lead comes in. I have a lead. It could be 1,000 leads, 100,000 leads, 1 million leads. It could be one lead. It's a lead. The lead didn't do anything. Now it becomes a management issue. How do I manage the sold? How do I manage the unsold? Boom, somebody bought something from me. Now, how do I manage that money? You see number 6 right here? Go ahead, make it big like it was. I like the big, okay? We're on page 44 of your workbook, okay? You see where it says the sales management? Yes, we're managing a lead, but now we also have to manage money. Do I reinvest this in marketing, attention? Johnny, do you have the marketing and attention video? Okay. Do I manage it? Do I reinvest it in that company, or do I reinvest it in people? Do I reinvest the money in technology? Do I reinvest the money in a new company? And then how do I scale this activity so that this starts ramping up? So in the beginning, got to be a trick. In the beginning, okay, I go out here and I market something and somebody gives me $1. Well, $1 is not enough money. That's a problem. Okay, this is why you guys will start a business. You'll be like, I'm the lowest cost provider with the cheapest product. It's only $1, or it's free. Okay, well, guess what? Free is $0. Okay, $10 is not. There's no money. There's no money here. Like, you can't do anything. So what do you have to do? You got to go make noise again, and then again, and then again, and then again, until this becomes 1,000, and then you're like, I still don't have any money. So what do we have to do here? This idea has to be good enough that it has enough profit, enough meat in it. And when you get to $1, you need some other products over here to get attention for. Like, I need other things I can talk about other than this one thing. Most of you, when you start a company or start a business or you have some side hustle, you don't have enough profit or margin in the product or the offer. You don't have enough margin. How many of you right now are operating, you have this problem right here, where you have an offer, but there's no margin in it to operate your business? Let's find somebody that has a company right now that's struggling from this. I'm gonna bring them up. Say, Jonathan, he's like, that's me. Cammie, me. Belinda, me. See, what happened was you put your prices together. You priced something, and you thought if you made a lower price, you would actually get more attention from the product. You guys understand that there are people out there. I'm not gonna tell you what the product is, okay? There's a product. And let's say this product is free. That's a price, by the way. Is free a price? Yes, free is a price, okay? I still had to do something. I traded time to get the thing for free. You say, hey, there's a pig over at Costco. It's free. You can go get it. I'm like, okay, but I don't know what to do with the pig once I get the pig. Moby Dick. This is the story of Moby Dick. He went and got the fish. Fish was too big. Boom, couldn't bring the fish home. Boom, he ends up, I think, did he die? Did Moby Dick die? Okay, they didn't bring the fish back to the village. Okay, now, then there's $10. Then there's $100. There's $1,000. Do you understand that this product, whatever this product is, it could be the X product, free, nobody wants it because they think that's a gimmick. $10, that will not solve my problems. $100, it's not enough. And $1,000, the same product, the exact same product, will sell to some groups of people for $1,000. I'm giving you guys $1 billion hack right now. This is $1 billion concept that if you can understand this, how many products is this? Who knows the answer? How many products is this, okay? The answer is it's one product packaged 4 different ways. I have a free one, I have a $10 one, a $100 one, and I have a $1,000 one. You could actually have a $10,000 version of this product. I did this yesterday. What's this called? $100 for whoever knows where this came from yesterday. I'm giving you an example of yesterday's data. Scale, the math, okay? Johannes Roberts, I owe you $100. The next time I see you, you come up to me and say, you owe me $100 because you know the math is the path. So you do your math first. When you're doing your system, right? You're like, okay, my name is whatever, you have a product, whatever that is, and you're like, I want to get attention for this product. And let's say my idea, remember the first target is the $1 million. I'm going to build $1 million business doing hair extensions. And you're like, man, that's going to be a lot of hair extensions. How much is a hair extension? A good one. Really?
Installed, yeah.
Installed? Yeah. Fuck it, I'll do it myself. Okay, you'd have to do 833 hair extensions at $1,200 each. So now you know what you got to market. Okay, I have spot for 833 people, the best hair extension in the world, guaranteed to be the longest, the bestest, the most phenomenal. This is making hair extensions longer again, and great again, and perfect again. And you cannot tell the difference between your hair and this hair. And I'm telling you, I guarantee you, this hair extension by itself will put you on a red carpet and get you an Academy Award. If not, your money back in full. See, what am I doing right here? I'm getting attention. I don't know if I can do any of this stuff, but I'm getting attention for the brand. Now, if you hit one person over here, you can't sell 833 units. But if you did the math, the profit planner, okay? If you actually knew how to do business math, if people made it simple for you, if somebody actually put the technology in your hand and said, hey man, this is how you do the math on that. I'm gonna do it on my profit planner right here. I need 83,000, where'd he go? The color, man, the color just goes away. I need 84,000 people to see this ad to convert 833 people. Now I know my math. Oh, I need 84,000 people. It's getting easier and easier as I tell you the story, right? First of all, Jared said 833 people, $1,200, that's $1 million. $1 million hair extensions, they're $1,200. I'm like, God dang, that's a lot of money. But who's got $1,200? I need 84,000 people that have $1,200 to convert to 833 people. How do I get that message out? Where do I put the message out? What do I have to tell people? Oh my God, go back to the information yesterday about different ways to market. Can you bring that page up? The different ways I can market. I could do a webinar. I could do a training. I could do a blog. I could do an article. I could do a collaboration. I could do what to do with their hair extension, what not to do with their hair extension, why hair extensions work, a cheap one, a good one, a bad one, the biggest mistake, how to do it yourself, how to let me do it yourself, free information. I could do an ebook, a full training on it. I could put people in the damn business. Oh, there's a business. By the way, rather than doing 833 of these, why don't we do 83 franchises where we teach 83 other people how to make money? I could do social media, live streams, long form, short form, paid ads, JV affiliates, influencer events. I could do a direct phone call, an email, personal business. I could do a party. Let's do a hair extension party. And I'll bring the freaking doctor in to do the Botox because I know the ladies will take that too. See what I'm doing? And we're going to do a pedicure for a couple $100, and we're going to wax. I'll do the waxing myself, okay, for free. I'm going to do a party, a podcast, an interview. I could do a speaking event, hosting event, like it just goes on and on. All the possibilities. We should do a 10x hair extensions. It's on my mind, man, okay?
Tara does that. Her business does $14 million a year.
14 million.
She sells and she sells. Yeah, so we have a.
Who is Tara?
We have a client who started out as
Get her on the,
a hair. She's not here.
Send her the link. Send her the link. See if she can come in here.
Okay. She has a hair extension. She was a stylist, a hairstylist, and she was doing hair extensions. And then she got really good at it and was doing really well, making $400,000 or $500,000 a year as a hairstylist. And then she decided that she wanted to teach other stylists how to do this, and then also created a hair extension product. And her business, I think, did $14 million last year.
Now she's a person that we could have. You guys want to do this? We would say, hey, if that's the top of the food chain, let's get her to do a training for us so that you guys, maybe there's 3 or 4 or 5 of you that are in the hair extension business. The industry is only $11 billion a year. $11 billion. So if I want to take $1 million, build $1 million business, I'm like, is this possible? You're only, if you guys can write this down, 4 zeros and a 9. Point, 4 zeros and a 9. If you make $1 million out of an industry that does 11 billion, you're basically only taking that percentage of the industry. That means there's a lot of business left. That's a great opportunity right there. And I'm just goofing around about hair extensions, but I would know what the system is. Once you have the idea, then you come in and you're like, okay, I know how I need to build the system. Here's the idea. Now I'll come up with the marketing. I know how many people I need to market to get $1 million business. I need 84,000 people. That's going to create 84,000 leads right here. How do I manage these leads? How do I finally sell the lead, which is where we're at right now? How do I convert this lead to become money? And the faster you can do that, the faster you can convert to money, the more momentum and the more confidence and the more interest and the more and faster that you can expand. So let's go to page 43 of your book. I'm sorry, 45 of your book. We just got a lead. We got a lead right here, and the lead's like interested. Tell me more, give me some information. They're sitting in a chair, they're on a broadcast. It could be for a hair extension or it could be for the franchise. By the way, the franchise idea is much bigger than the hair extension itself, okay? Number one, this sales process, what happens right here, like everything else I do, it needs to be simple. Now, those of you that know me, Chrissy's saying that is insane, $1,200. That is insane for hair extensions because you're talking to the wrong audience. There's some people that won't pay $120 for hair extensions, but there's some people that won't. That's what I was saying just a few minutes ago. There's some people that won't pay $120 for a hair extension. They want to pay $1,200, and they're going to tell their girlfriends what they paid for it. They might even exaggerate it upward. Guys do this with their cars and their watches. You know, they go in the car dealership, they buy the car for, it was $85,000 car, a $485,000. Who would think that somebody would buy a $485,000 car? It happens every day. Then they're gonna freaking spend 3 days negotiating it down to $455. And when they leave, okay, they spent 3 days negotiating for 30 grand, spending $450,000 they shouldn't have spent, to try to act like a big shot that they aren't. Okay, and then when their friend says, "What'd you pay for the car?" They're like $515. They lie upward, they negotiate downward. Okay, so I'm just telling you, some people want to pay less, some people want to pay more, some people will brag because they paid less, and some people will lie and say they paid more. It just depends on what people want to do. Okay, the sales process, it has to be simple and transparent. Number one on page 48, sales process should be simple and transparent. Like, my name's Grant, and I want to do business with you today. Number two, it should make clear the company's intentions. My goal is to get you a price on your kitchen rehab, from the floors to the cabinets, the backsplash, the island, and everything. I don't want to do all that. Great. I'm going to give you a price on it. If you want to do it, we can do it. If you don't want to do it, you can save it for when you do want to do it, because at some point in the future, based on what I saw today, you're going to do it. Okay, number 3, always agree with your customer. I'm with you, I agree with you, you're right. This right here, what I'm about to share with you, you will generate more leads. Okay, you understand your leads, your lead generation, lead gen is firmly connected to your sales confidence. If you lack sales confidence, you're not going to get leads. You understand the connection? Because if I don't think I can convert, why would I spend the energy actually generating a lead that's not interested or interested? Now remember this, all leads, you want to make a note here, all are qualified. I'll tell you more about that in a second, about how to actually close somebody, how to know you can close someone today. But you have to go in knowing all leads. How big was this funnel when it started? For this audience right here. 80,000. Okay, so this audience, you guys that are here today, it started out with 80,000. We promoted something, 80,000 people showed an interest. Is that right, or is it bigger than that?
No, that's how many people registered for the webinar.
Good. That was a webinar. That's one of the ways that you can actually market your product, your service. Then it went to what? Yeah, exactly. So really the top of this is, the top of this is just the attention for anything and everything, because everything I talk about, real estate, scaling, investing, politics, that's the massive audience, okay? This is the big audience that you can talk, this is the population. So that's probably 20 million. Now your audience, like when I started doing this on social media, my audience was, 200 people. And 200 became 300, and 300 became 500, and 500 became, it just grows over time. That's what's gonna happen to you. Now, if you dropped into my system, like let's say you came in and we did a partnership, well, you would have instant access to 20 million. Because I'm now marketing you as a partner with me. This is called collaboration marketing. We become partners. I'm incentivized to do something with you to grow and scale your business. It fits with my company, bang. Rather than you growing your own 20 million, just drop into mine, okay? Now, out of that 20 million, a tiny portion of people were interested in this story that we were gonna do a webinar. Whether we mismarketed, used wrong colors, whatever, I don't know. It's not much. What percentage is that? It's like 0.00004% or something. It's terrible. It's disgusting. I want to kill myself right now. Okay? This 80,000 became what?
That went to the webinar. Showed up at the webinar was about 9,000.
80,000 became 9,000 that showed up. 9,000 becomes 2,000? Okay, see how it starts shrinking, getting out? Now, this is what I want everybody to know. You see these 80,000 people? These 80,000 people are all qualified. The 9,000 are all qualified. The 2,000 are all qualified. And some of you today, you're going to, probably 200 of you today are going to decide to do something with us more than what you saw today. You're going to be like, hey, I want your help. I want your support. I want to do this with you, not without you. I want to be mentored by you. I want to be mentored by you because you have the top 1% of the information. I want your help in duplicating what I learned. I don't want to just leave this and forget this. I want to be part of this, and I want to spend the next 90 days building out my platform and my business and my ideas. I want to clarify them, crystallize them, and I want to put a system around it so I actually know I'm on track to accomplish my goals. Small portion. All these people are qualified. All these people are qualified. You guys are all qualified. And by the way, if you don't think you're qualified, let me just tell you, you are qualified. Everyone is qualified. So knock off this bullshit that you tell yourself, oh, that guy was a waste of time. The waste of time is qualified. The poverty is qualified. The black, the brown, the white, the male, the female, the young, the old. You're just not talking to them right. Everyone is qualified. So knock it off if you're in a sales organization and you think some people are more qualified than others. I am not more qualified than anyone watching. I am equally qualified. Now I'm going to give you some exceptions to that and some other things you need to turn this into an order or into a purchase or into an investment. There's 3 things you need to convert these people that could be missing, but they're all qualified. All right? Okay, number 4. While you're talking to these people that's 80,000, 9,000, 2,000, always agree with them. You're right. Oh, the price is too high. How much is this opportunity? Oh my God, the price is too high. $8,800, I don't have it. You're right. Okay, I don't have that much money. I bought a program before, I didn't use it. You're right. I agree with you. I understand a lot of people don't use what they get provided. $8,800 is a lot of money. Not using it is a concern. But what if it doesn't work for me? That could happen too. See, I agree with people. I don't fight people. I don't say, but, oh yeah, but I don't try to go sell people again right now. I'm like, you're right, dude. It might not work. May not work. You don't have to argue with me. I won't argue with you. May not work. A lot of money. A lot of money. What could be? I don't have the time. Nobody does. Last time, oh my God, last time, it was terrible, wasn't it? Shit, I almost killed myself last time, okay? May not work, it's a lot of money. I need my wife, I need mine. I understand, I'm with you. I agree with you, you're right, okay? I'm gonna do all that. Any other reasons you wouldn't do it? What would be another reason? I got a job. I don't think I'm gonna use it. I'm not going to make it work. We did that one last time. It didn't work. And then I'll be like, great. Okay, let's just take one at a time. $8,800. If we get to 1 million, is that a lot of money? And it may not work, by the way. Okay. In fact, you know what? Let's say it doesn't get to number 1. It doesn't work. And you only make 200,000. On your way to 1 million, but we didn't get to the 1 million. Okay. Well, yeah, dude, 8,800 would be worth it now, okay? Even if we don't get all the way there, because it might not work, and it is a lot of money. And let's face it, the last time you did it, the reason you don't have confidence in this time is because you didn't do it last time. But because we're gonna meet twice a week, that reduces the chances of you getting away from it and quitting on it. And if you could take 8,800 and turn it into 200 grand, would your wife support that or not support that? So I need to know what it is, but I don't need an argument, because when you're arguing with people right here, when you're not agreeing with people, what happens, when you're just trying to sell over the objection rather than validating it and say you're right, okay, it's going to be a fight. Number 4, the buyer makes a decision before you do. Understand this. The buyer, Brandon and Natalie and I were talking about this. They came in and did a presentation for me. You know, they constantly remind me. You remember that big PowerPoint they did? They had like 35 pages. They came in to do a presentation for me when we did the partnership. Oh, yeah. How big was that PowerPoint? Yeah, probably 35 pages. My partner, they would become partners of mine, and we had this conversation Monday, and they're like, we came in, we had 35 pages. Bro, you have no attention for anything. And I'm like, really? Okay, well, thank you very much. You wouldn't even look at the presentation. If you'd have looked at the 35 pages of presentation, Grant, you would know what we're trying to do right now and why we're trying to do it, because we had the presentation, but you don't have any attention. I'm like, okay. How do you know that I didn't just simply make a decision before that called the buyer decision phenomenon? I didn't need to see your F in 35 pages because I had already made a decision I was going to do the deal with you. Because that's what happens. This is called the buyer decision phenomenon, okay? The buyer, you want to write this down, it's $1 billion right here. The buyer sees an ad, okay? Have you ever seen those videos online, like how to get rid of wrinkles? The doctor has discovered this unbelievable process for removing wrinkles. And watch this video right now, and we're going to tell you about this discovery. And there's no timer on the video, and you can't fast forward through the video. They force you to watch the whole thing. And I'll tell you about that in a minute. And I'll tell you about that in a minute. And I'll get right to that in a second. They keep dragging you out. How many of you have been watching that video before and said, fuck it, I just want to order it? I don't want to hear anything else. That's called the buyer decision phenomenon. I don't want all the data. How many of you don't need all the data? Put a 88 in the chat if you're like, dude, I just want to buy the product. Exactly. Look at all the people. Some of you might have been listening to me yesterday and decided yesterday yesterday, before we said anything about an opportunity that you could do with us further. How many of you yesterday said, I just want to do something with you guys? Without anybody making a pitch, an offer, an opportunity, showing you anything, showing you all this stuff that we do, our KPIs, our 7-figure coaching, Cardone University, the money and finance, the profit planner, our personal one-on-one coaching, the calendar. You're like, dude, I just want to do something with you guys. That's got nothing to do with us. That's because you made a decision to be better. You made a decision to grow. You made a decision to get in the 1%. That had nothing to do. We're not selling you. And I'm going to tell you, 50% of your sales are lost because you guys don't look for the decision phenomenon. You got to look for it. You got to look for it. Like, you got to be watching for it the whole time. You got to know when you start presenting, you're like, I'm watching for this guy to say, I want the watch. I want the hair extensions. Okay, I want an appointment. I want to buy the deal. Let's go, okay? Because if you keep talking, you're going to lose that moment where he was a decision maker, okay? 3 things you have to sell or close a deal. 1, you got to have somebody that's qualified. 2, you have to have a decision maker. And 3, you must have urgency. The moment you miss the urgency, you still have a qualified and you still have a decision maker, but you miss the urgency. There's a moment where he's like, I want it right now. And that can pass. With a guy like me, bro, I'm telling you, you have one moment, something happens. There's a little crack, a little fissure in the universe. I want to buy that right now. And when you miss that, I've lost interest. I don't need it. Screw it. Like, I've had expensive cars and watches and all this stuff. I'm like, I don't need that shit. But you better get me right there. Right there. You got one moment. And I'm probably going to make it before you make it. That is, I'm going to make the decision before you actually make the presentation. All right? Number 5, you got to present a proposal to every buyer every time. Every buyer, every time. Make sure they see something. Yeah, that's stupid. Oh, this is the eraser. This is what Jared does, huh? Oh, Jared. Back on the black thing? Yeah, the black. Thanks for helping me with the black thing. I like the way you explained that. Wow. Oops. Oh, wow. We're a long way from the metaverse, folks. I'm telling you, okay? This is still a lot complicated universe we live in. Okay? This is a presentation, okay? This should always have a price on it. This is what they're getting. Most of the stuff that I get people, like there's stuff that you guys, okay, you're getting the car with this price, but you guys don't show all the stuff you're getting. You need to think in terms of that addendum. The one that was on the car should make it to your presentation. So let me just remind you what I'm getting. I got to get John Hamlin a good seat. So he called me this morning. So I need to figure out something for him. So I'm going to get you this, and this, and the price is this. The price was this, if it was, and now it's this for you, and I need your initials right here, okay? So this should be written up, a proposal in writing. Number 6, always use a third-party touch. If they buy, you touch them, and if they don't buy, you touch them. So the guy bought, somebody should walk in and touch them. Somewhere in your organization, you need to plan, thank you so much for doing business with us. Mr. Cardone said he had a great experience with you because you bought, you did buy, awesome, awesome, awesome. Or you could have, pull up the video of Sabrina making the calls, saying, hey, you didn't buy for my dad. Or I'll take one of my kids and I'll put them on the phone to the don't buys. This is 2 days later, 3 days later, same day, 4 days later, a week later, a month later, hey, and this is a third party calling saying, I'm calling because my dad asked me to call you to understand, wanted to know why you didn't buy. Very simple call, okay?
Email.
Hey, Daniel?
Thank you so much. I'll send you the email.
All right, you guys have a good one.
You too. Goodbye.
Thanks for calling. All right, bye.
Excellent job, okay? Now who are you going to give this to?
I'm going to give this to Natalie.
Huh?
Natalie?
Yeah, okay, so he answered this phone. This phone number's good. So what we want to do is check off that phone number's good. This is garbage right here. Yeah, that's garbage. Okay, okay. Hit it. Chris May. Speak up. I need you to speak up more. Chris May.
How old is she right there?
Chris May. Chris May. Hey, Chris. Excitement. Hey, Chris, what's up? How you doing?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice messaging system. Is not available.
So you're going to put LM right here.
At the tone, please record your message. When you finish recording, you may hang up.
She got to leave a
Press
message.
1 for more options.
Hello, it's Sabrina Cardone, Grant Cardone's daughter. Chris? I'm so sorry. How do I delete this message?
No. You don't delete a message. You just answer it. Chris, Sabrina's calling you. Go ahead, leave the message.
I wanted to
call
know.
Back at this number.
Call back at this number, please.
I've got to talk to you today.
I have to talk to you today.
Today. Come on, Chris.
See, so my daughter's learning how to, like,
awful.
even leaving a message in the beginning is hard. She doesn't know what to say. She doesn't know how to say it. She's disappointed when there's a message. She's probably also satisfied that there was no message and she doesn't have to engage the person. You can see she's scared, right? Now watch. Look, play another one, Johnny. Now, obviously, I'm a proud father, so I'm watching this, but she ends up making like 21 phone calls. There's only 4 people that answer.
Hope you have a great day.
Hey, Joel, Sabrina Cardone, Grant Cardone's daughter. Please call me back at this number.
She's doing better now.
Thank you.
See, we fix the last call. She gets through it. We make another one. She gets bigger. Okay, do another one, Johnny.
Yes.
This is so important, folks. This is your lead management.
Okay, his name is Dale.
Yeah. The reason why I'm calling is I wanted to know why you haven't bought the 10X Growth Conference seat yet.
Why what?
Why you haven't yet bought the 10X Growth Conference seat?
What do you mean?
For the 2021. Whoa, he hung up on you.
He hung up on her.
He hung up on you.
That hurt.
You want to call
Look
him
at
back?
her. You can't see her face right now, but she's hurt.
I'm just curious.
She's 11 in this video.
Hey, this is Sabrina. I'm sorry. I must have hung up on you.
Hi, this is Emmanuel. I can't pick the phone right now. Can I leave a message behind and I'll call you right back.
I'm just curious why you haven't bought a 10X Growth Conference seat yet.
See how
Thank you.
she's beat. She's beat up right now.
It's fun, huh?
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, I ain't never doing this again.
Okay, let's go.
You can't let her bail out right now. You got to get her through this. Your team would benefit from getting through this. Okay? This is what's happening to your people, folks. I know my kid's only 11 years old. I promise you, you have 41-year-old adults doing this that are getting beat up. And then what happens is your organization over a period of years ends up not making a phone call. Now she ends up making, I'm good, Johnny. She ends up making 21 phone calls, only 4 people answered. She sold $40,000 worth of tickets on those calls, doing one simple thing. Sales process was simple and transparent. She made clearer intentions. I'm calling because my dad wants to know why you didn't buy. Okay? If they said they couldn't go, wouldn't go, shouldn't go, whatever, she agreed with them. Okay? Buyer makes a decision before you do. She's looking for that, okay? There was one call, said, hey, the guy says, just send me the tickets, I'll buy them now. She didn't even get to the ask, okay? She presented a proposal to every prospect and she's using a third-party touch. This is number 6, incorporating the first 5 things before it. Number 7, price is a myth. People do not buy or not buy because of price. Even if they tell you they buy or don't buy because of price, it's not true. Price is a myth and I can prove it to you. Give me the price of your product. Give me the price of your product. Anybody, just put down what product you sell and the price of it. Daniel sells, what is it, $2,500.
Jennifer, PR, $10K a month.
$10 a month.
$10K a month.
Okay, okay. All right, so I'm gonna take something that is $4,500 chiropractic care. Good. So it's $4,500 chiropractic care. $75, whatever, you pick it up, okay? Is this number made up? Is the number that you're presenting made up, including the $ right here? These symbols were made up 1,000 years ago. The value of the 4, the value of the 5, the value of the 0. this could have been somewhere back in calligraphy or Egypt. They could have said the 4 is a 6. It probably looked like something else. Pull up an Egyptian 4. Okay, it could have been a Roman numeral. The Roman numeral could have been an X1. Okay, you understand these are made up. So there is no way, impossible for this to have any more value in the customer's mind to be high or low other than that which is perceived to be high or low. Okay, including this dollar sign, which has no value at all. It could have been this, an asterisk. The value assigned to dollars or symbols that you attach a value to. So when somebody says this is too high, and that happens internally first, price is a myth, okay? You made this price up. So when I'm buying something from somebody, and they tell me 4,500 is too high, I'm gonna put you on the other end of the negotiations. This will make you a great negotiator. Jared tells me his product is 4,500. I'm trying to buy it for $3 grand. He has it for sale. I'm a buyer. I want it. Oh yeah, where's the 4? See, there's the 4, okay? Look, that's what it meant back then. So if you go back, I don't know, 1,300, 1,500 years ago, whenever it was, and showed somebody a 4, they'd be like, what is that, bro? This is an agreed upon idea that these numbers mean anything. Now, let's go back to Jared. I'm buying something from Jared, okay? Jared priced his land $450,000. He wants $450,000. Now, I know because he's selling it that he wants my money more than he wants his land. This is straight out of a book called Sell or Be Sold, okay? It's straight out of this book. And this will be expanded on in Cardone University, which is those books, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 volumes. It's an encyclopedia. Sell or Be Sold said, price is a myth. I can prove it to you because he wants to sell and supposedly I want to buy, okay? Now, if he sells his land for $450, what is his land worth to him? You have to know this if you're going to know how to sell. This is why so many salespeople are bad salespeople, because they're financially dodo brains. They're indoctrinated a bit, and they believe price is too high because their upbringing said that's a lot of money. They never bought a $450,000 piece of land, and they don't understand that this guy over here, Jared, wants my money more than he wants his land. So I know as a negotiator, Donald Trump knows this, by the way, I know when I'm negotiating with somebody, but folks, I have been involved in billion-dollar negotiations, okay? Multi-billion-dollar negotiations that had nothing to do with me, but I'm trying to bring people together. I'm trying to bring two parties together. So I know that Jared wants to sell this more than he wants to buy this, or maybe he wants to sell this so he can go buy something else, but he's got some other motivation. Maybe he wants to sell this because he wants to pay something off. Or maybe he wants to sell this because he found out the land's contaminated. I don't know. I want to buy it. But he's the one that was advertising. He decided to advertise it. I decided to buy it. And the two parties come together. Now, I know when Jared put a number on it, I know he doesn't know what it's worth. I said, Jared, how'd you price the product, the land?
Looked at some comparative.
Now, what do I know right now? If
pricing,
he looked at comparative sales, if he looked up at comparative sales, what do I know? He don't know what it's worth. Well, I went to a broker. That's because you don't know what it's worth. Okay? He went to third parties to validate what it's worth because he don't know what it's worth. Now, why is that important? Because I know I can buy this for less than $450,000 from Jared. No matter what anybody tells me, I know I can. Why? Because he put it on the market to sell it. And he wants my money more than he wants his land. The moment somebody puts a car for sale, a piece of land for sale, a house for sale, anything for sale, you know now they want the money more than they want the product. You just got to find out why. And you also need to know he made it up. This number's made up. So if I make up something, the boogeyman, I make up the boogeyman, bro, okay? And you start telling yourself over and over about the boogeyman, and you're 6 years old, man. The more you tell yourself about the boogeyman, the more you get scared of the boogeyman. But I walk in, I'm like, there ain't no boogeyman here. Look. See, the same thing right here. This is a boogeyman. Okay? I'm like, Jared, this is what I'm gonna do, okay? Why do you think it's worth 450? Because go ahead.
Saw some comparatives and I talked to some brokers and, you know, I've just got a pretty good idea what I think this thing's worth.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jared. And I agree with you, by the way. And I was looking at the same comps you looked at. Now, let me ask you a question, okay? Because I do believe this is going to be worth $450,000 one day. Okay? Right now, I think it's worth $325 in the condition that it's in. And not to offend you, okay? But would you rather $325 today or $450 a couple years from now?
Oh, I'd never sell it for less than $450.
Okay, I understand. Now, the moment he says that, he's telling you he will sell for less than $450. Because it was unnecessary for him to tell me that last bullshit. Okay, it's like a guy walks in a store and says, look, I'm not buying today. Bro, no, nobody even asked you anything. We put a store here. You're driving by. We're minding our business. You're minding your business. You pulled in. The door said open. You walked in and said, look at me. Take me. I want to buy something. I have more time than I have money. Or I might have too much time and too much money. Okay, just remember, Jared made these numbers up. Jared, how'd you come up with the numbers? A broker? You check with somebody else?
Yep.
Is that because you didn't know?
Yeah, I wanted to validate. I had a good idea. I just wanted to validate it with some third-party data.
Good. And let me ask you a question because I'm very interested in your land.
It's a great piece of property.
It's fantastic. It's exactly where I'd want to be. It's the location. It's in the condition. I love everything about it, including the environmental damage on the property. All that interests me because of what I'm going to do with it. How long have you owned it?
14 years.
14 years. And 14 years ago, what did it trade for?
Probably $52,000.
Okay, he might say right here, it's none of your business. Okay, okay. He gets very emotional. The more emotional they get, the more they want to sell it to you. Okay, $52,000. So you own this free and clear.
Yeah, my grandmother gave it to me.
So this is what I'm willing to do, Jared. Okay, because I love the land. I like you. You're an awesome dude. You see, I'm agreeing with him. I'm agreeing with him because I need to agree with him to get an agreement.
And one important thing here is you'll notice that when you're trying to buy something in a negotiation like Grant, notice that Grant did not say, well, there's this problem here and you have this conservation thing here and then you've got an environmental thing here and, you know, like he didn't start beating it up. He was actually setting the hook deeper with the buyer. It's in the perfect location. It's exactly what I want. It's exactly what I'm looking for. So now from the seller's perspective, they're validating that Grant is actually a good qualified buyer and not just somebody that's going around trying to steal a piece of property from somebody at a great deal.
So this is what I'm willing to do for you, Jared. And when I do this, I'm writing it down. I am not talking to him ever without showing him what I'm doing. Same thing. I talk about a stop sign, team, we show the stop sign. I talk about the profit planner, we show the profit planner. I talk about Boo Boo and the bear. Somebody needs to give me a damn picture of Boo Boo and the bear. Okay? When I'm writing this guy up, I'm writing him up. I'm proposing something. It could be on a napkin. And I'm probably going to have him pull toward me when I do it. So I'm going to pull a napkin out. It could be a napkin. I'll be like, this is what I'm willing to do. Don't be offended, okay? $325 now, okay? By the way, don't be offended. I'm trying to buy the land. Be offended by the people that didn't make you an offer, not by the ones that do. Or, and listen to me out all the way here, I can get to your $450. Always show them a way to get to their number. Always agree with them. Is an expansion into the negotiations, not just words, okay? That's good on Boo Boo the Bear, okay? Or, now I'm gonna get creative. Because I know he paid $52,000, I'm gonna use the number $52,000. It's his number. I'll pay you the $52,000 back. And every year, for the next 10 years, I will pay you $40,000 a year. You pick the date, one day of the year, and every year, bang, I'll hit you with another 40 grand. You finance it yourself. I'll give you 52 grand now. So you know you got your money back, from 14 years ago. Now you're whole. And every year for the next 10 years, I'll pay you another $40,000. We could do that monthly, $38,000 a month, or I can do it on December 25th as your Christmas present, bang you with 40 grand, okay? So I can give you your 450 over 10 years. That's awesome, dude. Is that me? Yes. Now that's a Boo Boo Bear. Dude, what AI are you using for that? Huh? For the bear, because that's not
that one.
What AI are you using for the bear? That's awesome, dude. Because you didn't use it on my body. Okay.
Just Jed, yeah.
Yeah, I know it's me. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Or Jared, I could do 325 now.
Yeah, well, there's no way I'm waiting for 10 years to get my 450.
Okay, but why do you say that?
Well, because I got something I'm trying to do with the money.
Okay, good. Okay, so why don't I do the 325 right now and let's just be done with it?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't do it for less than 450.
Okay.
I really need to find a way to get closer to that number, and I can't wait for 10 years to do it.
Okay, now notice what he just said. I got to get closer to that number. Okay, but we're sitting down, we're working something out right now. Now, maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't happen. I don't know. I'm gonna ask him this. Jared, are you the only one involved in this decision?
No, actually, I have my sister owns it with me.
Okay.
So I just need to get with her on it.
So I should have known that before I did this. Right? I didn't ask that. That's why you guys got to measure every one of these engagements, every one of these interactions. How many phone calls, outbound calls do we have a day?
Right now we're making probably 60,000 outbound calls
a day. All of them are recorded. So if you call over here, you're going to hear somebody say, these calls could be recorded for customer service, right? And for training purposes. Okay, now that's me buying from him, okay? If I'm selling to him, it's the same thing. I just got to flip the model. You're either selling, it's sell or be sold. Okay, just understand that price is a myth. This number's made up. He will not stay confirmed on this price because I know he cannot stay locked into this price because it's not real. It really doesn't even exist in the physical universe. It is a made up concept of the 4, the 5, the 0, and the other 3 zeros. Number 8, second sale is easier than the first sale. Okay, if I can get him to agree to anything, I could get him to agree to something else. Once you get somebody to agree to one thing, they will agree to a second thing and a third thing and a fourth thing. This is not manipulation, by the way. Anybody that thinks that I'm doing some kind of bullshit neurolinguistics, I'm not doing that. This is not a game. This is simple. I'm telling the truth. I want to buy your asset. This is what I have for it. This is not some trickery. I'm not changing personalities. If the guys, I'm not, what's the word? There's a word when you change what you say to handle an audience. A coding, huh? Mirroring. There's a coding thing that's going around right now, huh? Code switching. Okay, I'm not code switching, bro. I'm the same guy every time. I don't care whether I'm speaking on Wall Street, to a redneck, to a farmer, a rancher, a white, black, brown, whatever community, bro. This is what I'm doing. Okay, this is my product. This is the price. This is why it's this price. This is what we're gonna get you for it. Okay, and I'm gonna ask some hard questions. The ones I started getting into. When did you trade? When did it trade last? When did you buy it last? What did you pay for it? None of your business. I understand it's none of my business. But I'd like to know what you paid for it so I kind of know where I'm at. So I know the evolution. So I can predict what my land's going to be worth 10 years from now. Because if yours went from 50 to 450, that's 8 times, then I got to believe that my 450 is going to go to 3 million. I'm just trying to find out where we're at. Now I can look it up. It's a record. There's a record on it. It's not a secret. Ask hard questions. Are you the only decision maker involved? I'll get into more of that in a second, okay? Now, excuse me. when I said earlier, every buyer is qualified. Every buyer is qualified, but you still need to qualify the buyer. There's ways to qualify and ways not to qualify. On page 46, you want to write down the mistakes that you will make in qualifying. Number 1, which is not asking qualification questions. I did not qualify the decision maker question. So I offered a price, he slips out, doesn't close, and then I find out there's a sister. I should have known that before I qualified him. Number 1. Number 2, you're not getting real answers. Jared, what'd you pay for the property last time? Don't give me a real answer.
It's none of your business.
That's not an answer. Okay. Jared, how much do you have budgeted for this purchase?
Probably, anywhere around probably 5 to 15,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a real answer. It's a bad question too, by the way. Okay. But like This guy says, I was looking at a plane and the guy's like, what's your budget? I'm like, I don't have a budget. That's not an answer. Not a budget's not an answer. Is there anybody else involved in the decision? Depends. Depends is never an answer. You want, you want something for short trips or long trips? It just depends on the trip. You're not getting answers to your questions. You're asking questions, but not getting real answers. Have you ever bought one of these before? The company has. The company has, okay, but have you? Okay, number 3, not asking questions that are relevant. How's the weather? Great question. It's got nothing to do with this. Okay, did your team win? Okay, that's what a lot of you guys do, by the way. A lot of you ask questions, your team's asking questions. How many of you have a sales team? You even have salespeople. Just put in how many? How many salespeople do you have? Who is Aileen? Aileen that's put, and why is she putting the answers in?
Because she's repeating them in case people don't write them down.
People always ask, I missed that, I missed that. What was
Okay. Well, wait till they ask. You don't have to feed it. Goddamn, you're not,
She's only showing them what you're showing.
Yeah, just let them wait until somebody asks. That way they can do the engagement. I mean, damn. We're not the government. Okay, 2, 25, 4, 1. Y'all all need bigger sales force. 25 sales agents. I mean, you're giving people answers before they even ask. Let them at least ask. Used Hardy or Angie sales team, unknown number, 10 to 15% of the sales leads. 1. Y'all got to get off these one salespeople. You cannot run an operation, anything. I don't care how small you are. 1 is none. Okay. Action idea of the day. 1 is none. Never depend on one door for an exit. Warren Buffett talks about this. You cannot have one exit to make a profit. You can't have one door in a movie theater by law. You cannot never depend on one thing. If you lose the one thing, you're back to 0 again. All right. Number 4, you ask bad questions. Bad question, what is your budget? Is a terrible question. If you get away with it, if you pull it off, cool. But most of the time, it's a bad question. And most of the time, nobody follows their budget anyway, so it doesn't even matter. I don't even know why you asked.
And just to add on to this, the problem with asking what somebody's budget is, like in most cases, they have no idea what it cost. And when you ask that question, it automatically puts in a floor or a ceiling, a floor for you or a ceiling for them.
Yeah.
And so you're going to be battling that throughout the process. So you actually want to be the one who establishes the price in the conversation so that they can actually work up into it rather than them setting a price down here and you having to pull the customer up on your behalf. So
Jamie Wilson said, great question, Jamie, by the way. Jamie says, what's a better question? Great question. The better question is not a question. It is, most people when they're doing a rehab today, I'm taking a phone call, I'm on a phone call. I'm not in front of the customer. This is a perfect situation. Guy calls up and says, I want to redo my kitchen. Excellent. Okay, that's what we do. We're the best in the field. In Miami, there is no one that does a better job on rehabs. We do them faster, we do them cheaper, and we are making rehabs great again. Okay, all right. So this is what I would suggest, sir. I'd like to show you a price. Before they can even ask a price, I'm going to initiate it. I'm going to offer a price without them asking for a price. Before this call is over, sir, I'm going to text you an A, B, and a C pricing. I'm going to text it to you while you're on the call with me so we can go over it. Okay? What size is your kitchen? 1,400 square feet. Well, that's a big kitchen, man. That's a freaking massive kitchen. Let's go to 400 square feet. Okay? 400 square foot kitchen. When was it last done? 1980. Great. I'm thinking you want to do the floors, you want to do the island, you want to do the backsplash, you want new ovens, new heaters, new hovers, ovens, a gas top. Are you on gas or electricity? Yeah, blah, 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 lighting fixtures, da-da-da. Yeah, I don't want to do all that. How about I do this? How about I give you a bid on all that, okay? How about I give you a bid on that? At the top end, we could be at $24,000. Okay, we could be as low as $18,000. And if we only did the floors and the island and the backsplash, I'm thinking we're going to be around $8,000. Okay, but I'm gonna text it to him. I'm not telling him. I'm gonna text it, and then I'm gonna say, I just hit your text. I increased my engagement 500% doing this. Okay, and let's discuss. This will not have a lot of detail. It's gonna have numbers without details. Because if I send him numbers without details, he's got to ask me now, well, what does the 24? Boom, he just qualified himself. What does the 18,000 include? Boom. Okay. Now this is what Jared's talking about. I am basically, rather than him starting the negotiations, I'm putting brackets around the conversation. I got a low of 8 and I got a high of 24. And let me just tell you something. He might be like, okay, man, but look, I'm not going to know any of this until I actually see the property. I'm trying to increase my appointment ratio, get into the house, which is what every rehab company wants to do, is to sit down in front of this guy and go over. I could bring over some samples, some different tiles, backsplashes, what's popular today, different marbles, maybe we get in your house and find out you don't need a new oven, a new gas top. I have an opening today at 2 o'clock and I have another one at 5:30. I'm going to be in your area anyway, okay? And he's like, yeah, can you come by at 5:30 today? Now what I have is what? Sir, other than yourself, is anybody else involved in the decision? Yeah, my wife, great. Is she going to be there at 5:30? Excellent, I'll be there at 5:30. If anything changes, would you please call this number? Text me back at blah, 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 okay? He's like, I'll be here today at 5:30. I have a decision maker, I have somebody qualified, he knows the price, and I have urgency. How do I know he has urgency? Because I offered him a today date and he took it. If this call came in at 5:30, I would offer him a today appointment. 5:30, we're getting ready to close the shop, the showroom. I'm closing tonight at 6 o'clock. I'd be like, hey, look, I could be there on my way home. I could be there at like 7:15 tonight. If the call came in at 7:15 and I'm at home and it came to my text message, I could be there tonight. Now, you guys won't be there tonight, but I will. You know why? Because I'm committed to getting that top 1%. You go back to the J.P. Morgans, the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts. These people were freaking gangsters, bro. They were like trying to come out of the scum of earth. And they were committed to getting to the top of the food chain. Elon Musk, these guys are committed to the top of the food chain. You know what they do? They don't work 9 to 5? They don't work 9 to 5. They work 5 to 9. Y'all need to flip that. Okay? Dolly Parton didn't even work 9 to 5. She just made money on the 9 to 5 while she worked at 5 to 9. She's still working. What is she, 95 years old? She did the 5 to 9 and she did it for 95. So if you guys want out of this scum, this is the scum of life, folks. Now, I don't mean the people are scum. I mean, this is where the scum happens. This is tough, man. This is work down here. Then you get in here, you got air conditioning and heater, and you got a car. And your kids get a lot of nice shit, and you make them soft. And the next thing you know, they go down here and become drug addicts. It's just what's happening. Or these people get really rich and their kids become drug addicts, whatever. At least this people can send these kids to treatment centers. Okay, learn how to sell. Everybody needs to learn how to sell. You need to learn how to sell and close and negotiate. In life, you cannot get away without negotiating. You have to learn how to negotiate. You could be negotiating to get Greenland, Canada. You could be negotiating a contract for the house you're going to purchase. You could be selling your house later on. You cannot get away on this planet from learning how to negotiate, and that requires you to listen on number 5. Ask a question and I'll listen. You remember Jared said, I will not sell it for less than $450. And I said to you, listen, too much energy in that answer. The more energy somebody uses in an answer, the less convicted they are of it. If they absolutely have tremendous conviction in it, it wouldn't require that much energy. Then later he says, what did he say later? I got to get closer to that number. Okay, I'm putting brackets around him. I got 450 his number and 325 is my number. And we're going to start figuring out how to work into that. Oh, by the way, okay, if he takes 325 today, now I'm going to become a smart negotiator. He wanted 450. He's got property taxes. That's $4,500 a year for 10 years. That's $45,000. He's got payments on this $450,000. Let's say he's got payments right now. His payments are $10,000 a year. That's $100,000 in just payments. So if I pay him now, not 10 years from now, 145, that's $470,000. He's actually going to get 470 if I buy it for 325 today. Now I'm justifying my numbers. Cajun math. Number 6, not digging. You're not digging. Okay, why can't you wait 10 years? Because I want to buy something else. Really, what are you buying? Dude, I found this thing, man, bro. I found this thing, bruh. Because he's excited about where he's going. Remember what I said earlier? He's selling. He wants to do something else. He wants the money for something. I found this piece of property. I can buy it for $1 million. It's probably worth $4 million, okay? Oh, really? So you not selling today could cost you $3 million. Okay, number 7, not finding out what they value. That's what I'm doing right now. Why are you moving? Why are you going? Why do you want to sell? Where do you want to go? What are you going to do with the dough? But you can't get this data if you're arguing with people. What would an argument look like? You're overpriced. The property's got ecological problems. It's got environmental issues, okay? It doesn't have the right deed or the title. You guys always are talking about what's terrible about something before you even get into the deal. You gotta, I'm with you, I got you, I agree with you, you're right. You gotta combine these concepts, okay? Number 8, not discovering how they make decisions. Hey, when you bought your piece of property, Mr. Glant, how long did it take you to make a decision on it?
I didn't buy it, my grandma gave it to me.
Oh, your grandma gave it to you. How committed is he to this piece of property? He didn't even love it. He didn't even pick it. Again, now what I'm finding out is he's not even the 450, like he just wants the money for something. He doesn't want the property. So what does he value the most? The money or the property? The money. What does he want the most? The money or the property? So when he tells me I ain't selling it for that, what does he want the most? He wants the money. Okay, hard questions. Who else is involved in the decision other than yourself? We're on page 47. You guys got to become experts at this. The perfect thing to do is role play this. Have somebody role play with you and work this out. Number 2, when was the last time you invested this much money? If you're selling something. If you're selling something for 80 grand. Hey, when's the last time you invested $80,000? Or let me ask you guys this. Let me role play with somebody in the room. Bring up somebody in the room that hasn't taken advantage of our opportunity. For what? They had a question? We can do that too. God, imagine if we did this twice a week with you guys. How many of you find this valuable? How many of you would make the time if we did this twice a week? Look at all the people. Look at all the people who say, yeah, dude.
All right. Okay, let's go to... Yeah. We're looking for people who have not decided to move forward yet.
This is random as you can get. Just raise your hand if you have not decided to take advantage of grantcardone.com/go.
Let's do Jamie Wilson.
If you have not taken advantage of the 90-day revenue challenge. Hey, Jamie, how you doing?
I'm awesome, Grant. How are you?
Good to see you today. Okay, so we're going to do, you and I are going to do a little role play, okay?
Sure.
All right, now, I am going to be the sales guy. You're the buyer. You with me? Now, let me ask you, Jamie, where do you live, Jamie, first of all?
I live in Arkansas.
Where?
Arkansas.
Okay,
Arkansas.
good. Okay, Arkansas. Bring up the volume just a little bit, okay? Who other than yourself, Jamie, who would be involved in your decision making?
My husband.
Okay, great. And when was the last time you guys have invested? When was the last time either of you invested $8,800?
2 weeks ago.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Wow, that's amazing. What would you buy for $8,800?
What did I buy?
Yeah, what was it?
Coaching.
Oh yeah, who'd you buy the coaching from?
PT Legends.
Okay, and you haven't used that yet, right?
No, I have. I'm in the middle of it.
You're in the middle of it, okay? And then why did you come here today? Why are you considering this right now?
I was part of the free webinar that you did, and I purchased the VIP ticket to be here this weekend.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well done. Good on you for your commitment. And has your husband been attending this as well?
No, sir.
Is he involved in the coaching thing that you're doing with the other person?
He is not.
This is just you going rogue.
Well, no, but he's very, very supportive, and we are two individuals that live and love together.
Good. You live and love together. Dude, now we just need to make some money on top of that so we can live and love better. Okay?
Yes.
And then let me ask you this. How would you make sense of investing $8,800 today when you already have something going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I know that. But if I may,
Yeah.
I want you to know that listening to you both yesterday and today, your mind is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And I would give anything to have just a piece of that. So if that helps you.
Well,
there's
thank
that.
you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that compliment. Oh my God. Live longer. So, yeah, I'm blushing. She finds my mind sexy. Which, by the way, is a great compliment. And I really appreciate it because a lot of people they don't see the cracks. I see the cracks. I see around the corners.
I would love to be able to do that.
Yeah, you can. You can, by the way. Okay, so I just want to ask you another question, though. How much exactly did you spend on that other program?
$7,800.
$7,800. So $7,800 and $8,800 is $16,600. Okay. How would you make if you could? How would you make sense of $16,600?
Well, I would want to 10x it.
Oh, so you would want to 10x that to 166,000. So the only way you could make sense of this is if you had a path to $166,000.
I mean, at a bare minimum, Grant, yes.
Okay, good. Now, if we could put a path together to where your program, the one you already committed to, because I don't want you to throw that away, I want you to take advantage of it, okay? And we could get on track to 166 to 1.6600, okay? 1.6 million. If we could get you on a track, lay out a schedule of how to get there, how to accomplish it, back to her, I can't see her, and back to the math, to real math on how to do that, would you be the one to make a decision on that, or would it be your husband, or both?
Both.
Both, okay? And since he's not here right now, what would he say no to? Or what do you think he would say? If you went to him right now and said, bro, look, not only did I buy a program a couple weeks ago, I'm buying Grant Cardone's program. The guy is a genius.
Yeah,
I find
he would definitely think that
and
I
the way he
lost my
thinks is
mind.
much sexier than the way you think, by the way, okay? Okay, and you were complaining about $7,800 a couple weeks ago. I'm in for almost $20,000, by the way. I'm spending $20,000 on my business, and they're putting a plan together for me to go to $1.6 million. What do you think? You're crazy?
Yes.
How long have you guys been married?
20 years.
20 years. So this is not the reason he thinks you're crazy.
No.
He knows you're crazy.
Yes.
Right? And then
Yes.
what's your business do? What is your business?
Well, I'm a startup. I'm a personal trainer looking to break into the online fitness, and then, of course, bring my unique selling proposition.
Okay. And then what is the potential of that company?
I mean, in my mind, the sky's the limit.
No, but
as
I mean,
far as
what is the math on your company? Like, what are you doing now?
zero. I'm a startup.
Oh, you're a startup. You have no income at all.
I have no income through that. I mean, I have income. I'm a trainer at a gym, but that's an employee, and I'm looking to build my own business.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So what's your income?
From personal training?
Yeah. See, again, for the audience, right? I asked the question, what's your income? I'm a startup. Good. What's the income from the thing you're doing? I'm a personal trainer. I still don't have an answer. What's your income?
$18,000 a year.
Okay, so you basically be spending all of your money on these two programs.
Mine personally, yes.
Good. Now, what does your husband make?
A lot more than that.
How much is that?
It's over $144,000 a year.
Okay, $144,000 a year. Okay, so let's see, the two of you together make 162. You're probably paying taxes to the IRS of about 40% of that, $54,000 a year. You know that when you invest 20 grand in this, you're going to offset your taxes over here to $34,000, and you guys are going to basically save $8,000 in taxes in 2025. And
Awesome.
we're going to have you on a program and a path, okay, Jamie, to $1.6 million, which is 80x your investment and 160x after taxes. Now, if you were going to do this, would you put it on Visa card, MasterCard, or American Express?
I would probably put it on Discover.
Well, let's discover that. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me ask you something. Why would you
But
not?
just to be clear, it would be paid off. Like I don't hold credit card debt.
Which leads me to believe that you have cash somewhere.
That would be a good assumption.
And how much cash do you have?
I feel like this is getting a little personal.
No, well, it is, because I'm trying to get you to $1.6 million. Is that personal enough?
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, that's not as personal.
But Jamie, it is personal, because what happens is you're probably going to need some of that money to start marketing and advertising and getting your name out and building your brand.
Yes.
Maybe looking at how we could get some advocates on your side, or some affiliates, or do some collaboration marketing. Are you doing any kind of podcasts?
No, I'm just beginning.
Good. So you're on this wheel. You have an idea. You have this thing. You're in the right space, by the way. I want to give you a big super congratulations. You're in the right space. You're in a multi-$100 billion, trillion-dollar space. It's not going away. Yes. We took a company, and we have experience in this. We took a company that was doing 200 grand a month. What did it do this month?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Gary Brecka. Huge.
Yeah. Well, let me just tell you, you might be a huge fan of Gary Brecka, but he doesn't know how to make money. What are we going to make? $10 million. Okay. In less than 3 years, we took it from 200 grand a month to $10 million a month. 50x. Okay. 50x in a month. Because you can be a good spokesperson and you can be a good pitchman, but you might not know how to organize, grow, scale, and build inventory. When we bought this business from Gary, he had one product delivery. He was running around everywhere, all over the country, delivering something. He had no time and almost no money. I mean, it's just a fact. That's what was happening. Since then, we built out an inventory of products and services, from supplements to hydrants to salt products to heavy equipment. Like, we're doing something completely different than what he was doing when he got involved with us. The reason I'm telling you that, that's just what it is. Startups end up, well, hopefully they evolve. But most startups don't ever evolve, and they end up collapsing and running out of money. And they end up becoming disgusted with the proposition, because it just keeps doing 200 grand a year, and you're running around all over the world and you're getting 200 grand, but you realize there's no time, there's no quality, there's no live. What is it she said?
Love.
Live love. There's no live love because you ain't got any time. Okay. So I'm just telling you, we took that company in that situation. I don't know anything about supplements. I don't know. Gary Brecka is 1,000x smarter than I am when it comes to the biology. Yeah. But that don't mean you can 50x the revenue. Okay, and that takes people, organization, and a process. So you're right here, your idea, you're gonna market. This is what you're gonna do today. You're gonna market, you're gonna create leads. Am I sharing some stuff with you here that's more valuable than, or as valuable as what you're hearing from this other person?
Yes, 100%. And just kind of solidifying that it's the same, it's very similar no matter what you do.
Well, 100%.
yesterday was the fact that you were like, I'm going to market the idea before the product is ever even there. Because I'm looking at putting together a coaching program. And so to be able to go out there and ask my audience, what are you interested in? And then create that to bring to them made way so much sense.
And what price product, what's your price point?
I want to do one-on-one coaching for $3,000 for either 12 or 16 weeks. I haven't decided.
Okay, good. And then why did you decide on $3,000?
Because that's what everyone is telling me is going in the marketplace.
Yeah,
That's pretty standard.
And who's everyone?
Hold
on. Before you answer, the everyone. Where do they come out of this triangle?
Probably middle.
Yeah, they come right here. The single most oppressed, smashed, taken advantage of victim group on planet Earth is in the middle. This is 250 million victims running around thinking they're smart because they're not in the slush. Okay, now, they told you what to price it before you even did the math. What is your target? Remember, the idea, and this is for everybody, you guys are watching a perfect situation of somebody that is being told how to do this, and she's gonna waste time and energy doing it, okay? The idea, remember, you told me what your idea was for a coaching business in the fitness space, But what we didn't do is assign a dollar value. Remember I said all ideas have to be assigned a figure. What is the figure now?
My figure?
Yeah, put that picture up here, guys. Yeah, what is your target?
Like at the end of my business, or?
Yeah, what's your target? What's your income target?
I mean, I want to generate in excess of $7 million a year.
Okay, good. I want to see her on this frame, guys. Okay. I want like when you're communicating with someone, they're changing pictures. This is on my end. I want to see this person that I'm communicating with. Okay, because she's closer to buying something from me right now than she has been the entire call. Because the thing she's missed is the target. The target. She's getting people to give her information. She's going to go search. Everybody's going to do this. Hey, man, what do hair extensions sell for? Okay? Or what does coaching sell for? Or what's that perfect price point? We do it. Jared does it. What's Boo Boo Bunsen over here selling for? What are they selling for? What's this hydrant package selling for? We have to be competitive. No, you don't. You have to hit your target. The thing that interests Jamie is the target, okay? You want to do $7 million in what period of time?
What did I figure out? I did the math yesterday. I think it was in like 5 years.
Okay, divided by 5, which equals what? What is that? $1.2 million a year? $1,250,000 a year. Is that right?
Yes, but that's not how I broke it down, but yes.
Okay, whatever. Okay, let me just see if that's right. 7 divided by 5. No, 1.4 million, okay? 1.4 million. 1.4 million is $120,000 a month. Now I'm going to chop this thing up, okay? You cannot hit your target based on a $3,000 product. Because 120, the math is the path, Jamie. You do the math and then you pick the vehicle. You don't do it the other way. Divided by 3,000 equals, you'll have to do 40 coaching sessions a month. I don't believe you can do 10 a week. Absolutely impossible. See, the math doesn't work. Okay, so what'll happen is if the math doesn't work, she's going to pick a vehicle. I'm going to get in a vehicle that gets me $3,000 from maybe 4 people. So she's going to end up 9x short of her target, even though she's going to be encouraged because she's doing something. So now what could I sell? Let me just back out of this a second. Oops. To work? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oops. All right. So what could I do here? Okay. How many clients do you have right now? 0, right?
Correct.
Okay. I could get one person a month to give me 120. Remember we did this drill? Did you do this drill yesterday?
I did. Yes, sir.
10 people to give me 12,000. 100 people to give me 1,200. Tell me when I hit a sweet spot that you're like, hey, I resonate with that spot. 1,000 people to give me 120. I probably already hit it, by the way.
You did.
Where was it?
10 at 12.
Exactly. So there's your product. It's not this other idea you had. Now, what do you fulfill on? See, by the way, I said which one, you probably already hit it. After I wrote this one down, you probably already hit it. And then by the time I got here, I had circled this, and then she said this one. Now, what could you deliver for $1,200 a month that would be valuable to 100 people in America that didn't require you to do anything more than deliver the product or the service?
What could I do?
Yeah.
I mean, create a workout program and nutrition plan.
Okay. You think somebody will pay $1,200 for that?
A month? Probably
Yeah.
not.
No. Okay. Let's keep thinking.
So I'm looking for a pathway to generate 1,200 from 100 people month over month.
You're looking for 100 people, 100 people, or 100 people, or 1,000 people to give you 120. Same math.
Yeah, I think 1,000 people would pay $120 for that type of a plan.
Yeah. Okay. Now to get 1,000 people, you need to back into this, and you probably need divide that by 0.02.
I mean, I could probably do 500 people at twice that too, Grant.
Okay, you could do 500 people at 240.
Yep.
Good. Let me just give you an idea. What do you think? What do you think about collaborating with me at 10X Health, building out your audience and not selling any product, just being paid to collaborate and expand on what we're doing at 10X Health?
I mean, I would absolutely be open to that conversation.
Well, we're having it right now.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the reason I tell you that is because if we don't collaborate with people that don't understand how we work a sales system, this is called sales and scaling system. Okay. You think you need to go start something, like most of the people in the room, I got to go start something new. But when you start something new, you start from zero. See, I took Gary Brecka because you brought Gary up. And Gary was hopping around the country, all over the place, delivering IVs, basically. He'd sit down with somebody, put an IV in their arm. How much were those IVs? A couple $100? They were expensive, okay? And I'm like, Gary, this isn't going to work long term. We need to deliver supplements to large numbers of people. I don't have large numbers of people. I have like 50 people in my network in Naples. He's fixed, and then somebody would tell somebody about something, and then he would travel from Naples to Philadelphia on a plane. They would deliver there and create the cycle, okay? And I'm like, why don't I put you on a stage? Okay, I don't want to talk about medical. It's not my deal. It's not what I talk about. I don't talk about all this stuff. It's not my genre, right? But I can build a system where you can get on a stage, and my job is to build out a product line over here. Can you show them 10X Health System now? Let me just show you what we built out. I'm just telling everybody in the room, this is how we build out things. This is the way you can, but you can't. Jamie won't do this if she's locked into this wrong math. You follow what I'm saying, Jamie? Like, you're just locked in. You're going to do the best you can, but the math is the math.
Yes.
And guys, if it maths, it maths. And if it don't math, it don't math. The government that we have today is basically doesn't have good math. So
to be clear, that was just my starting point.
No, I'm with you. No, I'm with you. I totally understand. And look, I know it's only your starting point. Gary Brecka's starting point, he wanted to get to 500 grand a month. We're at 10 million a month. Okay.
Awesome.
So look, all these products, we created a genetic test. That genetic test sells for $1,500. It's a precision genetic test, the only one in the world that's approved in 38 countries. The blood test, we were doing blood tests, but we're doing other stuff. See, if you do a blood test, I mean, anybody can deliver a blood test. The blood test is actually not a product profit. The blood test is a come on for other products, okay? I'd really give people the blood test so I could deliver the solutions. We have a genetic test. We have superhuman protocol. None of these products existed. The oxygen bag didn't exist. The $5,000 mat. The $120,000 light bed didn't exist. I don't even know how many of those we've sold. All those produce revenue and get clients. They had the IV drips. They had a NAD drip. Now we have an ozone drip. We also have, can I get to the supplements? The genetic tests, supplements. Look at all these hydration packages. Go up, go up, go up. See all these? All these little product packages work, okay? Now that's how you expand a company. We're just 4 years and 10x amino acid. We didn't build those amino acids. We went to somebody else that built those for us. So I'm just giving you ideas. This is our wellness assessment. That's a come on, okay? Wellness assessment is the top of the funnel. The top of the funnel is, and we can give you these tools, Jamie, is what I'm suggesting to you. You would have this instant. Time is
money.
Good. Now, you know what it costs to build all the supplements? The gene test. The gene test, the new deal we did in 38 countries, that deal cost us what, 10 million? So time is money for everybody watching right now. Time is money. Now back to Jamie getting on, okay? Because I got to get Jamie off this back to this $1.6 million, okay? So I want to help you build $1 million. I'd love for you to be making $1 million of revenue from us a month. Not from us, but with us. So if you were going to make a decision right now on what you have and doing something with me right now, on a scale from 0 to 10, where would you be?
I mean, me personally, I'm honestly, Grant, I'm crazy enough that I would spend the money and do it, because to me, it's not spending money. The harder sell is absolutely going to be my husband.
Good. So let's do, why don't you meet with him, get with him, and see what he says.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Now, what if he says no?
Yeah, I mean, here's what he's going to say. He's going to say, focus on what we've already purchased, generate the income, and then reinvest and get the coaching program.
Good. And then what are you going to say?
I will absolutely take that deal.
Yeah. And then what I would say, okay, is I would tell your husband, you've been with him 21 years. He's not going to leave you. I've been married 21 years, by the way. He's not leaving you. You've already given him plenty of reasons to leave. You already admitted you're crazy. He knows it. You know it. So what I would tell him is, look, if I'm going to do them both, at some point in the future, let's take time out of the equation and do it now and make a commitment, and I'll go hard. I'll make sure it works. And I'm on track to put these two programs together. I might end up throwing the first one away, but I know I'm not throwing Grant away.
Yeah, no.
Just food for thought when you're sitting with him. And I'll bet if you present it like that, he'll be like, all right, baby, do it. I love you.
There's a good chance, but yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
I really don't know. I wish I could say he would know, because that's the way his mind works. I'm more of a like shooting from the hip. I have no and that's part of my issue, Grant, is I really am like,
you need a
I
system.
don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Jamie, you need a system.
I do.
You need a system, you need a network, and you need to know, you need to have the right path for the math. Okay. Now, if you only want to do 3 coachings or 4 coachings a month, and you want to make yourself $10,000 a month or whatever, there you go. But here's the problem with you doing that. If you pick the wrong vehicle, the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to get good at the wrong vehicle, and then you're going to get stuck in that vehicle and look up 10 years from now when you're 36, not 26, and you're going to be like, did you get that?
I wish I was 26.
Yeah, did you get that? See, that's how you talk to women, okay? You're going to look up and you're going to be like, oh my God, dude, I'm stuck in this thing I'm good at. Okay, and I'm always servicing a handful of people. That handful of people is going to get smaller and smaller, by the way. Okay.
I mean,
All
that's
right.
my current reality.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to role play with you. All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay.
Truly. I
Appreciate
appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay. So number 6. Okay. Question: how liquid are you currently? She told me how much money she has. She can afford this. If she wanted to, she could do this. We know that. She's qualified. She's got urgency, by the way. He doesn't. The third piece missing. 3 things you have to get a deal done. You got to have the decision makers. I don't have all the decision makers. 2, I have to have a qualified person with money. She is qualified and she has the money. And number 3, she has the ability to do this. She can write a check today. She admitted, I'll put it on a discovery and I'm gonna pay it off before the end of the month, okay? Number 7, why didn't you buy our product? Maybe somebody from my office will call tomorrow and say, hey, Jamie, what'd you guys decide? And why didn't you decide to take advantage of the opportunity? If I took all of you guys in a room right now and did this, I would come up with the same situation and I'm gonna end up closing 25 or 30% of the audience by walking through that. And how many of you think Jamie is going to end up taking advantage of the opportunity? Give me a yay or a nay. What do y'all think? Y'all think I get that she comes along or no? Yay or nay? Look at all the yeses. Man, you guys are optimistic. Now, if she doesn't do it, it's not going to crush me because my funnel's full. If my funnel's not full and she's the only lead, if she goes into the marketplace and does what I'm doing, first of all, you guys need a system and you got to get good at it, okay? Mistakes when you're making proposals. And I think I made a mistake here because it got a little confusing. When I go back and play it out in my mind, I'm like, I'm a little confused about what I'm telling her right now, okay? But a couple things, the nuances, if you guys could go back and watch the recording of this, it's gold. We should cut it. Okay, let's see, where was I at when I was making an impact on her? Yeah, let me just erase this. Okay, there was a little trick that I used in there. And the trick was this. When I got a price objection, which I did, by the way, and the price objection was not a normal one. The price objection I got was, I just bought a $6,800 program. I got the answer to how much it was, by the way. And my program's $8,800. Is that what she told me, or was it $7,800? Okay, $78. Now, what did I do right now? I have a problem, okay? There's a rule in selling and negotiating. When you have a problem, I bought something already, that's really a price objection. It's a valid price objection, even more valid than the numbers. She didn't complain about my price being too high. She said, I just bought a program. So what did I do? What's the next thing I did? Who knows the little trick I did? I totaled it up. And I said, so you're going to spend $16,600. I increased the price objection. I didn't decrease it. I already know she's a buyer. When somebody tells me they just bought something, I know they can be sold again. If you bought something once, you'll buy something a second time. Nobody buys one thing one time in their lifetime and they never buy again. People buy over and over and over and over and over and over again. Life is basically millions, tens of millions of purchases. So I total this up and I confront the entire objection because I already know what her husband's going to say. Like, everybody knows what her husband's going to say. Use this one before you start on that one. Now, how many of you think Jamie's worth $16,000? And I know this, if I don't close Jamie, I'm doing her an unbelievable disservice. Because the first guy, Pete, I don't know Pete. Pete's probably a great guy, okay? And as long as Pete says nice things about me, I'll say nice things about him. I don't know him. So I'll just stay out of his business. But Pete's already missed the path, which means Jamie missed the path. And if Jamie gets in the wrong car, she cannot get to the destination she really wants. And the destination she told me, and she seemed very clear and committed to, was millions of dollars a year, not $10,000 a month. I don't think Jamie wants to make $4,000 or $5,000 a month coaching. I think Jamie wants to make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month making a difference in people's health care. So the question will she do 4 people a month, or will she figure out how to reach 4,000 people a month? There's no difference, by the way. It's all work. Top of the pyramid's work, middle of the pyramid's work, bottom of the pyramid, it's all work. Everything's work, folks. You got to decide whether you're going to work. I got to work if I'm on a yacht, and I got to work if I'm in a little dingo. It's a dingo, dinghy, okay? And I got to work in my bathtub. So work is work. Where do you want to do the work? Number 3, this is mistakes you make. Waiting for ideal situations. This is not an ideal situation. This is the situation, and I need to bring it to ideal. Number 4, require the customer to commit first. I didn't ask her to commit to me first. She's already committed, by the way. Asking someone to commit before you give them prices on the kitchen is ridiculous and suicidal. Number 4, this mistake is made in most companies, by the way. If you tell me you'll do it, then I'll get you a quote on the mortgage. Number 5, you're worried about your closing ratio. I don't care about my closing ratio. I care about how many clients I can bring into our ecosystem and take care of them. Almost never worry about the closing. If you're in the auto business, plumbing business, solar business, roofing business, too much emphasis on what your closing ratio is. I don't care. Number 6, unwilling to invest time. Man, you're unwilling to invest time in the presentation of the numbers, so you don't bother because you didn't think she was qualified. Number 7, trying to avoid rejection and failure. Okay, not only am I willing to be rejected and to fail, I'm willing to do it in front of thousands of people. Number 8, trying to avoid the negotiations. Many of you just don't like to negotiate. You don't know how. You're not good at it. You never practiced. You never trained. You've done no work to be good at it. No wonder you would avoid it, okay? Number 9, fear of losing the customer to competition. I'm going to give a number and lose. I already lost this customer. How did I lose the customer? How did I lose Jamie? Because I didn't get her attention. I didn't get her attention through marketing 3 months ago. Number 10, dumbness. Okay? Some of you are just dumb. Now, Aileen, why'd you put it up there? Why? People keep asking. Then let them ask.
I know. That's why she put it up.
Oh, okay. Okay. You guys can't take your own notes? Dumbness, number 10. You're qualified. Okay? Okay, now admit it. How many of you in the room will admit you're dumb? Admit it if you're dumb about something. Yeah, man, there's nothing wrong with it. If you don't know something, admit, I don't know anything, which makes me dumb. Dumb is different than unwilling. If you're dumb and unwilling, you're done. You can be dumb and willing. By the way, I would take a dumb man or woman and willing. Okay, I would rather have someone willing than someone that is intelligent and unwilling. Right? Now, reasons you don't close people. Number 1, on page 49, you don't attempt. You never attempt it. Number 2, you perceived pressure to be a bad thing. Bring Jamie back up, because I think right now she said she wants to do it. I think Jamie just had the idea in the last... Jamie, did you have an idea to do this anyway? I was thinking about you. I just had this idea. Jamie wants to do this. Am I right or wrong? You got to unmute yourself. She's unmuted. Did you decide to do this? Did you say, hey, I'm going to do this anyway, no matter what? Just shake your head, yes or no. Do this, Jamie. What's happening, guys?
So we have to ask her to unmute, and then she has to click to unmute, and it's just not happening.
Okay. It's got to be on our end, though. She unmuted. She's a very intelligent person.
Yeah.
Jamie, can you hear me right now? Did you make a decision to do this, to figure out how to do it either way? Just shake your head, yes.
I would love to.
Yeah, but since I was on with you, did you have the thought, hey, I'm going to do this no matter what he says?
I had the thought that I think I made a mistake in purchasing my other coaching.
Yeah. Yeah.
process, Grant did not even attempt to invalidate the previous decision that she made.
Yeah, and of course not.
And like some of you may have gone into that. Well, what are they doing this and are they
Oh, I
doing
wish
that?
you'd have talked to me
and tried
first.
to try to sell against all that stuff.
Oh, you
because
shouldn't have done that.
It doesn't
Never
matter.
tell anybody you shouldn't have done that. Like, no, she should do that. She should do that.
No, I should.
Huh?
I should do both. I should totally do both. That's 100% correct.
Yeah.
The
Now
question
look,
is there enough time to do both coaching programs and do all of the things
Well-
that I need in order to get ahead?
I would just tell you that in business and in life and in progress, there's things you throw away.
True.
Okay. So like, I get a bottle of wine and it's good, and then a guy comes up and brings me a bottle of wine that's explosive. And I'm like, shit, I'm gonna drink the good one. I mean, the great one. I didn't waste anything. I found something better. And so you're not wasting, you're not throwing, you're just moving on to the next best thing in life. You're gonna move on to better things. And so, my point is, I brought Jamie back up because I literally had this idea. I'm like, she's deciding to buy. It's called the decision phenomenon. She's deciding to become a client and take advantage of this opportunity. Okay, Jamie, call me back when you're ready to go, all right? Because she's probably thinking, even at 16 grand, dude, if I get to anywhere close to the $1.6 million, it was worth it. Okay, number 3, lack of belief in the product. Now, what I did was just validated number 2. You guys think talking to people again is pressure, and I don't think it's pressure. I think it's support and help and service. I'm being of service. My house did not burn down. Y'all got a picture of my house in Malibu? Okay, somebody's like, oh my God, man, your house didn't burn down. You're blessed by God. Well, I said, well, it is blessed with holy water, okay? Like, I use all the tricks. Anything that will protect me, I use. But I don't think that's why my house is not burned down. I think it's not burned down, didn't go down to the ground because I help so many people. I actually believe the amount of service I do to people that never pay me anything assisted me in getting lucky on my house. I have no idea. Maybe it's the holy water. I don't know. Okay. Whatever, man. I'll put one of those. That's, anything that works. Or just keep the bad guys away from me. All right. Number 4, incorrect estimation of effort. Yeah, the little thing. Yeah. Incorrect estimation of effort. You guys don't close deals. I'm giving you a list of reasons you don't close. Number 5, making sense of the customer's reasons. Is there an exercise?
And 2 more slides.
Making sense of the customer's reasons, objections, justifications, nonsense. Number 6, no financial plan in place. Remember I said, why do I stay? Why do I stay invested? Why do I keep trying? Because I want to be in that top 1%, and I want to stay in that top 1%. Number 7, handling objections that are complaints. Jamie really didn't have any objections. Most of them are unspoken, really. I already have a program. I initiate it, I flush it out. I got to talk to my husband. I flushed that out. I brought it up before she did. I mean, your husband's not involved, so you're going to have to show this to him. What if he doesn't? What if he says no? Remember I said, of course you got to talk to him, but what if he says no? Then I flush that out. Number 8, shortage of closing material. I could go on for hours with her and it not even feel like it's a close. I mean, most of you didn't even know I was trying to close her. Number 9, incorrect barrier to the close. Bring Jamie back when you get a chance. I got an idea. Incorrect barrier to the close. Okay. Jamie, you back? Hey, Jamie, why don't we do this? I got an idea. I got a great idea, Jamie.
Okay.
Jamie, why don't we put it on the discovery card? And then when you talk to him, if he's not in agreement with it, we'll credit it back.
Ooh.
And Jamie, and either way, no matter what, if you do that for me, I'm going to bring you in. Do we have executive two seats for her and him?
Yeah, we'll make it work.
Oh, are you talking about GrowthCon?
Yeah, I'm going to get you 2 seats for him and you to be there.
I'm already booked to do something else, Grant. I would be there otherwise.
Okay. All right. What if I put you on
But I
stage?
appreciate-
What if I
I
put you on
appreciate
stage?
that.
What if I introduce you to 10,000 people?
Oh my god. Shit.
See, the point is that there's a point where people will say yes.
There is my kids.
You
would
and
kill
your
me.
husband get on my stage at the 10X Growth Conference, 10,000 people in the room, 50,000 people online.
My kids would kill me. We're going to Cancun and they're so excited. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Well, I'll do this then, okay? This doesn't work. How about you guys, when's the Wealth Conference? May, Miami, you're my guest. May, Miami, you get to Miami and you're my guest. There won't be 10,000 people there, but there'll be 1,000, 1,500.
Dude, it would be worth it just to meet you in person. Are you kidding me?
Well, put it on your Discovery. Come to my wealth conference. If he says don't do it right now, I don't support it, I'll credit you back the entire amount and you still come to my wealth conference.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, I can't say no to that.
Love, live. Bang! Okay. All right. Thank you, Jamie. Okay. You're awesome. Okay. Somebody call
No,
Jamie.
you are, and thank you. This education right here is worth every penny and more that I paid to be here this weekend.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the point here is this is a practical, okay? What we do in all of our workshops, our marketing workshops, our sales workshops, our scaling workshops, we have workshops, folks, that sell for $400,000. Every one of these workshops are practicals. They're practicals. We're showing you practicals. Our business boot camp. We have a business summit boot camp where we actually show you how your people are answering the phones and how they should answer the phones. What's that? Okay. Now, what I did here was I just kept going back. I have to go back, okay? 80% of all your sales are going to be made between 8 and 12 contacts. The fact that I did that in 3 is unbelievable. Okay, objections. These are your only 5 objections. This is not an infinite list. When I finally figured out that there was only 5, circle number 5. By the way, number 5 is the big Mac Daddy of them all. It's not product, it's not time, it's not stall, it's not money. It's the unspoken. It is probably 75% of all objections is number 5. Most of your objections, if you're making notes on this page, are misdirections. I don't like the color, but it's really about the money. It's not right time, but I'm not the decision maker. Or I'm just not telling you what it really is, okay? What you need to manage. You need to manage the sales process. Who was managing that sales process that I just did? I was. Who's managing the scripts? I wrote them. I'm using them. They're in my head. Okay, I have them memorized. I got it. It's part of my genetic code now. Number 3, the KPIs. I know how many times I've contacted her. I know how many times I've asked her. I know she's qualified. I have these little metrics that I'm working out in my head. I know all the story, all the problems. I know what the numbers were. I'm collecting all this data. Why am I able to do this like it's effortless? Because I've done it 1,000 times and I know what I'm doing. So my awareness comes up, okay? And the ease comes up and I'm not stumbling and falling and I can't play basketball like I can do this. Okay, that's a different game for me. So I'd have to practice it thousands of times to get used to dribbling. Otherwise, I'm clumsy. Okay, number 4, the phone calls. I got to make a phone call. In this case, a video call. Number 5, email campaigns. How did I get her to show up anyway? It'd be interesting to find out how Jamie found out about us. Number 6, text message campaigns. You guys said, well, you didn't use text message. I'm using this board right now as a text message campaign to her in real time, giving her data that she can see. By the way, this technology, what I'm using to close the deals live using the internet right now did not exist. This is phenomenal to be able to do this from the comfort of my office. Okay, exercise. Page 52. What is your current sales process?
Write it out. Write out exactly what your current process is. Write out the steps to the sale in your business. Number 2,
15 seconds. No, just do number 1. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You don't have one. If you don't know what it is in 15 seconds, you don't have a sales process. You're just a mush. You're running around, don't know what door to go to. Yeah, you can cook, but you make a mess. You don't know where the equipment is. You're in somebody else's kitchen. You can't find the glasses, the forks, the knives, the skillets. You don't know where anything is. You don't know whether you're on gas or electricity. You don't know. If you don't know, you don't know. Guess what? Sales is all about confidence. Number 2.
Rate your confidence in doubling your sales in the next 90 days.
If you don't know what you're doing, you don't have any confidence.
And then which parts of the
I tell you to
process-
come to my house. Hey, man, come to my house. Okay? We're going to go out on the jet ski today. You don't know how to get to my house. You don't know where my house is. You don't know where the key to the jet ski is. You don't know when I'm going to be there. What are you going to do? You're not going to have any confidence. Same thing for your plan, man. If you don't have the math for the plan, the sales process, the marketing, you're going to drop it. You're going to quit. Number 3, Jared?
What part of the process do you need the most help with? So this is the exercise. We're going to take a few minutes, go back to number 1 and think through your process and actually write it out.
They don't know it.
Write out whatever you think happens. What happens? What happens in your process? Some guy put face-to-face in the comments. Jonathan did.
What?
When you're in front of the customer, what is your process? What are the steps of your sale? So what are the steps of your sale? Rate your confidence, doubling your sales in the next 90 days, and then which part of the process do you need the most help with? We're going to take a few minutes, do this exercise, and then we'll be right back.
And I wish you would try to test me, yo. You should listen to the lesson, no. Masterminds out of Mexico. I invested dough and I let it grow. Regiments I got a pocket full. Rich the income and your taxes low. Spend it right and then invest some more. And if you don't believe me, ask my Dr. Cardone. What you mean? You mean Uncle G? Planting seeds for these money trees. Who got my money, please? Everywhere you wanna be like Visa, MasterCard, American Express. I bought the bank and I bought the jet. I buy apartments, I send checks. Yo, billionaire went undercover. Help y'all discover who did it best. Just bought 2 choppers, can't wait till they see the face and they see what I do next. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you're getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you're getting cash flow.
Yeah, and only then do I buy something stupid. How stupid can you go? You can go as stupid as your cash flow.
You know what heals all ills? Deals. Look who went from meals to bills. It's eat what you kill when you're in the field. And the pipeline overflowing, I don't drip or spill. We don't seek balance, nah, we want extraordinary. If you really knew my dreams, it'd be more than scary. We got more to spare, ain't no shortage, baby. Winning by the chopper and another for my lady. Talking about the bird and the strap, say the word and she handle that. Fully loaded, put it at the target, and you know we letting off every man. Got my money, who got my back? You can never get it if you never ask. Big bags, legendary swag. Only one thing better than cash. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you're getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you're getting cash flow. When I walk through, no I won't do, no I won't do, no I'm talking to, not to, you know about to do, what? Walk in that door.
Chapter 6, Step 4, Who's Got My Money?
Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money is calling, so I gotta ask who got it. Who got my money? Say who got my money? Who got my money? Say who got my money? I gotta get it. What you finna do about it? I'm finna get it. Hey, deal estate, I hear the money knocking, knocking. Ding dong, tell me do you got it, got it. Step inside the office, and you see us ballin', ballin'. Cause the every day, you know that
it for the morning. Yeah. Talking credit or cash, every question they ask, we gon' get to the bag. But they don't believe it, they say, how he achieve it, they say getting rich is a fantasy, Uncle G, what they say, watch where you getting advice, get you a millionaire mind, do you some millionaire math and multiply like chapter 5, then I got one question, hold up, 2 questions, can you keep it 100, do you want blue blessings, say we got all the answers, that's a scuba lesson, do whatever it takes, like season 2 especially, Mikey B gon' ring the bell and get the 2-stepping. I doubled up and Jay say, homie, quit your 2Xing. Dominate, don't compete. Champion came to win. What you say, Uncle G? Can we ask him again? I say, who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? Who got it? Who got my money? Who got it? 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 Yeah. So that's what you got it. So I got what you gonna do about it? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? Who got my money? Say, who got my money? So that money's calling. So I gotta ask who got it. Okay, let's get to the paper. Talking millions on the phone. Okay, let's get some new haters. Ain't no feelings in the zone. Okay, you talking Premier. VIP all about business. I never hope for the money. Me, I go out and I get it. See, me, I go out on a Tuesday. You know, every day Tuesday. And you know, Sheriff stay groovy. It's a 10X movie. You know, we stay on the move. Gotta get money, they do it. Getting the wins, never losing. We never talk, we just prove it. Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money's calling. Who's got my money? So I gotta ask who got it. Who got my money? Got my money. You got my money. No. I got one question.
Who's got my money? And keep asking until you have answers. And once you have answers, then you go to who's got that money and you do whatever it takes. Once you commit to this concept fully, the money will follow like magic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the center of the ring as we introduce the formidable boxer, Cardone. Standing tall at an impressive 5'9". This powerhouse of strength and determination is about to grace us with their extraordinary 10X skill.
10X badass, yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to float. 10X badass, I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10X badass, yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to float. 10X badass, I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10X badass, after what I want. Investing, not to float. Give you what you need. On the ground, I got a team. Family, you know I got the team up. Got my soldiers with me, Scarlett and Sabrina. Real estate, so you know we in the deal up. Room full of women, room full of big thinkers. Clydesdales pulling all the way together. Family forever, getting bigger, getting better. Gulfstream got us in the air with no feathers. ELE and they elevate with every letter. 10X everything, nothing's gonna stay the same. A boss and mama wife, those the biggest roles to play. 10X women, and they here to change the game. Empower with my women, with my fiery flame. 10X badass. Investing not to float. Give you what you need. On the ground, I got a team.
Building empires, breaking chains, taking over, leaving trails of fire, no restraints. With every step I'm rising higher, no one can detain. I'm a force to be reckoned with, my legacy remains. Lady E on the beat. Oh, that's a banger. To be an amazing mommy and create your own economy. Now that's gangsta. Walking in the chase every day like I'm a banker. When you see a boss babe, maybe you should thank her. The family is the fortune miscellaneous, no brainer, more than an entertainer. I'm a world changer, so remember my name. Engraved in the stars, no boundary can hold me. I'm shattering these bars, building empires, the ruler of the charts. You know that I'm the queen of this game, you're the queen of hearts, and I'm a
badass. Yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to flaunt. 10x badass. I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10x badass. Yeah, I'm after what I want. Money that I'm getting for investing, not to flaunt. 10x badass. I'ma give you what you need. Chopper in the air, on the ground, I got a team. 10x. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. Brewwood. Getting money, never losing no. But I'm broke, but now I'm living adding digits, comma zeros and some decimals.
And I wish you would try to test me, yo. You should listen to the lesson, no. Masterminds out of Mexico, I invested dough when I let it grow.
Benjamins, I got a pocket full. Raise your income and your taxes low. Spend it right and then invest some more. And if you don't believe me, it's my Grant Cardone.
What you mean? You mean Uncle G? Planting seeds for these money trees. Who got my money, please? Everywhere you wanna be like Visa, MasterCard, American Express. I bought the bank and I bought the jet.
I buy apartments, I send checks.
Yo, billionaire went undercover, help y'all discover who did it best.
Just bought 2 choppers, can't wait till you see the face and they see what I do next. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know.
That we had these sets made, you know? Maybe even longer than that.
All right, guys. So, I mean, what did you think about that? I told you Grant
Elena
was
reached out to you?
I call him a sales Jedi, because when he goes into this stuff, like you can't even actually fathom how much underlying knowledge goes into this, like how he's asking the questions, why he's asking them, when he's asking them. Like, not only is this 40 years of experience doing this, but this is actually like the amount of transactions and the volume of transactions and the amount of people that he's worked with and the size of deals that he's worked with. He's just seen so much. And so, like, obviously, if you could have Grant in your business, it'd be like, yeah, get him in here. I'd love for him to work my deals like that. How would you guys like to work deals like that? Like, how would you like to be able to stick into a deal like that and professionally be able to ask people questions and understand kind of how the chess pieces are laid out on the board and what piece needs to go where at what time? Like, there's so much that goes into that. This is actually in Cardone University, which is included in the program here. Come over on me, Eddie. There's 10 volumes of content here. Now, we printed Cardone University out in the form of encyclopedias. So that if people wanted to actually buy them, you actually can buy these on our site. I think it's like $1,000 or $1,500 or something like that. But you guys have access to Cardone University. All of this content here, you guys have access to it as a part of the program. So not only like I'll just tell you the sales piece alone. If you guys could get more confident with sales, your business would dramatically change because your confidence would be higher. The reason that a lot of you have blocks and stops in the business that you have is because you don't have any confidence with what you're going to do with the customer once you get them. And believe me, like, we've hired so many salespeople who think they're great, and they come in here and they're like, "Oh my gosh, I knew nothing. I knew nothing. Like, we had one of our top guys here. His name's Elliot. He runs a department for us now. He came to work with us. He was a sales director at another company, had like 6 salespeople underneath him. And he was like, I want to be a manager. I want to be a manager. I want to be a manager. I said, hey, we'll put you on a track to become a manager. But what I want you to do first is just come into the organization, spend 90 days as a salesperson so you can understand the flow and the process of how we do what we do. After 90 days, he was like, oh my God, there's so much I don't know. There's so much I don't understand. And so what's important for you guys to know is that regardless of where you're at, there are definitely levels. If you don't know exactly what your sales process is, like if Grant said, hey, what's your sales process? I'm going to be like, it's 5 steps. I know exactly what the 5 steps are. I know exactly what I'm supposed to say at the 5 steps, what we call each of the 5 steps, and how to actually use those to influence a decision. There's things that you could do right when you start talking to a customer. There's things that you can do in your fact finding that actually makes the sale easier. But oftentimes, like you probably heard Grant ask Jamie questions that you've never asked before, right or wrong. If you heard Grant ask questions that you've never asked a customer before, just put yes in the comments. You're like, oh man, I saw the comments. They're like, oh wow, that was good. That was smooth. And the most important thing is that it didn't seem like Grant was actually selling her. He was just having a conversation. And that's the sign of a true professional. Like, this is something that we're working with our team a lot. Is like, guys, you need to talk to people and hear what they're saying. You need to understand their viewpoint and perspective of where they're at so that you can move them into a solution that's going to benefit them. Just drop in the comments yes if you believe that Jamie's going to be in a better situation, have more clarity, more understanding, and more confidence after 90 days in our program than she does today. 100%. And so the question is, you guys are all yes, 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 yes. The question is, do you believe that after spending 90 days 2 times a week with our team, one with a one-on-one coach, one with me and the other revenue executives in the company, do you feel like after 90 days you would be more confident, you'd be in a better position, you'd be more equipped, and you'd know new strategies that you didn't have? Just put yes. Just put yes if it's yes, put no if it's no. The thing about learning things is it stays with you forever. We're going to help Jamie understand things. She spent 2 days here and is like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't do anything with you sooner. Like we are going to share with you guys things that you've never heard, things that you've never thought about, and these could be the big roadblocks that are preventing you from getting where you want to go. That's why when I talked about the domino analogy yesterday, like you got gaps all through your sales wheel. And that's why, and you're like, why isn't this working? Why it's so hard? It's because there's things that you don't know you should be doing that you're not doing. And your only solution is to figure out, like, how do I solve that problem? So if you're like, hey, I can set a target. By the way, most people have the ability to set a target. Probably not to the degree that we would classify it, but most people have the ability to set a target and do some math. How much do I need to do per month? How much per week? How much per day? What's my target for the year? Like you can get through that pretty easily. The question is when you start getting into the execution of the information. How am I marketing? How am I promoting? Where am I marketing? What is my messaging? What are my offers? You get into generating leads. What are you doing to actually create a lead? Sometimes most people, like I said yesterday, have a gap between getting their target and getting attention. But I'll just tell you, like, you don't need to be a master at running ads on Facebook or building landing pages to be able to get attention. Our business, just so you guys know, for the first 30 years that Grant was in business, spent no money. I've been with Grant for 15 years. The first 6 years that I was here, we spent no money. Do you know how we got attention? We made cold calls. We went to conferences and got in front of people one-to-one. We'd have clients that would hire us to do like an on-site consultation program with them, on-site workshops and training. We'd go do that. And when we were in those cities, we'd start going around, driving around and cold calling all of the businesses in the area. So our form of attention was like, hey, look at me, I'm here. Or ring, 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 we're on the phone. Or knock, 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 I'm in your face. That actually is getting attention. People think cold calling is a sales activity. It's actually a marketing and promotion activity. What you say once you're on the call then becomes a sales activity. And so if you have the sales ability that Grant just covered, do you believe that you will be more successful with a customer when you get in front of them? If you could do what Grant
Yes or
did
no in the chat.
with a customer.
Yes or no in the chat.
If you could do what Grant
in
just
dollar
did.
value, how much? What would it mean to you if you could consistently do that? In dollars. Remember the dollars.
Can I do one thing real quick?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
But just remember the dollars. The reason the idea or the target always has to be converted to dollars is because you can measure dollars. And because when you can measure something going from 1 to 10, 10 to 30, 30 to 3,000 or whatever, you get confidence. I mean, really the reason for money is to have confidence.
So a lot of you guys a minute ago said after 90 days working with us, you feel like you'd be in a better position. You'd be more confident. You learn new things. A lot of you guys are saying here right now, like, dude, I've left millions of dollars on the table. It's costing me millions of dollars. So look, the decision's up to you. Like, you got to make a decision to do something about it. Otherwise, a year from now, and by the way, we went back on Jamie. The first thing she did with us was in September of 2024. We ran an ad, promoted something, and she came in September of 2024.
6 months. 6 months. Yeah.
6 months later, she ended up on this live training and ended up becoming a customer. Now we actually dropped the ball because she was in our ecosystem since 2024 in September, and we didn't actually get the right opportunity in front of her until today. That's our responsibility.
We actually blew up somebody else's bicycle wheels, and somebody else got to ride the bike.
Yeah.
We set her up to be closed by someone else.
So what I just want to remind you guys is that with the right information and the right skills and the right strategies, you will get unstuck in your business. And that's exactly why we put the offer together. Pull it up real quick just so I can run through it real quick, Johnny.
And then you can go through this next piece too.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I like that.
Yeah. So it's the 90-day revenue challenge. Now, one thing that we didn't talk about yesterday that's really exciting about this, Grant went on the challenge in Pueblo, Colorado to build $1 million business in 90 days from scratch, from nothing, okay? And the reason we created this is because we kind of wanted to replicate that. And so not only did we put together an incredible opportunity for you guys to participate in that experience, but I talked to Grant outside and he wanted to do something. He said, hey, I want to reward anybody that can go through this challenge and actually add $1 million of additional revenue in 90 days. So for that, anybody who participates in the 90-day revenue challenge as a part of this program and hits the $1 million of added revenue, if you're doing $300,000 a month right now, you got to add another $300,000 a month to get to an additional $1 million in revenue. He will give you $25,000. Anybody who accomplishes this task in 90 days, Grant will give you $25,000. And to make sure that your coach that you're working with is aligned and pushing, he's going to offer them a $25,000 reward for helping you get to the $1 million target as well. So this is not only an opportunity for you to earn a ton more in your business, but it's also an opportunity for you guys to take advantage of a cash prize for being able to pull this off. So the team, when you go through the onboarding, they'll explain how this works. You can elect to participate in the challenge or not. It's entirely up to you. If you want a shot at the $25,000 prize, the team will explain how all that works. So the 90-day revenue challenge includes one-on-one coaching for 90 days. So you get 12 one-on-one sessions for you, specific to you, helping you take all this information that Grant's been talking about, all the volumes of content that you see over there, all 10 volumes of that. It's literally billions of dollars of information because it's the same information he used to become a billionaire. By the way, there's only 2,800 billionaires on planet Earth, and one of them has spent the last 2 days with you giving you guys insane amounts of information and value for practically nothing. So we're going to work with you one-on-one.
It's that fascinating thing in his mind.
Yeah, it's the fascinating mind thing that Jamie was talking about, right? The beautiful
I'm
mind.
sexy and I know it.
You got a sexy mind, bro. Sexy mind. So you're going to get to work with one of our coaches one-on-one. These have all been trained by us. We meet with them on a weekly basis. They do a ton of training and go through certification so that they can deliver at the level that we would expect and you would expect. We're going to give you access to our 7-figure coaching calls. These are weekly calls that happen every day on Tuesday. Some of you guys in the chat yesterday mentioned that you were on the call this past week and have been on these calls. They're incredible calls. We go deep on topics. You get tons of Q&A. Like, people ask me advice on how to create offers, what they should do or say differently in their emails, how they can go out and promote and market themselves in a different way. All it is literally I give you my brain for about 90 minutes, and you can ask anything that you want. And Todd, our VP of Sales, and Jeremy, the CRO from Cardone Ventures. By the way, if you're already a member of the 7-figure coaching program and you want to upgrade to the challenge, we're going to credit you whatever you invested in the 7-figure program to join the 90-day revenue challenge. We're also going to give you the money and finance course because you got to get your money think right. You got to get financially indoctrinated with the right information, not the wrong information. And so Grant's going to basically share with you in this 3-hour program that you keep for life, by the way, all of the money strategies and mindset things that you need to be operating with if you want to be wealthy. If you want to be in the middle, this probably isn't the program for you. If you want to get wealthy, if you want to create freedom, if you want to get to the heightened levels of success, then this is going to be the blueprint for you. You're also going to get 90 days of access to Cardone University throughout the program. This is what the encyclopedias all contain, but it's just in video content. So you'll have access to that. Your coach is working with you. You guys are going to have tasks, assignments, and then they're going to give you homework in Cardone University so that you can understand the context of why you're doing what you're doing. We're going to give you our 90-day onboarding plan so that as you start thinking about bringing people into your organization so that you don't have to be the only person selling all the time, our exact blueprint to do it in 90 days where we can produce 6-figure salespeople in 90 days. We're also going to give you access to our sales daily KPI tracker. This is a really important tool. Can I see this real quick? This is a really important tool right here. Hang on one sec. Let me go to his email real quick. KPI tracker. Here we go. So this is the daily sales KPI tracker right here. So basically what we did is we put together a calculator sheet that will allow you to go in and plug all your targets in, all the targets that we're going to be setting, and it sets daily targets. So all you do is you use this sheet. If you have a CRM, great, but most people don't know how to use their CRMs. This is very simple, and all you do is based on your target, every day you input where you're at towards your target. We also created a dashboard that automatically populates with graphs so that you can actually see where you're producing, right? So this graph for deals right here, that's a good graph. It's going up. This is what we would call a normal graph. Normal graphs should always go up. If we were looking at...
The email's out. That's kind of a flat line right there.
Email's out, that's a flat line. So,
but it's 15,000 a day, so it's a lot of email activity. But if that was 10, that'd be problematic.
Revenue graph. That revenue graph is going up. So you can see there is an upward trend in the revenue graph, even though there's some ups and downs, like Grant said.
You can't manage it.
Right? Yeah. But this is basically a simple way for you guys to keep track of all of the numbers. We've talked about numbers a lot. Numbers can be managed. Numbers can be optimized, they can be influenced, and so our KPI tracker is going to help you with that. We're also going to give you access to our 7-figure sales scripts, so you get a blueprint on how to handle the sales conversation, whether it's an outbound call or an inbound call. This is exactly what our team does.
This.
And your coach is going to go through and help you understand how to model these scripts for your business, in your business.
Book. The sales script book?
It's right behind.
Okay.
We're also
imagine a sales script book for somebody that closed, thank you, and one for they didn't close. And then 3 days later, and then a week later, and then 2 weeks later, and then a month later. We have people that we've been following up on for 17 years and haven't closed them. So this is a book that gives you scripts that we use internally, and then you can kind of play with the scripts. Receptionist call. How does the receptionist answer a phone? So these are scripted out versions of what your people should be saying.
And like one thing that you'll see in one of the examples in there, we put some examples of the wrong call in here. And one of the examples is you'll see a call that has a question like, what's your budget? Now, some of you thought that is a completely appropriate question to ask, but it's the wrong question to be asking. So you'll see the examples not just of what to do, but of what not to do. You're also going to get access to our profit planner. Our profit planner is an interactive sheet where you can go into a pre-built calculator. You can plug in some information about your business, what's your current gross revenue, how many units are you selling per month, how many reps on your team, what's your profit margin, and then I would basically just go in here and plug in, I want to make $3 million a year in income, not $1 million, and then all the other additional sheets here in the profit planner populate with new targets for you. So new monthly targets for annual revenue targets now $12 million. We break down by rep what their quota needs to be, how many reps you need, how many of new salespeople you need to hire, and then the expected monthly revenue for each salesperson.
Just want to make it a little bigger for them.
Okay. There's another calculator in here that helps you understand the activity required for each salesperson to meet their targets. We have we have a sales rep income tracker, so you can sit down and plug in all the data to figure out how much money your salespeople are going to make. And then we have a marketing calculator in there as well, based on a projected marketing spend, what your max allowable lead cost and acquisition cost is for the customer. So you'll get this sheet as well. It breaks down all of the numbers that you'll need in order to plan the target attainment in your business. We're going to give you our marketing swipe file. I showed you guys this yesterday.
Oh my God. This is hundreds of millions of dollars we've invested in this.
Yeah, so you just figure, about $200 million in advertising to create our top funnel, top book funnel, top webinar funnel, or lead funnel, our top live event funnel, our best performing ad campaigns so that you can see how we structure what we do, the best performing emails that we've sent for opens and clicks. So you guys get all that. All this stuff takes time and energy and money to learn. If you guys wanted to put a book together like that, it would take you 15 years and $200 million of revenue. We spend a lot of money every day on marketing and advertising. And so what that does is it gives us speed. We learn what works faster. We send more traffic to our sites and pages in a day than most of you will get to your business in the entire year. And so what does that mean? That means in a day, I learn what works and what doesn't, and it takes you a year. That's the importance of this book that we have here. You get your social media marketing activity calculator. This is a super cool calculator that helps you understand on social media. Oh my gosh. Yeah, let me just go back to, there we go. It helps you understand based on your revenue targets, your average sale amount, the number of sales, your timeline, exactly how much content you need to be posting. So let's say I had $1 million revenue target. My average sale price is $5,000. That means I need 20 sales a day. I'm sorry, $100,000. I need 20 sales a day over 90 days. That means I need, it's a rounded up number here in this case. So I need one. So if we wanted to go to 180 or 360. Let's see here. Number of 80 days. It's even a smaller number. Let's do 30 days. You wanted a smaller number? It just doesn't go below 0 because it's a decimal point.
This is going to tell you what you have to do to get that number. It's math. It's not. There's activity math. Now, some of you are looking at all this, man. How am I going to learn all this? You can't learn it. How are you going to learn to drive a car without a car? You need the tool so you can drop into it. You cannot learn how to eat a carrot without the carrot. So this is a tool that we use. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's just going to show you basically how many leads per day you need to get at those targets. And then based on the number of platforms you're on, you'll see if I'm on 3 social platforms right now, the 40 leads per day I need gets split between 3 platforms, and then based on the current engagement rate, which you already have access to this. If you go into any one of your social media accounts, it will tell you what your engagement rate is. And then based on your engagement rate, it'll give you a target for engagements per platform per day, which is going to tell you how many times you need to be posting. You're also going to get access to the activity target calculator. Again, this is just a very simple calculator here that's going to help you based on your target. Let's say I have a $1 million target. My average sale is $2,000. I need 500 sales per day If I'm going to do $1 million in 90 days, I need 6 sales per day. If my closing ratio is 20%, I need to do 30 demos. If my call to demo ratio is 2%, I need to make 1,500 calls per day. So these are all calculations that you guys can use to know exactly what you need to be doing. Because the problem is when you go back into your business, come back on me, when you go back into your business, you actually don't know what you should be doing that day. So like today's Sunday, tomorrow, do you know exactly what you need to do? This is part of the problem that small businesses have is they get overwhelmed with everything. They have no targets, they have no intention, they have no focus, and they actually spend a lot of time doing nothing rather than knowing exactly what they need to do and then making sure that they're hitting activity targets. Activity, outflow, activity equals inflow. Activity produces results. The right activity produces an incredible result. And so you guys got to understand, what are those targets that I need to have every day? We're going to give you a content creation calendar, which will map out all your social media content creation for the next 30 days. And then we're going to give you access 90 days to a private networking group. I want to reemphasize the importance of this right here. How many of you over the last 2 days have seen somebody posting in the chat either the business that they did, where they lived, and you were like, oh, I might be able to do something with that person? How many of you guys just in the chat have seen somebody that goes, oh, I could probably do something with them? Jamie, Richard, Isabel, Justin, Sue Patil, Belinda, Robert, Michael Voss. I know because I've seen the comments. I'm in the pharmaceutical space, or I have a pharmacy, and somebody else is an allergist coach. Connection. I'm in the health business. I do some kind of test. Oh, I'm in the health business too. I train people. Possible collaboration. So this is what happens when you guys have a group and a community of people that's curated with people who are all looking to do something. You can't go get this community in the town that you live in. I'm just telling you, it's really hard to do. And so one of the most underappreciated things that we do is provide you with an incredible community so that you guys can get together with people and do things together, learn together, work together, do deals together, partner together. Shit, somebody might even get married in this group. So if you're single, pay attention. It's happened before. And I'm being serious. Okay? All right, so you're going to get the one-on-one calls with the personal coach. You're going to get the 7-figure accelerator calls every Tuesday. By the way, I'm just telling you, I'm on those calls at least once a month, probably twice a month, which means you're going to see me 6 times in 90 days. I'll just tell you, it'd be worth $8,800 for you to get on the phone with me twice a month. I promise you that. If I went to any one of our clients and said, hey, I can do some consulting for you, I'm going to charge you $8,800, and twice a month I'm going to get on a phone call with you, I would get so many people throwing money at me to do that. Why? Because they've seen what I've helped build over here. They know that I have information on how to get past these roadblocks that they don't have. So these 7-figure coaching calls by themselves are worth the $8,800. We're going to give you the money and finance training course for life, Cardone University, the onboarding, the KPI tracker, the scripts, the profit planner, the social media calendar, the activity target calculator, the marketing swipe files, plus the networking group. Guys, this is a steal. If you're making $100,000 right now and you have a $1.5 million target, something needs to change. You've got to change something. If you've never made more than $150,000 a year in your life, you are operating with the wrong information. I know because I did that until I started working for this guy. And then every day I got to see how somebody who was making big money moves, how they operate, how they handle calls, what they say, what they don't say. When they have a failure, how do they respond? When they have a win, how do they respond? I got to see all this stuff. How are you investing your money? Where are you putting it? I'm like, dude, I've been playing by the wrong rules. I grew up in a very, this is, the casino, right? The house rules, I mean, it's set up to make sure that they win. And so the cards are stacked against you. You just gotta change the channel. You got to get on a new channel.
Yeah,
and you're
that's
like,
right. I love that. Change the channel, dude.
This channel is about success. It's about winning. It's about you finally getting the tools and the resources that you need to win. It's not the $60,000 college education that I went and got as well. I learned more in the first 90 days working in his office than I did in 6 years of college. Not a doctor, just took me a while, okay? Things take me a little bit longer, all right? So the alternative is, if you guys aren't in a position to invest the $8,800 for the opportunity today, maybe you just come work with us, and you learn like that.
Quit your job.
Quit your job. Move to Miami. That's what I did. That's what Sherry did. We moved around all over the country. We were in L.A. I moved to L.A. Then we moved to Miami. It's a massive sacrifice.
Who wants to work with us? I would consider that. They said. Okay. Yeah, come on. Send your resume to careers@grantcardone.com.
GrantCardone.com. Go to take advantage of this, guys. Look, I spend a lot of time with this group. I know a lot of the problems that people have. I wish I could tell you that every week when we're doing these calls or when you're with your coach that we're hearing new and different things, but we're not. It's the same problems over and over and over again. You think your problems are unique. We've seen them 10,000 times. You just need to get the right information on how you can handle it. Worst case scenario, you invest $8,800 in this opportunity, and 90 days later you spent time with an amazing group of people. You learned new things that you'd never heard before. You got more clarity on the fact that maybe you're not in the right vehicle, and you got to invest time and energy learning more about what it takes to be wealthy. If all you get over the next 90 days is clarity on where you need to go or what you need to do next, it's worth 100 times what you invested. Because the thing you can't afford to do is waste another 5 years doing the wrong thing. You don't want to turn around and be 65 years old and be like, oh, man, I don't have enough time, and I've been playing by the wrong rules my whole life. So it's an opportunity for you guys to change all that now. GrantCardone.com/go. It's a one-time investment that will pay you for the rest of your life.
Yeah, thank you, Jared. Good job. So like, you see, Jared made a comment about being on the wrong channel. If you're on the wrong channel, even with good intentions and a great product and a great price, you're gonna make mistakes. Like, I saw Elaine in here. She posted, hey, I do one-on-one spiritual wellness coaching. It's great. It's awesome. It's just not the right way to do business. Okay, like, it's awesome. I really want to admire and validate your go to it, your initiative. But it's not the way to do it on an open channel. You know, there's a hack to doing it, to getting everyone's business, and that's not it. But you're not going to know that. So she's going to think that I'm doing the right thing, and then she's not going to get results, and she's going to be like, man, I have a great product, I have a great price, a great offer, I'm a great person, I have a great service, I can help the world, I can heal the world, I can solve all the trauma and drama and issues, and people would be better off. And if everybody got my product, the whole world would be better off. The problem is your approach doesn't work, and it's never going to work like that. And this is what Jared said about change the channel, right? We've all been miseducated, mostly by a bunch of people that did not know and would have admitted that they didn't know. And all you got to do is look at their tax form to know they didn't know something that some other people knew. You guys can hate on George Soros and the Rockefellers and J.P. Morgan and who's the other bad people? They're all rich. Carnegie, they're all the richest people that have ever walked the planet, the wealthiest and the wealthy. You can be like, oh my God, man, J.D. Rockefeller ended up, he controlled all the oil in the world, and then he took all the pharmaceuticals and passed a law that said pharmaceuticals are gonna be make of oil, and you're gonna be like, I'm gonna change all that. You ain't gonna change that until you get rich. He changed it because he got rich. And the guy that unchanges that will be very, very wealthy. That's what Elon's making a move on, whether you like him or not. He's making a move to undo some of this craziness, but it takes a lot of money. And it takes a big freaking set of cojones. And it takes somebody that is not just IQ smart, but street smart. So we got to get you guys street smart. Because let's face it, there's criminals out there that have more street intelligence than you have, but you have tremendous amounts of education, and they're making more money than you are. Why? Why is it somebody that's breaking the law making more money than somebody that does the right thing? It's like, oh, a good guy always wins. Not always. You got to have the right path, the right math, the right system, the right organization, know how to hire the right people, bring in the right people. You need to know what to tell the people to do. Oh, don't call them back again. It's gonna mess up the sale. No, you're gonna quit calling them, and you're never gonna make the sale. We called Jamie 3 times today and made that sale, by the way. Congratulations, Jamie, for getting on board. We figured out how to do that deal. Most of your organizations will not ever make 3 calls on one customer in their entire career, much less in the same day in a 2-hour frame. Because you're going to run out of ammunition, okay? So if you have a gun, you know what I'm talking about, right? A gun is only good if you can put your hands on it. 2, if it's loaded, and 3, if you have the courage to actually pull the trigger. Most of you do not have the courage to pull the trigger because you're not trained and educated how to think big, dream big, go big, hire people, spend money on marketing. So what happens is, in the process, okay, remember what the process looks like, the system. The system looks like, right? Why would you come up with a big idea when you secretly know, everybody knows, I can't market, I can't sell, I can't follow up, and I can't scale. So if you know you're a 5 on this, a 5 on this, a 4 on this, and you don't even know what scaling means. You think scaling is for reptiles, okay? Then why would you actually even dream big? Why would you even come up with a big idea? Right? Oh, I got an idea. Okay, I'm gonna do X. Now you got to put a price on X. Now you think, okay, let me go see what Bob's selling X for. Bob is screwed up too. Look, he's got a name, Bob. Okay, he took his name and he called himself Bob because somebody else named him Bob. He doesn't even know who Bob is. And he decided to price his product $80. So you're like, oh, I look at Bob, and then I look at Dave, and then I look at Carmelia, and I'm like, oh, he's 80, she's 70, and he's $40. Okay, and then Walmart, Amazon's $69. I cannot hear you when you whisper. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Okay. But yeah, so you're going to be in here. Why are you going to manage anything? Dude, you don't even know how to market it. You don't know how to sell it. Okay. You don't even know how to price it. You can't price it. Why? Because you think $80 is a lot of money because Dave and Luke have something that's 80 and 70. You understand? Like, you shouldn't even be selling this product, by the way, because your imagination's stuck because you're no good at any of these things. And so when Jared tells you it's 8,800, it's not really 8,800. Okay? This is your choices today. If you go to 0, you do 8,800. Okay? I'm telling you, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this. It's $8,800 to do it, and it's going to be $8 million not to do it. At least. It could be $80 million. In our case, it's $8 million a month. Okay, what do we do a day? What do we do a day here?
About 11 million, 12 million a month. 12 million.
So whatever, 11 million a month divided by 30 days, it's about $400,000 a month. Happens whether I'm here or not. Not counting this, not counting what we're doing right here. We wake up this morning, we have a whole system, an organized system of people doing a certain amount of things. Half-assed, by the way. Most of us are half-assed in everything that we do. And we still somehow produce it. Same true about Amazon, Microsoft, Apple Computer. They all half-ass everything. Trust me. All these great companies, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, like all of them, every one of them, I've been in them. I'm telling you, some of these companies, 25% of the effort. Like, they're screw-ups all the time. And it still works. There's so many opportunities out there. And again, you guys are not going to know it until you get into it and you start hearing the success stories of other people that finally got a system in place. Okay? Once they had the system, oh, dude, I don't go build something first or price it first. I market it first, but let me get my idea right. I want to do $10 million a year. Now you pick what gets you to 10 million. I need to find 10 million people to give me $1. That's a foundation. Okay, that's charity. I need 10 million people on a GoFundMe account. Now I need a reason to get millions of people to go to this GoFundMe account and give me $1. So if you're raising money for charities, how many of you would like to be more charitable? Being more charitable doesn't mean just giving money, by the way. The most charitable person wouldn't just give money, they would also help get other people to get money. Yeah, look how many people want to be more charitable. Okay, well, guess what? Charitable. I have a charity. I want to raise $10 million. I got to go market. I want to raise $10 million for kids in need. Kids that grew up the way I did. 10 years old, 8 years old, 7 years old, 6 years old, 12 years old, and dad's gone. Dad went to jail. Dad died. Dad left the house. Mom and dad got a divorce. Dad stayed home and was a drunk. But he left. He abandoned the family. My dad abandoned my family. Okay, my sisters hate to hear me say this because some of you guys clip it and say, Grant Cardone was abandoned by his dad. Yes, I was. A heart attack. He blew up in his chest. And my dad, one day he's alive and next day he's dead. My older brother also abandoned me. My older brother was 25 years old. He was my mentor. I was 20 years old and he died. He went to a gas well. Gas well blew up. Boom. Okay, he didn't intentionally abandon me. Your dad went to jail. Okay, he screwed up. Whatever, dude. Abandonment is an abandonment. I don't have a guy to show me the way. And so what I wanted as a kid was I wanted somebody to show me the way. You guys probably wanted the same thing. I'm probably lucky, actually. Because my dad died and couldn't show me the way, I had to go find somebody that would show me the way. And the reality is I ended up studying people that showed me the top of the food chain. My dad could not show me the top of the food chain. The only thing my dad could have shown me was right here in the middle. And that's what I would have believed. Okay, instead, and I did get a lot of information from people right here in the middle, but I'd get dissatisfied right here and keep looking. So one, you guys got to stay committed to looking. Like Jamie is. Jamie's a perfect example of something. She's looking. She's a searcher. Is she gonna run into some things that don't work? 100%. It's an adventure. You're on a discovery. You're gonna see things that are a waste of time. Just don't quit the journey. Okay? But we got to market this so that I got people that want to give me money. So today, what did we raise last year? $6 million? $6 million last year for kids that don't look like me, that don't have a dad at home, to teach them financial literacy. Because all the school system and the government is going to say is, you need to go to college, young man. Okay, if you want to get out, you got to go to college. They don't want to go to college. Nobody wants to read a big book. So what we did was we intervened. We market to these kids, tens of millions of kids, okay? Probably of the people that follow me, I'll bet you 50 million kids a year see my material. If I walk in a room that's made of 1,000 kids under 30 years old, 20 years old, 1,000, let's say there's 3,000 people in the room, and 1,000 people above 50, half the kids are going to know me, and a tiny percentage of the adults will know me. Because we talk to people simply. They're probably all going to be inspired by money, aspired by success, want to do something better for their community, they want to grow and scale, and they want to do great stuff. So we want to give you guys the system. You want to show, Jared, you want to do this, the sales team management piece? Yeah. Okay, so you guys understand this is not about me. It's about managing an activity for the people around you so you can grow and scale.
Yeah, so this is a super important topic, and I've had the opportunity to, when I started with Grant, there was 3 of us. And so today we've got 258 employees, multiple product lines, 2 offices, and through that process, we had to hire a lot of people. And one thing that you will begin to understand is that until you have something that works, it's impossible to grow it. Like you can't force your business to grow if it's not working. If your offers aren't right, if you're not clear on what your intentions or your goals are, you can't generate leads, like it creates a bunch of problems, right? So you got to find something that works first. And when you're trying to grow people and you're trying to say, hey, I want to add people to my team, I want to add salespeople to my team so I can generate more revenue, you got to have a plan for it. And so I want to talk to you guys today about something that I've been heavily involved in and running and managing for the last 15 years since I've been here, which is the team management piece. And by team, a team is somebody that is more than one person. Like when you are one person, you are the entire team. But when you start adding people in, it starts adding layers of complexity. And so you need to know what's coming to you. The first thing that you have to understand with becoming a 10X manager is it starts with you. You are responsible for being a 10X manager before you find one. So like that means what? That means you have to manage yourself. Like for some of you, you don't have the discipline every day to track a number. Like, just so you guys know, we talk about numbers a lot. The numbers, I'm just telling you, the numbers make the business easy. Once you start tracking the numbers, the business gets easy. Like, I can influence a number. I can influence if you get 10 leads per day from one landing page or from social media. I can understand if you know how many times you reach out. Let's just say you're DMing people on social media. Say you send 100 DMs a day and you get 10 leads. That means you're converting 10%. Now, if you can't send more than 100 DMs, then what do you need to do? You need to work on your messaging so that you can go from 10% and getting 10 leads to 15% or 20% and getting 20 leads. And so how do you do that? Well, you got to start changing what you're saying. You got to start trying new tips, new tricks, and new angles. So once you get the numbers, you actually can track it. And so for you guys, just to understand, when I first started working for Grant, we did not have a CRM. And I knew that I needed to have some measurement for what I was doing. So I had a sheet that looked like this. And I'd print out like 5 or 6 of them at the beginning of the day. And right here was calls. This was emails. This was text. This was appointments. This is demos. And this was deals. And my original CRM was going, ring, 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 ring. Hey, this is Jared Glam from Grant Cardone's office. We help companies like you increase your business by 30% in less than 90 days, and I need 3 minutes to show you how it works. Are you in front of your computer right now? Click, hang up. Okay, hang up. That was a call. Do it again. Ring, 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 ring. And I'd start just doing this. I'd start making little tick marks. Emails, 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 text message, text message. This was my original CRM. So if you want to be able to manage people, you have to manage activity. And you can't manage activity if you're not tracking it. So when you become a manager of yourself, you actually give yourself the ability to learn how to manage other people. And this can be, again, if you've been working by yourself for a while, you just kind of operate through the day, there's no real structure to it, it's going to be very difficult for you to build anything because you have like all these haphazard activities that you're taking every day and it just doesn't work because you're not measuring, and that way and because of that you can't optimize or influence your performance. So you have to become a 10x manager before you'll find one. Number 2, you have to develop what works before your team makes it work. What does that mean? You probably should. You must develop what works before your team makes it work. So what does that mean? If you already have a business, and I see this all the time, if you already have a business that is not performing, like you're not making money, nothing's really working, and you're like, I need to hire a salesperson, and you bring them into the business, and you do not give them a proven blueprint, they will fail 99.999% of the time. Unless you find the 0.001% who are some like anomaly blessed human being on this planet and they can actually figure stuff out on their own. But I'm just telling you, we've hired, how many people do you think we've hired over 15 years? Thousands? Yeah. Hired and fired thousands of people. Never happens. So you can cross your fingers and hope and wish and pray, but I'm just telling you, it ain't gonna happen. You have to figure out what works. This is what we're gonna help you do with the 90-day revenue challenges. We're gonna try to get your targets in place and get a script in place for your calls and start developing some type of process that you can duplicate by hiring people so that you can grow your business. Number 3, you need to understand how the team financially wins. Lalia yesterday said, oh man, we got a problem with salespeople. There's so much turnover. We can't find good people. We hire them, fire them, hire them, fire them, hire them, they quit, hire them, they quit, hire them, they quit, hire them, they quit. Because they have a bad comp plan. Lalia has not figured out yet how the team wins financially. So what does that mean? Based on your product, based on what you can afford to pay a salesperson, what is the income potential? And like if you want a great salesperson, you need to find a way to get people to make at least $120K a year. So you got to start doing math. If you have a $3,000 offer, If you have a $3,000 offer and you pay a 20% commission on it, I'm just making this up, they earn $600 every single time they make a sale. 120,000 divided by 600. That means they need to sell 200 units in a year. They need to sell 16 a month. They need to sell 3.8 a week. They need to sell a deal a day. You want to show a $120,000 a year job? If it's straight commission, they get $600 per sale. They need to sell 200 units. It's 16 a month. It's 3.8 a week. It's 1 a day. Do you have a proven model to show somebody how to get a deal a day? If you're not selling a deal a day right now, then you're going to hire this person. You're going to say, you can make $120,000 a year. They're going to come in. They're going to be like, okay, what do I do? You're going to be like, well, you just make calls. Well, where do I get leads? Well, you can get them from my social media account, or we get some of the, we go to these events and things like that, and you can talk to people, and you're like, well, what do I say? They're like, well, you just talk to them about our product. Here's what it does, and then and then you just got to try to close them. Like, there's so much mystery. There's nothing that's proven. So what you guys have to do is you guys have to understand how the team wins financially. If you know that a great salesperson makes $120K to $200K a year, how do they do that in your business? And you need to be able to write this down and show it to people. Hey, this is our on-target earnings. You'll sometimes see this said OTE earnings or something like that on a job posting. It basically means on target. So we have a target for our sales rep to do 200 units for the year at $3,000 a unit. So what's that? $600,000 in sales. Your on-target earnings, if $600,000 is the target and they pay 20% commission, your on-target earnings is $120,000. This is how you do that. You need to get 16 deals a month, you need to close 3.8 sales a week, and you need to close a deal a day. The way you're going to do that is we're going to provide you with at least 25 leads per day. This is the exact script that you need to follow in the call. These are the top 8 objections that people have that prevent the sale from moving forward. And here's 2 objection rebuttals to handle for each of these closes. That's a completely different pitch. You might have a shot at actually getting somebody that's good if you can do that. But you're not doing that right now. You're running a sales job, you have ChatGPT write you a job description, you're posting on your social media and people come in and you just kind of hem-haw through the presentation. You're never going to get great people like that. You need to know how the team wins financially. Number 4, you must understand what is required for the target to be hit, which is everything that I just explained right here. You have to be able to explain all of this. This is part of what you do when you're setting the targets for your business in step 1. Number 5, you must confront your money situation, which means, what do I actually want to get out of the business? For a lot of you, like you have a $2 million target for your business, but you're not even willing to invest $8,800 for a shot at getting there. So you got to confront that money situation. If Grant wasn't as cavalier and big thinking and expansion, if he wasn't continuing to think about growth and all of these things, and I didn't see that, I would have left a long time ago. Sherry would have too, because we want to do something big. And we don't want to work for somebody that's going to be average. We don't want to work for somebody, because eventually if Grant's happy with a $10 million a year business, there's only so much money I can make or Sherry can make in that business. If I want to make $5 million a year, he's not going to pay me half of the revenue of the business. And so that's why you got to work on a plan. That's what the profit planner will help you do, that you get as a part of this program, is it's going to say, if you have a $10 million target in your business, if that's your target right now, if you guys are like, oh, that's great, how many people do you need? How many people? You're like, oh man, if every salesperson is doing $600,000 a year in revenue, I need 30 salespeople. Some of you threw a $10 million revenue target out there and you're not even thinking with the fact that I got to hire 30 people. Is that going to scare you away from the target? This is what I mean by you have to confront the money situation. It's going to require you to learn a lot of new things that you don't know right now, and it's going to be uncomfortable the entire time. 15 years I've been working for Grant, it's always been uncomfortable because I'm constantly getting pushed into this new thing that I don't fully understand yet, and I have to figure out how to work through it. The problems that you have, and it's so wild, because the problems that we had when the business was doing $2 million a year, which is how much revenue it was doing per year when I started, $2 million a year in revenue. One consistent thing throughout the entire process, doing $150 million in revenue from 3 people to 260 people, from $2 million to $150 million in revenue, there were problems the entire way. There was uncertainty the entire way. The uncertainty on things started changing. But there's always something new that comes in. There's always some new problem that you have to figure out how to solve. That never goes away. And so what you need to work on now is, how do I start solving these problems? Like, you're like, I need to hire 30 people at $10 million a year. I'm probably going to have $3 million a year of payroll. I'm probably going to have 50 employees. If you can't manage yourself right now, how are you going to manage 50 employees? Is that enough to scare you away? Like, oh, I don't want to do this. Or you do go, no, I'm going to figure it out. The people who win figure it out. And that's why less intelligent people are oftentimes more successful than very intelligent people. Because less intelligent people don't get hung up in the mechanics because they don't understand them. They can't make sense of them. And they just push into it. They go, despite the fact that I don't know and I don't have certainty, I'm going to go out and do it. And I'm going to keep figuring it out along the way. Those are the people who end up making it big. We have somebody speaking at Growth Conference this year. He started a business. He borrowed $20,000 from his dad. $20,000 from his dad. He just sold majority stake in his business for almost $3 billion. He knew nothing. By his own mouth to me, he's like, man, and I'm talking to the guy, he's a multi-billionaire. I'm talking to the guy on the phone. He goes, man, I'll tell you, I'm just white trash with cash. I didn't know anything along the way. I'm not a polished guy. And he's just a regular person. But he's a regular person that said, hey, I want to go to 15,000 employees. I want to go from one store to 3,000 stores. And I don't care about, I'm gonna just keep pushing into the things that I don't know. And I'm going to keep figuring the next thing out. You have to start figuring things out. And when this target is big enough, you start making decisions based on that target. So the question is, if you have a $10 million target, does an $8,800 investment today get you closer to that? Every decision should be about, does it get me closer to my target? The people that you hang out with, the things that you do, the money that you spend in. Like Jamie's going to Cancun with her family. My family is the most important thing in the world to me. But like when you're in the grind and you're trying to figure it out, it's like, is that the best place to invest my money right now? Now, of course, you got to be there for your kids. You got to be great parents. You have a great relationship with your spouse. Those are all things that are top priority on my list. But then you also have to understand, like with my wife, like we had something come up on our anniversary and we couldn't celebrate our anniversary on our anniversary. Because we can do that another day. The thing that I was trying to do was going towards the target. The decisions that I'm making are pushing me into the target. And so this confronting of your money situation is super, super critical if you guys want to actually have a shot at hitting your target. Because when you add something, this is a great lesson that I learned from Grant. If you guys want to add something new, like let's say you have your little world right here. This is your universe, okay? And you're making, just put down in the chat real quick here, how much money you made last year. How much did you personally make last year? We're all friends here. 0, Jamie made 0. Alex made 180, 18,000, 200,000, right? Okay, so that, everything that you guys have, all these numbers right here, that is in your existing bubble, okay? Now, if you want to go from where you did last year, let's say you wanted to 10x that. Let's say that Jennifer Murray wanted to go from $250,000 to $2.5 million. She's got something really big that's outside of her circle right now that she wants to bring in. So in order to do that, what she has to do is she has to make space for that new thing. You actually have to remove things in order to add things. You know, like if you want to lose weight, like you want to get in good shape, you're like, okay, I want to get in good shape. What do you need to remove? I need to remove things that don't contribute to that target. I need to remove junk food. I need to remove alcohol. I need to remove Netflix. And instead of Netflix, I need to add in gym time. Instead of drinking, I need to add in healthy snacks. Instead, like you have to start making space for the things you're trying to add in. And you need to make sure that you can confront those decisions, because along the way, that's where a lot of people get like, they have that failure to launch because they can't even confront, man, I got to take things out in order to make space. Number 6, you got to be committed to your growth plan. And that's why you got to be reminded of that every single day. You should be like basic, rudimentary, elementary. You should be writing your goals down every single day. Twice a day would be better. I remember when I was trying to figure all this out, sometimes I'd write my goals down 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times a day. Because I'd get hung up on, because the guy was laughing at me on the phone because the call was so terrible that like I would hang up on myself. It was so terrible. My feelings are so hurt. I'm like, okay, why the hell am I doing this? I don't know anybody here. I gave up my life. I moved to LA. I know nobody here. Like, I got to go back down to my target. I make $250,000 a year. You know, I have 18 apartments. I drive an S-Class Mercedes. I read a book a week. Like I started writing all this stuff, and then as in the moment, I'm like, okay, this is exciting. The future where you guys want to go is so much more exciting than where you are now. But you spend so much time thinking about where you're at now that you can't ever get excited. And so if you struggle to get motivated, it's because you haven't clearly set a target in the future that gets you excited. And then working that back to know, what do I need to do today? Like you turn into like a military commando once you have daily targets. You set you write your goals, you get excited. You have your targets, you're doing the work. You run into a challenge, your motivation goes down, your conviction goes down, go back to the future. Oh man, that's exciting. That's why I'm doing this. And then you get back to work. So you have to have a plan in place for your growth. Number 7 is you got to become unreasonable. Like I had friends and I had family members that when I was in the beginning, you know, like they like you, they love you. But sometimes the people that are closest to you do more damage to you than people who you think are enemies. Because it's like your aunt is coming with love, but she's really talking about like, hey, money isn't everything, take your time. Like she's telling you all these things and I'm like, hey, that is your plan, that's not my plan, because I'm trying to get somewhere. So I love you. Just gonna plug my ear so I don't hear it. I love you, you're amazing, you're awesome, you're the best aunt in the world. I'm gonna go back to work. You gotta get unreasonable. And that's with yourself, that's with your family, that's with your people, that's what like you have to be unreasonable. Those are the people that do the massive things in this world. The purpose of a 10X manager, and if you don't have a manager, this is you. If you do have a team and you're trying to hire a manager, this needs to be at the top of your list. Purpose of a 10X manager is to get business. So many people spend so much time on stuff throughout the day that does not matter. I got to create a bunch of content. There are people out there that spend half of their day shooting a podcast, creating content, avoiding getting on the phone and calling people. They're like, okay, hey, I want to do this. I got to go get an LLC and an EIN and a bank account, and I got to figure out how to get business credit. Dude, you need a deal. You get one customer to give, like, if you have no business right now, or you're starting something new like Jamie, the first time she gets a customer, what she should do right now while she's going through our program, congratulations again, while she's going through our program, what she should do is she should just make some shit up right now. She should start reaching out to people on social media who fit her ideal profile. In her mind, she has the type of people she wants to work with already. She already knows that. They're either going to be young or old or male or female or overweight, or they have kids and they've fallen off a little bit. Like she's already got in her head who her ideal customer is going to be. She should start finding those people on social media and just sending them direct messages and say, hey, I want to give you a complete health assessment and give you a plan on what you should do. It's $97. I normally sell it for $2,000. She should just have somebody exchange money with her for something that she provides them. If she did it for $10, that flow of like, you're giving me money, I'm giving you a service. Like getting past that initial barrier, it's magic because it starts building wins. And it actually will help her understand how to build out her products when she's building them out. Like we have in our business coach program, which Grant mentioned earlier, where people can take our content, they can go out and basically build an education and consulting business using our content. I tell them in the onboarding meeting with them, in the certification meeting, I'm like, guys, the most important thing you can do right now is go get somebody to give you money, even if it's $1. Even if it's $1, have somebody pay you something and then deliver them something as it relates to the business that you have. Because it starts creating momentum, and then you actually have a chance to deliver and serve to the customer. What questions do they have? What problems do they have? And you start learning exactly what the customer needs. Number 2, purpose of a 10X manager is to develop and scale what works. Like I said, if you want to hire people into your organization, you have to develop a plan that works. That's what our coach is going to be working with you over the first 90 days. They're going to be like, hey, let's get the targets in place. Now let's figure out how we can start promoting you in the business. Let's see if we can get some activity and some lead flow, develop some consistent habits that are happening every single day. You're going to start generating leads. How are you engaging those leads? What are you doing? What are you saying? When you get them on the phone, like what script are you running them through? How are you presenting the product? What are your offers? You have an A, B, and C offer. What are they? And then like you get something out the back end. You have to prove something that works before you can start growing the business. Again, this is where a lot of businesses get stuck because they don't ever have the right information and they can never figure out anything that they can make work. And that's why you need a second set of eyes on this, which is what our coach will provide you with. Number 3, you have to build a sales-first driven organization. The first thing that our mission in this company is to help people. That's why we do things like this for 2 days and charge virtually no money for it, is because our mission is to help people. Grant says all the time, he says, I'm not going to be remembered for the money that I have. I'm going to be remembered for all of the people that I help. That is his number 1 target. Now, in order to help people, we have to get them information. And that activity has to fund, which is why we talk so much about sales in our company. Because Jamie now has the opportunity to do something more valuable for us than give us $8,800. She has the opportunity to go out and build a business that works, and then I can bring Jamie in like we did the 3 people yesterday, and we got a couple more people today to talk to. I can use her and say, look what Jamie did, so that you guys can see that, man, this is working. This works for people. That's the most important thing for us. It's the most valuable thing for us. But if we're not focused on sales and getting our product in the client's hand, then we're never going to get Jamie to win. Number 4, you got to ensure that your team has the tools to succeed. They got to have scripts. They got to have a path. They got to have targets. You know, they have to have some way to track their activity. If it's our KPI tracker, if it's a CRM, they have to have some way to track the activity. They need the tools. They need a phone if they're going to be selling on the phone. They need a computer or access to a computer. They need a calendar to book calls on. They need a electronic documentation process so that they can send an agreement out to a customer and collect the money from the customer while they're still on the call. They got to have the right tools. Number 5, the purpose of a 10X manager is to operate with ownership of all activities. So how many calls are going? I get reports every single day, and then I have real-time reports that I can pull anytime during the day that's going to tell me how many calls, how many appointments, how many demos, how many deals, how much revenue, how many leads, how much spend, what cost per lead is, what acquisition cost is, what lifetime value is of the customers it continues to build, how much revenue we took in that day, how much expenses went out that day. I have all access to all of that information. So now, day by day, I can manage the business instead of waiting until the end of the quarter and looking back and going, oh man, we didn't make money. Or, oh man, we're a third of the way, or a quarter of the way into the year, and we're way off our targets. You know, Jamie wants to build a $1.6 million business. She wants to, or whatever the number was. How much revenue does she have to make per month? How much per week? How much per day? If she's 2 weeks into the month and she's way off her target, then she's got to change something. Increase activity, increase promotion, change something on the sales call, add a special, give a bonus to everybody that buys, like extend their access. Like you got to do something to start changing the activity. Managers have to find and attract great people. Again, you're not going to find great people or attract great people until you're great. So you have to start asking yourself, would you want to work for you? Just in the chat right now, I want you guys to put a yes or no. Would you want to work for yourself in your company? Be honest. If you guys can't answer some of the things I was telling you, targets, how about this? How about when somebody comes to work for you, what is their career track? How much money are they going to make at each step along the way? What roles are those going to be along the way? What are the duties and job description of each of those roles that they have to do? If you've ever had somebody that's asked you for a raise and you're uncomfortable handling that conversation, it's because you haven't already had that conversation and shown them the roadmap. So you have to think about all these things. A lot of you are saying yes because you're like, oh, I'm a great person, I'm fun, I'm easy to hang out with. But would I work for you? If I came into your business, would I be like, oh yeah, they got their shit together? Or would I be like, nah, they're a mess. There is no way I want to work with them. I'm going to go find somebody else who's going to give me an opportunity that has a roadmap, has a track. I see the potential. They're an incredible person. And I'm like, they're going places. If you've been in business for 10 years and your business is doing $2 or $3 million a year, I'm just telling you, you're missing information. Your business, after 10 years, if you're doing all the things the right way, should be $2 or $3 million a year. And by the way, if you can do $2 or $3 million a year, you can do 20, I promise you. Number 7 is you have to develop the team's skill. Again, this goes back to you thinking that people actually understand what to do when you hire them. They don't. When we hire a salesperson, and they said they've made $120,000 a year before, I know that they know very little about sales. If I have a salesperson that we hire that was making $400,000 a year before they came to us, I'm like, they might know a few things. If they were making $1 million a year before, and they're applying to be a salesperson, I'm like, why are you leaving the job you at now? And then maybe they don't want to be a salesperson. They really want to be an SVP of sales for us. So like, you got to understand that when people come into the organization, you have to retrain them on everything. Like, if you're not taking control and assuming control of your people's development, I'm telling you, they're not doing it on their own. And assuming that people understand what you want to do, like we're going through hiring a nanny right now. We got nanny problems. And so I'm just like, I'm telling my wife, I'm like, look, if you do not tell them exactly what to do multiple times, they will not do it the way that you want it. You have to keep telling them over and over and over again. You know how many times Grant's told us the same thing? We're a high-performing team. He tells us the same things over and over and over again. We still miss it. Now, we have stats that show that we're doing really well. He's not complacent with that, neither are we. But we're still missing things. And it always comes down to training. Brandon, who's our partner at Cardone Ventures, says that once you develop your core process for business, like you have a predictable lead flow, predictable sales results, like you have something that's starting to work, your number one job in the company is to start looking at your company as a learning and development organization. Everything that you do after that point should be focused on training and duplication and getting everybody to understand how to do their job at the highest level possible. He said that once you know how to do something in your business that works, the last time you should ever do that job is when you're training somebody else to do that job. Once you train somebody to do that job, you should never do that job again. And if you keep having to come back into it, you either have the wrong person, which means you need to fire them and bring somebody new in and then retrain them how to do it, or you're failing to train your people to the degree that they actually need. How many of you right now, just put yes. Just put yes in the comment if you believe you're falling short training the people in your organization. Huge problem. We're falling short. We're a training company, and we fall short training our people. The expectation that you have for what your people need is so much lower than what it actually needs to be. It's just like, it's a completely different scale. You're not even, you can't even fathom it. Number 8, you have to leverage data in order to hit your targets. Data gives you confidence. Data does not give you emotion. Numbers don't lie, people do. So you have to look at your numbers every day and just go, is the graph going up or is the graph going down? And the only way you can see that and actually understand it is to get it out in front of you as numbers, as quantifiable data, and then graph it, which is why in our KPI calculator, we show you the graphs as well. Number 9, as a manager, you have to enforce rewards and penalty. You have to incentivize people to go from 120K to 400K. But then you also have to enforce penalties for people that aren't doing what's required to hit your minimum expectation of making $120,000 a year. There has to be a carrot and a stick. People have to have a threat in the environment. Otherwise, they get complacent. This is something Grant says all the time. There has to be a threat in the environment or else people will get lazy, complacent, and they will stop performing. How many times have you looked at somebody in your organization that you're like, I know that they're not doing what I need them to do. I don't really want to confront it. I should probably fire them, but I don't really know or have a lot of confidence in replacing them, so I'm just going to let them continue to do less than I want them to do. It happens in every business. You got to be willing to crack that stick. Number 10, you got to maintain the culture that's set by leadership. That is the purpose of a 10X manager. If you don't have a big team yet, you need to decide what the culture of your business is going to be. In our environment, we have a very specific culture. We start our day a certain way, we move through our day a certain way, and we end our days a certain way in every department. And there's things that we bring in to reinforce that culture throughout the office. There's the images and quotes. We have a big, huge morning meeting if you guys haven't had the opportunity to sit in on that. If you come to one of our workshops in our classroom, you guys will have the ability to sit through our morning meeting, and you can see how we're sharing the wins of the customers, and we're acknowledging all of the departments for what they're producing on a daily basis. That was something that Grant wanted to do, and it's something that Sherry and I continue to reinforce with the business every day. Rules of sales management. You want to manage sales? You want to grow your business? You have to start getting your hands wrapped around this area so that you can actually control it. Number 1 rule of sales management, stats that are not looked at will always go down. And they typically go down way before you actually start paying attention to it. If you're not looking at that thing every day, the more important the stat, the more frequently you should look at it. This is one thing that whenever we're running big campaigns and Grant has his attention on something and we have a target that we're going to hit and it's important, Grant will be like, I want to text every hour on the stat. Because he knows that if we're sending it to him, I'm seeing it, Sherry's seeing it, Rhett's seeing it, the team leads are seeing it, everybody's seeing that stat. And so it's very real to everybody on how we're performing towards the target. Number 2. Trust people and verify them. This is the Ronald Reagan thing, right?
No, actually, it's trust them not to do it.
Trust them not to do it.
Verify they didn't do it.
And then verify that they didn't do it.
And then crack them with a stick.
Yeah, get your stick out. So you got to verify.
I mean, unless you want to just continue to be at the bottom of the food chain.
Yeah.
Like you know, you should go back to the pyramid, okay? You guys got to decide how important the top of the pyramid is. Now, if the top of the pyramid is not important to you or you've given up on it already, you don't even need to stay and listen to all this. This is just, you're tapping out. And you're probably doing that in your mind right now, by the way. If you haven't already acted on the opportunity, you're thinking you can't climb that mountain. And it will be the rest of your life you will have to confront the mountain. So there's no getting away from this triangle here. You guys know it exists, right? How many agree this exists? In every community on planet Earth, whether you're in Egypt, America, Australia, you're in Europe, you're in Japan, wherever, bro. This is the game right here. You guys got to decide what group you want to be in, what group you deserve to be in, what group you're willing to fight for to be in, and what you need to learn to be in that group. You can't wish your way to this. This is not some manifestation of some spiritual light. God wants you to be at the top of the food chain, or he wants you to be, it's called free will. Wherever you choose to suffer, God's like, let's go. And you want to suffer in poverty, you want to suffer as a wealthy person. Either way, you're in a body, so you're going to be suffering. You're going to get 78, 88, 98, body's going to start breaking down. There's going to be suffering no matter what. No matter how you cut this, slice this pie, bro, it's suffering. It's where do you want to suffer? You want to suffer with freaking 480 thread sheets, or you want to you suffer on an RV in Pueblo, Colorado, or do you want to suffer and nobody gets to watch you? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's just suffering. So if you're tired of the suffering at one level and you want to go to the next level of suffering, just move yourself up. But you need skills. You got to just make a commitment. I'm telling you, every company I've ever made, I did not know how to do it. Every one of them. Didn't know how to do it. Didn't know if I could do it. Didn't have any money to do it. Didn't have any connections to do it. I didn't know anything. Like, we didn't know social media when we ran into it. We didn't know anything about Chat GPT. I didn't know how to buy real estate. I didn't know how to get a bank loan. I didn't know what a title was. I didn't know what a deed was. But this is what I didn't do. I didn't make excuses. I didn't tap out. I just kept kind of moving forward, having no idea where I was going. And I invested along the way. I have spent $8 million or more educating myself how to move up this.
And the other important thing too is that, like, you never know, like, if you had to chop a tree down and I put an axe in your hand and you swung the axe 1,000 times and the tree went down. You never know if it was the first swing, the last swing, one of the ones in the middle, all of them. You never really know which one was the one that took the tree down. You just know that along the way, you figured out how to get the tree to fall over. And so for some of you, you've had losses, or like something hasn't worked for you in the past. Like Grant tells a story about, you know, he tried to quit doing drugs 1,000 times. He's like, dude, I don't know if it was the first time I tried, the 40th time I tried, or the 1,000th time I tried, but at the end, ultimately, I got the result.
They all mattered, but they all mattered. If you don't swing the axe the first time, it's not going down. By the way, you're get into this, and you're like, am I ever going to get this down? Your biggest threat is going to be the last hacking, because now you don't know which way the tree falls. Mm-hmm. So be careful what you wish for. And everything you do in life, you're going to get to some place. You're going to get to the top of the food chain here and not know anybody. You're going to walk in with bags and all the success. They're going to know you. You're not going to know them. You won't trust anybody in the environment. You don't know the good guys from the bad guys. It's always evolution. It's always evolution unless you decide not to evolve and learn. And guess what happens? When you're climbing a mountain and you quit climbing upward, when you quit moving upward, what happens? You slide downward. I can show you professional football players, the most successful people in the world, Elvis Presley, Michael Jackson, all this talent, unbelievable people, Floyd Mayweather, not Floyd, Floyd's done pretty good because he keeps reinvesting. But Mike Tyson made $400 million and blew all of it. And his manager said he had a spending problem. He did not have a spending problem. He quit going up the hill. Okay, now he's going back up again, and he's going to recover and rebuild himself. So you have to be in this evolution. This evolution, it requires a commitment, and all commitments require time and money. If you're not investing time and money, you are not in evolution.
Which is why you have to do number 3, which is graph your metrics. Like if Mike Tyson was measuring his revenue and he was measuring his investments over time, if he was paying attention, then he would have seen that his expenses were going up and his income was going down. That's why you have to have this data and this information in your business, and you have to review it monthly, weekly, daily, even hourly. I mentioned this before, stats lie, stats don't lie, people do. These are the rules of sales management. And again, if you don't have a team yet, these are all the rules for yourself because you have to manage yourself before you can manage a team. Number 6, control equals income. The closer you have things to you, the more you can influence the outcome. Now, as you start getting the company to be bigger and bigger and bigger, I'm not on every phone call coming into customer service every day, but I have to know what's going on in those calls. We're working through this right now in multiple departments. You know, how can I get closer back to the thing that's happened to verify that what Grant wants to happen in those engagements and interactions is actually happening? If I'm not checking and the team leads aren't checking because they think their people are doing a good job, guess what? Income starts falling. Number 7, all KPIs should be drivers to the organizational target. What I mean by that is if you say, I want to do 2 deals a day, if I could just get 2 sales a day, that'd be great. That'd be great. But I want to make $2 million a year in revenue. If all your KPIs are driving towards 2 deals a day, and you haven't done the math to figure out what the KPIs need to be on 2 million, guess what? You're going to hit your 2K, your 2 sales a day, but you're going to do $800,000 in revenue. This is what happened with Jamie a little earlier. Grant was like, dude, your math's already wrong. You're not even out of the gates yet, and you're setting yourself up for a disappointment. So the ability to set a target and give you the things you need to do. Do you guys like that? Do you guys like having like a to-do list? It's like, do exactly these things. Would you guys like to have that in your business? Where it was like, hey, these are the exact things you need to do today. You don't have to think, you just have to do. Would you guys like to have that? How about would you like to have a list of the 175 things that you need to do in your business to get that wheel working the way it's supposed to? And you know, every single day, you know exactly what to do. Of course you would. And by the way, there is a list. There is a list of what to do. It's in Cardone University. It's in the coaching calls. It's with our tracking and our metrics and our additional programs that you get. It's in the business summit that you get to come to. Those are all of the things that you need to be doing every single day in your business. But because you don't have the information, you actually don't have the things in front of you that you need to do. And so without that, you start adding things in that don't belong. Things of little importance that won't actually get you to your target. So all your KPIs and all the activities should drive you to the target. And you need to get rid of all the things that are time wasters. Like people want to start a business and they go out and spend 3 weeks trying to design a business card. It's stupid. You want to start a business right now. Jamie's like, I need to go build a website. You don't need a website right now. You need money. You need to go DM people and get somebody to give you money. If you have Zoom, and you can accept a Zelle or a Venmo payment, guess what? You can have a business. All the other things are just distractions. They're wrong priorities. So you got to get the things in place in your business that actually drive the organization forward, and revenue is at the top of that list. So the things that you need to manage. Number 1, every single day you...
Yeah. Let me do this.
Pass off. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Grant Cardone.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so what should you be managing? Because I know this is a lot of information. You guys are like, bro, there's so much here. I think some of you right now are overwhelmed by how much there is to do. We're telling you specifically, I told you 3 weeks ago, we're going to slow this down and go into all the little pieces. What we don't want you to do is try to do this by yourself, because then you overwhelm yourself like, I don't know where to start first. Our job is to help you organize what's first, okay? So that's what I'm going to do in this list right here. First thing you need to be paying attention to is one thing, and it's simple: revenue. Okay, I'm gonna tell you a story. This lady, I was having some problems with a leg, a knee, and I found this masseuse that was able to fix it. She actually slipped in because the person I was using was out of the country, and this other person came from Zeal Technology. Boom, Zeal, ordered the Zeal. She came. I'm like, oh my God, you're phenomenal. I said, I'll book you every single day. Every day, dude, for 2 hours. I won't pay you through Zeal. I'll pay you direct. She comes the first day, comes the second day, comes the third day. And then on 4th day, I was 15 minutes. I think she thought it was at 3 o'clock. I thought it was at 4 o'clock. I get there at 3:15. And she leaves. Now I book 2 hours with her every time. She can only sell 90 minutes on Zeal, and they take 40% of it. This deal is so good, it's unbelievable, okay? And she's good, by the way. What I'm telling you is just because you're good, just because you're the best, and just because I'm having a good customer experience, doesn't mean you can't screw the whole deal up. Because she was not targeted on her revenue. One thing, revenue. I'm on my way over there. I think Tony was like 311 or something, huh? 311, and she calls and says, I'm leaving. He's not here. He should be on time. See, that's not something you measure, okay? Me being on time. Bro, I'm the one with the money. Like, this is where your money's coming from, okay? Your goal is to get up here with the money, okay? I guess how many times I've booked her since then? None. I don't want her working on me. Like you got to have a good attitude, folks. You have to know about customer experience. You have to know how to talk to people. You got to know what matters. Now, if she would have been through this and knew the number one thing to manage is not her pride or what time I get there, because she doesn't have anything to manage or doesn't understand the importance of management and organizing what's most important, is she made something temporarily more important than her survival. Okay, revenue. Number one most important thing to manage is revenue. That's it. In fact, 95% of my time, 95% of my time is spent on revenue. I spend so little time on expenses, it's unbelievable. I've done this for 35 years, probably since I was 25, so 42 years. I just keep driving my revenue line, okay? So my waste gets smaller and smaller without me intentionally trying to manage expenses. Because my revenue keeps growing and I spend 95% of my time on revenue, I keep squashing down my expenditures, okay? As long as this number grows, income grows, okay? Unless you're the government, this number is going to get scrunched down. I mean, unless you're just a complete degen, a degenerate, okay? You get $1,000, boom, you spend $1,200. I give you $10,000, you spend $12,000. I give you $1 million, you blow $12 million. Like, you're just a degen, right? So, by the way, you would have already bought this offer. Okay, you would have been like, well, you probably can't actually buy this offer or take advantage of it because you're a degenerate. You're always out of money, bruh, because you spend money on stuff that makes you feel good rather than spend money on getting to a place that is good. Because this person makes the rules. There's an old saying, whoever owns the goal makes the rules. All right, number two, then you manage your culture. You don't manage money. Most of you guys are spending time managing money. You're managing coupons, costs, expenditures. You're managing a budget. You do your little budget meetings. No, you should manage your culture. Right? I walk into a conference room and this new conference room has like 20 chairs. I'm like, well, that's a lot of people going to be in this conference room. Well, what if they come here? There shouldn't be that many people in a damn conference room. Manage the culture. What time do you get there? How long do they stay? What are they doing while they're there? Do they keep their graphs? Do they need to be encouraged? Culture. Who are the people you're spending time with? Okay. Number three, you don't need to own a company to manage your culture either. Number three, hiring and recruiting. Are you hiring more people? 64% of all companies in America have no employees. If you're not hiring and you're not recruiting, you're not growing. You have to grow or you're going to go to flat. You guys got to learn about graphs, right? Graphs are, you got a graph that looks like this. That's good. That's income, let's say, okay? This guy's doing really well. You got a graph that looks like this. And that kind of, so some of you are like, oh, that's cool. Well, not really. It's a flat line, okay? And you got graphs that do this. Let's say these are income graphs. All right, this is good. That's a problem. This is you're dead. You should have known this right here, by the way. This guy should have taken this line right here. See this line right here? It was going up. Good. Keep doing all this. This guy right here should have been confronted. He wasn't confronted, so guess what he did? He fell. Flat lines, you want to take a note, flat lines always go down. So if you're hiring and recruiting, you hired one person, boom, you're hiring and recruiting. This is not income now. Now it's recruiting. You hired 2 people. Now you hired 3 people. Now you hired 4 people, 5 people. Guess what? Your your expenses are going up, but it should have, your income should have followed that. So when I hire somebody day one, do we have the onboarding, Jared? Yeah. When we hire somebody day one, you want to onboard this guy so my income immediately starts going up. While I'm onboarding the guy, let's say it's a sales department, bang, 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 where's my scripts? When I'm onboarding a guy, bro, this is how you make this phone call. Okay, here's the book, read it. So you remember how I was working with my 11-year-old daughter? No, don't do that. I did that with 17 phone calls. That girl has made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of phone calls. She's probably raised $10 million at Cardone Capital. Under 15 years old and done that while I homeschool her. Okay, give her the book, let her read the script, make the call. Okay, number 4, training and developing your people. This is ongoing. I trained this guy today. I trained him today, day 1. Day 2 comes. Did you train him? No, you didn't train him. Guess what? He forgets everything he learned on day 1. Training, 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 training. Your people need to train every day, no matter what you're doing. Athletes are not the only people that need to train. Everyone needs to train on a daily basis. Number 5, compensation plans. You need to give people rewards right here. Places where people can be like, hey, dude, if I do X, Y, and Z, I can get some kind of something. And now for those of you who don't have a compensation program, put one together for yourself and tell the company, look, man, if I could get to here, don't ask for anything. Don't ask for a raise. See, this guy right here, what people do is this. They're like, hey, man, if I stay here this long, if I stay to here, do I get a bonus? No. That's that, right? This is what people think. They think, if I stay here, this is year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. They're like, if I stay here for 4 years, will I get a bonus? Okay, maybe. Why don't you say this instead? Dude, if I could get to here, can I get a bonus? Because this bonus could come a lot faster than 4 years. So what you do is you go to the company. What does the company want? The company wants revenue. The company wants customers. The company wants attention. The company, if you're in accounting, wants lower expenses. So I go to the company and say, hey, I get paid this for being here. Keep paying me that. Cool. I'm going to keep doing great. But is there a way if I did X, Y, or Z, or brought in more customers or brought in more income, that I could get a bonus actually right here or even right here? In day 3, I'm working here as an accountant. I'm working here as a shipper. I'm working here as a cameraman. I'm doing editing. I'm working here on day 3. Could I have the bonus? What bonus happens at year 4 that I could bring all the way back and get in week 4? Time is money. It doesn't say money is time. There is no saying money's time. Time is money. So what I want to do is I want to go grab time and bring it to me with the bag, with the money. Okay. Number 6, tracking KPIs. Every individual should have their KPIs. I was a young salesperson, 26 years old, in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Dude, I knew how many people I waited on, how many phone calls I took, how long I was on the phone call. I knew everything because I knew if I could manage the activity, if I could get appointments, I knew for sure that I would increase my closing ratio 3 times. So if I had a chance of closing somebody at 20% of the time, and I could get an appointment with them either at their house or in my office, I knew I could increase my chances of closing that deal by 3x. Okay? Number 7, accountability. Who are you being held accountable to? Unfortunately, a lot of people have zero accountability to anyone. This is what's going on in our government right now. We're waking up in the year 2025 realizing money was going in to fund programs that we thought were for good things, and this money was going all over the world. Who knows where it's going? Because there's no accountability. Or what it was used for, or how much of it was wasted that could have gone to your schools and your hospitals and your roads and your community. Instead, it went to, I don't know, Ukraine for something. It went over here to Boo Boo Village that nobody can even find on a map. And guess what? The money didn't even go there because it didn't even go there. It went to some thief in some other part of the world. Who knows? Okay. Anyway, number 8, they're saying they're going to discover Social Security payments that are being made to people that live in other countries. Supposedly they found 1,000 people that are over 160 years old. they found one person that supposedly is over 300 years old that's collecting Social Security. Bro, we're only 250 years old. That means there was somebody on the program 50 years before the program started. Okay, number 8, managing and achieving 10x targets. This is all you guys should be managing. Now, just so you guys understand the concept of the 10x, they get a business boot camp, right?
Is a bonus, yeah.
Bonus, 10x business summit. If you've never been to our business summit, it is ridiculous. There's about 500 people in the room, 3 days, unbelievable. We're going to give you one. If you can't make the next one, we'll give you credit for the one that you want to come to. They're in Miami and Scottsdale. You get there, we're going to give you a seat there. It is ridiculous. The concept of 10x, so you understand, for those of you who don't understand it, I have never accomplished a 10x target in my lifetime. Whatever value that is to you, okay, I'm actually not going to hit this. Let's say I have 1,000 clients right now, or 100 clients, or 10 clients, whatever. I basically say my next target is 10,000 clients. That's my target. Okay, now I have to go from 1,000 to 10,000. I don't know how to do it. If you have 1,000 clients, you know how to get 1,000 clients. Some of you don't even know how to do that. You don't even know how you accomplished what you accomplished, because you never broke it down. You never broke down what you did that worked and what you did that didn't work. That's what we're doing for you at the 10X Business Summit. We're taking your business. There's 500 people there. Some people have made $100,000 a year. Some people have made $100 million a year. And we're breaking down the science of how they went from where they are to where they're trying to get to 10X. You're trying to, if I have one apartment unit, now I want to get 10. It's completely different to go from 1 to 10. It's easier, by the way, to get 10 than it is to get 1. So how do I do it? Okay, where's the money going to come from? Where's the prospects of the building going to come from? Where's the debt going to come from? How do I find them? But you're looking for something different. My point is, I have never accomplished this. And what I mean by that is this: on the way from 1,000 clients to 10,000, if I'm 10Xing, or 1,000 units to 10,000, or $1,000 to 10,000. On my way over there, let's say I get to, it probably looks more like this, all right? I get here and I see I'd 5X'd. On the way to 10X. When you hit 5X, you understand you're probably going to get excited right here. And you're probably going to decide, shit, dude, I can do more. If I can do 5,000, I can do 50,000, and you're going to basically change your target again. And you're going to 10X this 5,000. And you're going to be like, you're going to change your targets. And this is how you keep moving up, because you're going to keep getting, you're going to have momentum and confidence along the way. Hey, champ, can I call you back?
Okay.
Huh? Come on, what's up?
Well, nothing. I just wanted to see how it was up.
Man, I love you so much.
I love you too, but call me back.
Hey, should we 10X? Should we 10X?
What?
I said, should we 10X?
What do you mean, should we 10X?
Should we? Is it a good thing?
Of course.
Of course. How old are you?
13.
Let's go, bro. Okay? All right. So what do you need to manage? Okay? Number 1, do you have a predictable process for sales marketing? You got to market and you got to sell something. If you're going to be focused, number 1, on what? What's the first thing you should be focused on 95% of the time? Revenue. Exactly. So what are you going to need? A sales and marketing process, a system. Okay, number 2, which KPIs are you not tracking today? Do you even know what a KPI is? Some of this might sound like a foreign language to you. Man, what are they talking about, dude? Okay, just leave me alone. I don't want to learn anything. I just want to be a one-man show. Ladies and gentlemen, a one-man show, a one-girl show, a one-person operation is a failure in the start. I'm telling you, don't do it. There's no such thing as a solopreneur. You're a pure slave. And you're going to hate the person you're working for. You're going to hate your direction, your mission. You're going to have zero freedom. I know, because I did this. I was working for another guy. I actually got fired. He says he fired me. I say I quit. It doesn't matter. I'm still not there. I leave and I realize I don't like the new guy I'm working for more than the guy I used to work for. I was working for myself. Okay. Number 3, which manager activities are you currently doing? What do you do now? What are you managing now? Everybody's managing something. Dishes, the drive to work, cleaning up your house, mowing your lawn. You're managing some activity, okay? Your teeth. You just got to extend your management to doing something that's actually productive. Number 4, areas of management you currently struggle in. What areas of management? Time. Is time a problem? Or people a problem? Or is the culture a problem? Okay, let's do that. Take 3 minutes and fill this out. You either know it or you don't know it.
Getting money, never losing no. But I'm broke, but now I'm living at it. They just count my zeros and some decimals. And I wish you would try to test me, yo. You should listen to the lesson, no. Masterminds out of Mexico. I invested dough and I let it grow. Regiments I got a pocket for. Rich the income and your taxes low. Spend it right and then invest some more. And if you don't believe me, it's my Grant Cardone. What you mean? You mean Uncle G? Planting seeds for these money trees. Who got my money, please? Everywhere you wanna be like Visa, MasterCard, American Express. I bought the bank and I bought the chance. I buy apartments, I send checks. Young billionaire went undercover, help y'all discover who did it best. Just bought 2 choppers, can't wait till they see the face and they see what I do next. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you're getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you're getting cash flow.
And only then do I buy something stupid. How stupid can you go? You can go as stupid as your cash flow.
You know what heals all ills? Deals. Look who went from meals to bills. It's eat what you kill when you're in the field. In the pipeline overflowing, I don't drip, I spill.
We don't seek balance, nah, we want extraordinary. If you really knew my dreams, it'd be more than scary. We got more to spare, ain't no shortage, baby. Winning by the chopper and another for my lady.
Talking about the bird and the strap. Say the word and she handle that.
Fully loaded, put it at the target, and you know we let it off every man. Got my money, who got my back? You can never get it if you never ask.
Big bags, legendary swag. Only one thing better than cash.
When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you're getting cash flow. When I walk through the door, I'm talking cash flow. And if you know like I know, you're getting cash flow.
When I walk through, no I won't do, no I won't do, no I'm talking to, not to, you know about to do, what? Walk in that door.
Chapter 6, Step 4, Who's Got My Money?
Who got it? 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 Yeah, sure that money is hard.
We're going to do a Q&A. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a Q&A, okay? Okay, now what do you want to do? Okay, I was just talking to you about this, right? This is the road, the discovery, the journey, okay? This is where you're at. You're going to go on this road. You're on Mount Kilimanjaro. Hilamana. Okay, I'm taking the highest mountain in the universe, the mountain of success. Okay, it has no geographic location. Anyone can do it, and it will set you and your family free forever. This is not just some adventure you go on and you get to take pictures of yourself at the top of the mountain. This is something you can pass on to for the next 3 or 4 generations of people. I broke the cycle of poverty in my family. I'm an Italian. I'm the descendant of an Italian family that came here from Sicily and Naples. One of my grandfathers never had papers to live in the country. He lived here illegally for 84 years. He worked in the black markets his entire life. Everything from alcohol to gambling to guns to drugs, you name it, they did it. My other family, which was the legitimate side of my family and the more respected side, was fishermen. And then they became shipbuilders. And then my dad got a college education, and then he became a stockbroker. And my dad, who became the most legitimate and most educated of all of them, lived the shortest period of time of every one of them. How weird is that shit? Okay? The illegal side outlived the educated side. And you guys know those stories. They exist all over the place. Or the people are miserable. The doctor's miserable. If you look at doctors over the last 50 years in this country, doctors used to be at the top of the pyramid. Now they're scrum. They're the most abused, highest suicide rates, overstressed people in our environment. Okay, lawyers. Lawyers are going to be replaced by AI. I'm telling you, you're not going to even have contracts done by lawyers. The top lawyers will be the debate lawyers. The best lawyers will probably end up becoming the vice presidents. But that is, the career's over. Coders that used to work for Facebook for $400,000 and $500,000 a year, in the future you'll pay them 4 pennies. Education and information will be free. It will be free to everyone. Everyone will have access. The artist and the graphics guy and the video editor, where are they going? Huh? What do you say? What do you say? Peace out. Yeah. So then what are you guys going to do? Like, what are you going to do? And what idea are you going to have? AI will generate an industry. Bitcoin will generate a new industry, a pop-off. So understand that when Henry Ford made a car, nobody thought there'd be windshield wipers or side mirrors or brakes or rims, much less 22-inch rims. Nobody ever imagined there'd be a $500,000 or $5 million car. All new industries pop off all these verticals and possibilities and opportunities. So you have something. This is what I'm trying to take you guys on. I'm trying to take you on the wealth journey. I'm trying to get you to build a business that will create generational wealth for you and your family so you can live however you want, wherever you want, do whatever you want, but most importantly, so you can create success, not just for yourself, play the kid. You can create success for other people. You can become an influence in society to actually change the direction of other people.
Like, if you had a wish list of stuff you wanted right now, what would it be?
There's one thing.
What is it?
I want to help people.
No, other than that, because you're already helping me. Is he helping people right now? Does he live number still? Not even a little bit. This guy's a gangster. But I need you to create a video, okay, about your experience here. Now I'm blowing your YouTube channel. Okay? Thank you, man.
I really liked Grant's personality because he was really funny. He kind of inspired me to have a wonder of what I could do with what the talent I've got, and I wanted to improve and work on the things I may not have been the best in. I am going to be honest with you. I used to play video games myself, and I was addicted at some point. And then once I was addicted, it was hard. And I was like, well, I need to stop doing that, and maybe I can make something more productive. Just playing video games all day is it's not good, because you could be trying to improve yourself. If you don't put 100% into learning and working on your goals, then you're not going to be able to successfully live your life. I'm a kid, and I'm trying to help other kids. Just imagine what it'd be like if people like me that were adults and tried to help them get kids off video games. If you're watching this video, I know this is a sign for you to start listening to Grant Cardone and 10x your life. Oh, Uncle G's calling me. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Don't stop it, dude. But he was talking. Okay, all right. Anyway. See, I'm scaling myself through other people, not just for my kids. How can I scale through other people? It's a Sunday afternoon. Guess what? I could be doing something else today. I'm working, right? I'm working to do what? Slosh up. Okay, work up, to push up, to add to help you. So you can be successful, so it's not just me, so this 1% up here becomes recognizable. Not just a bunch of freaking goofy 80-year-old people that have all this wealth and cars and yachts and houses and this house over here, and they got their freaking little buddies and they all trade billions of dollars amongst themselves. But these should be regular people up here. I have multiple companies that have democratized success for everyday people. This is not being done at scale anywhere in the world. Why isn't it being done in the 8th grade for 15-year-olds in high school? Okay, so college is not even necessary. You do not need to go to college. It's not necessary. Okay, if you and your family could create wealth without spending 4 or 5 years in college, would you do it? If you could somehow create a business that brought great solutions to people around the world and it made you a lot of money and made your clients better, and you didn't have to go to college, and you didn't have to go to Bank of America, and you didn't have to sell out to Wall Street, would you do it? That's what we're doing. Okay, we're showing you how to 10x. So along the way, as you scale from 0 to 200 grand, there's problems. It's you. As you move from 200 to 400, you become a coordinator. You don't know how to coordinate. As you go from 400 to 600, you become a producer, or you need other producers so that you can continue to coordinate. Then you're going to need integrators. You're going to have to start tiny bits of organization. If it's you and you're a coordinator, or you are a producer, like I'm a high producer, I produce a lot. So I don't want to coordinate and I don't want to integrate. I need somebody else that can do that. Then there's, who's going to handle finance? Now, as long as you can outproduce your finance, you don't need to worry about it. But sooner or later, somebody's going to steal money from you. They're not going to steal from you when you're $1 million. But look, even if you lose a couple $100 grand when you're making $1 million, somebody stole something from you, it whacks you and it hurts. And you're going to be like, I'm taking everything back to myself. Now you're what? You're the accountant, the shipper, the salesman, the organizer, the treasury. You pay your own taxes, blah, blah, blah. You got small again. You crunch down. You never scaled. Now, this is the scaling to 125 million. When you go from 100 grand to 3 million, you got to know what you're doing and what everybody else is doing. To go from 3 million to 8 million, this is the roadmap to 125. We have this laid out as a system. So this system that we're talking about here, this circle, right? This circle, I keep telling you, is revolving, okay? And it's doing this. It changes as you scale up the food chain. It's moving, rotating through the universe. This is $1 to $3 million. At $125 million, there's a lot of stuff happening up here at the top of the food chain that is not happening down here at 1 to 3 million. This is scaling your company from 0 to 125. Why are we doing this? Because I'm interested in some of these. So for all of you out there saying, bro, why is a guy that's got $5 billion of real estate, $4 or $5 billion of equity in other companies, spending Sunday for $8,800? Well, I'm trying to find out the people that are interested in going on the journey. Okay, if you're not willing to expend time and energy, and you're not willing to invest $8,800 to get to 10 million, I know you're not one of those people that can be a partner. And I also know this: if you're not willing to invest the time and the energy to build the systems out so that we're on the same page. I'm not on your page. I don't want to be on your page. I want to be on my page. I trust my page so that I know we got an idea, we market first, we create leads, we sell everyone, all of them, 100% of them we sell, and then we scale this to where we can go public on Wall Street because we put 4, 5, or 6 companies together and brought them to the street. I was with a guy, Ivan Kaufman, last Friday. I don't know what today is. Yeah, Friday morning. I go see Ivan. Ivan's got a $2.5 billion company. See what Arbor's worth. He's my age. He's been taking companies public for since he was 28 years old. And I saw him in Vegas at this event. I went to this Yeah. So I went to this. They make 1.8 billion of revenue a year. And I went to this event, this party I was invited to because I paid to go to this event to meet new people. And Ivan happened to be in the room. There's thousands of people there, but I know there's 2 or 3 people that I want to meet. I meet Ivan there. I said, Ivan, when you get back to Miami, I'd love to get a meeting with you. I need to learn how to go public. Okay, I want to go public. How do I do that? I go meet with Ivan. I go in there. I know my pitch. You got to know your pitch, man, once you get time with a person. How many of you'd like to get time with me? Let me just see a hand. If you'd like to be like, bro, I'd love to get 15 minutes with you. Okay, yes, 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 yes. Okay, good. let's pretend that I gave you the meeting. Now I'm going to tell you, because I'm going to tell you when you get the meeting with me. I'm going to be like, yeah, bro, let's go. You want a meeting? Send it to Tony. Set up a time. Oh, by the way, tell Tony. No, I like doing like this, Johnny. I'm getting really good at this now. Okay. I'm getting good at this. I'm getting good, Johnny. Okay. I'm like, hey, what's the agenda? And you send her back the email. Agenda is 1, 2, 3. So I sent Ivan an agenda, what I wanted to talk about. And Ivan, he's been watching me for 15 years, so he thinks I'm a legit guy. Okay, I tricked him. He's like, bro, you've done it right. Let's do the meeting. He wants the meeting for him too, you understand? That meeting can last longer if there's something in it for him, not just something in it for me. So when I walk in Ivan, I said, Ivan, 3 things I want to talk about. See, what I want to ask you guys is this. Thank you. I want to ask you guys this. If I agreed to a meeting with you, do you know what you are going to talk to me about? On a scale from 1 to 10 or 0 to 10, 0 to 10, do you know what your pitch is when you walk in a room? Now, good. Some of you are 0s, some of you are 7s, some of you are 1s, some of you are 10s. Good. Now, you guys that are 10s, just the guys that are 7, 8, 9s, and 10s. Is your pitch going to help me in my journey? On a scale from 0 to 10. No. It's going to 10x your life. Is it going to 10x my life? On a scale from 0 to 10. See, because that's what you have to know. So I walked in Ivan. I said, Ivan, 3 things I'm here to talk about today. You guys should have seen this on Undercover Billionaire, okay? You guys should have seen this on Undercover Billionaire. I do this all the time. I do it to everybody all the time. I don't know why more people don't pick it up. It's pure genius. When you want something, don't ask for 1 thing. You ask for 3 things. It's called stack. Trump knows how to do this too, by the way. Okay, these are called stacks. How many of you here saw Undercover Billionaire? The entire 13 episodes. How many of you saw the entire 13 episodes of that show? We're going to give it to everybody here. Everybody here, this has been taken off of Discovery Channel. Discovery Channel took it off. I sued them. We didn't win. They grabbed it. So what I did was I cut it, edited it, have it for myself. We do not sell this to anyone. We're going to give it to everyone that takes advantage of the opportunity today. It's 13 episodes, and you're going to see me go from 0, and I'm going to tell you everything I'm doing behind the scenes. I actually went back and reproduced the show to show you what I'm doing and why I'm doing it behind the scenes. I built a $5.5 million business in 88 days without spending a penny, not a nickel. No social media, okay? Never used my name. Didn't have any place to live. In 10 days, I had a brand new truck, a brand new RV to live in, cut a deal for an apartment at the day 11, okay? Literally had a computer, computer, food bill, restaurant to eat at, an apartment to live in, printer, $10,000 in cash, 15% of another company, and I didn't spend any money at all. And I can teach you guys gym memberships. Anyway, had all kind of great stuff. Had, when you're broke and you don't have anything, just a shower's a cool thing to have. Okay, we're going to give you that and all the background behind the scenes of what I'm doing. Now, reason I said that is when I went to Ivan, I said, Ivan, there's 3 things I'm here to talk about. That should be how your meeting starts. Mr. Cardone, I have 3 things here to talk about. Okay, there's the thing I want to do, and there's 2 throwaways. If they bite on all of them, super cool. I don't know which. It's like a menu in a restaurant. So I walk in here and tell the guy the 3 things. I'm not going to tell you what they are because I'm under a bit of a NDA at this point, okay? Because of what we got going on. Anyway, I go to number 1. He's like, I pitched number 1 to him. It was a throwaway, and the guy's like, what if I got you 500 million? Like, this is in the beginning of the meeting. I'm not even to the stuff I want. And he's like, what if I could get you 500? I said, well, 500 would be very helpful, okay? 2, I pitched a second deal. The second part of the deal, let me see what the first part of the deal was. Oh, yeah. He's like, that'll help you with number 2. And then when I pitched the third deal, he's like, tell me that again? And I told him again, he's like, if you can do that, I'll be a partner in that company. I want to sit on the board. I'll sit on the board for free. And I want to, and typically that could be 250 grand, $1 million a year. He's like, and I'll help you take it public. Okay? The point is, when you get a shot, do you have a system? Because if you don't have a system, I don't want to bet on you. Because I know you don't have a system, right? Like, what's the system? Oh man, I created this thing. Great. Do you have a plan to create 1,000 of them, 10,000 of them, 100,000 of them? Do you have a plan to create them if you die? No, I don't have that. I'm not interested. It's just more work for me. You understand? So we want to help you guys. If you're willing to invest in you, we are going to pay attention to you, and we're going to pay attention to you for the next 90 days. 90-day revenue challenge includes private one-on-one coaching. That's $10,000, okay? We're going to give that to you for free. The 12 seven-figure coaching calls. You cannot buy that. It says $2,500. You cannot buy that from us. Okay? If they just bought the 12 3 months of seven-figure the coaching calls, can they just buy coaching?
The group calls is $2,500.
Yeah. The money and finance course, okay, it's $2,000. I'm giving you that. Cardone University for 90 days to support you. That's direct contact. Thank you. Direct contact with me. 24/7, 365, all my material, everything. You guys can use that. You can overuse it or never use it. I'm giving it to you. 90-day onboarding, our KPI tracker. We're going to show you how to use it. The seven-figure sales scripts, where they are, what they are, and how to use them. We'll show you how to do that on the calls. Our profit planner, the social media marketing calendar, the activity target calculator. We're not just dumping this on you. We're going to show you how to use it over the next 12 weeks with a target for you to hit in your business. We're going to give you the 10X marketing files, which is this. You cannot buy this. This is not for sale. You cannot give me 50 grand for this, 100 grand, or $1 million for it. The only people that get this are the people that join us, okay? And let me just tell you this, bad news. I got some bad news for you. This changes, constantly changes. We find stuff that worked that doesn't work anymore. So when we go through here and we show you our marketing supplement guide, okay? It's a pitch letter for coaches. And when we show you this, we might show you this today and say, bruh, that doesn't work anymore. We were using it. It produced this for us. It expired. We still keep it in the book because it might come back a time where, you know, like, hey, that fashion thing is back in again, okay? We're gonna give you that. If you use one of those successfully, it could be millions of dollars. There are 300 pages of that material. The networking group, you cannot join this networking group by just giving money to be in the networking group, and the 3-day 10X Business Summit bonus. The only thing that requires you to travel is the Business Summit, and Miami, Scottsdale, what's your pick? Go to the one you want. If you can't make this one, you can make the next one. We do 4 a year, and we want you there. And we want to celebrate you on stage. The cost of this, the investment, what you can write off from the Internal Revenue Service, what is that that write-off code? IRS, you want to write this down, IRS code 970. This is tax deductible. This will come straight off your federal form. I am not a tax consultant. I am not doing your taxes. But if you tell your accountant, IRS code 970, $8,800, take it right off my it's going to be your AGI, your adjusted gross income. It's going to reduce your adjusted gross income by $8,800, okay, as a tax deduction, including, by the way, the travel to the hotel, on the plane and the hotel for this education that you got, okay? It's grantcardone.com/go, grantcardone.com/go. If you want to 10X your business, if you want to make your idea a reality, if you're sick and tired of playing down here, and maybe you're here right now, and you're sick and tired of making sense of other people that aren't as smart as you and don't work as hard as you, and you're watching these people up here and saying, dude, how did they do that? Come on, you guys cannot make sense of how I did what I did. Like, nobody can make sense of this. People go online and trash me. They're like, how does that guy have a private plane that Coca-Cola would buy? How did that guy? I have people that I've been doing business with for 30 years that are like, bro, what happened to you? You grew up on the bayou. Now you fly right by you. I got to work that out. It's not quite worked out, you know? But you know what I'm saying? I grew up in the bayou, now I fly right by you. You know, people that didn't even pay attention to me, man, are like, how'd you do all that, bro? Okay, we got a system. And I could do this in any field. I could do this in anything: health, wellness, coaching, education, military assignments, government agencies. Like, you could do it anywhere. You could do it for a whole state if you wanted to. But you got to know what's the first thing to do. What is the most important thing to do first, then second? Okay? We want to help you guys. I want to open it up to some Q&A right now and see if any of you that are interested in doing this, if you've not had your questions answered. By the way, our number here is 310. Do they have the phone number? They know about it? Okay, 310-777-0255. But we want to tell you, because I don't know that everybody looks at the chat or reads the chat. If you want to call the office and say, look, I got a business that does X, will it help? I'm coaching dogs. I'm training dogs. I'm training dogs. How do I get my prices up? How do I scale my business? How could I do something online? How could I sell? How could I create more traffic? Okay. Will it help if I'm doing whatever? Okay. You can call 310-777-0255. Let's open it up to the room where I can just invite people in.
Yeah, that's great. And then just so for everybody who enrolled in the program, we're going to be doing onboarding as soon as we wrap up today. So stick around because you're going to be meeting with Veronica, and she's going to be taking you through how to get started with the program. Your program starts today.
And then, yeah, that's great. And then the two people that you have in, just insert them in here.
Okay.
Okay, I want to open questions. Anything about this opportunity, the sales scripts, how to use them, KPIs, how to use them, the profit planner, how to use it, the 7-figure coaching, how do you use a coach?
That's Laura.
Okay, Laura, what's up? And you guys, when you guys get the 10X hat, do some of these people have hats? I guess they got them from us. Yeah, y'all ought to rock those, man, because once you're part of the 10X, there's a cult.
Hi, Grant.
Yeah. Once you're part of the 10X thing, you guys should rock your hat because people will come up to you naturally and say, bro, what do? You do 10X, you know Grant, you work with Grant? Go ahead.
Okay, hi Grant. I have a business idea, but it's not ready yet because it still needs a lot of work. But right now I'm in a difficult situation because my mom had cancer surgery and can't work. So you already gave some ideas, but I still want to ask you, if I have some money to invest, what business ideas, assets, or investments would you really recommend that can generate income while I continue to develop my business?
Yeah, okay, so that's a great question. She's like, there's a lot of questions in there. It's like, hey, what's a great business to be in? And then she said that will create income for me right now. Okay, real estate is not one of those businesses. I love real estate as an investment, but I don't love real estate as an investment that creates income today. Not enough income. It takes money to own that, and then it creates little drips of income that is very dependable, as opposed to me getting a big spike of income. Now, if I'm going to try to get a big spike of income, let's say how old are you?
18.
Yeah, I'm 18 years old. I'm like, okay, I'm hustling. I don't want to go to college. I'm like, or maybe I'm going to college. How can I work? How can I hustle on the weekends? What could I do? What's a field that would pay me money? Health, man, health. Everything to do with the health space is full of dough. I don't mean the insurance part of the process. I'm talking about working someplace where I can sell high-priced supplements, high-priced health solutions for older people that want to fix something. Cosmetology, how to look good, how to look better, quick fixes. Like, these women will pay anything to have that stuff. So if you could figure out a market where you could like charge for or be part of a company that's delivering some high-priced products in the health field. Helping companies with AI. Helping companies with social media. Companies still, no one knows how to use social media, folks. Like, trust me, they will pay tens of thousands, $20,000, $100,000 contracts for you to go in and do their social media. This is what I tried to do with this deal on Undercover Billionaire, but they overcomplicated it. They should have kept it simple. You could literally charge a company $10,000 to clean up all their bios. Update all your bios, all your pages from LinkedIn to Facebook to Twitter to X. Now you're going to have a sales funnel. Nobody's going to call you and say, fix my LinkedIn. You got to call them, have the bright idea, get the money, and then go do the work. Okay, great question. Let's see how many of these we can get to, by the way. This is what we do on our weekly calls. Let's go to my friend, Wayne. What's up, Wayne? You got to turn electricity on in your house, Wayne. It's all right, it's behind you. Now, when Wayne starts Zooming his clients, okay, this is just a tip for everybody. When the light's behind you, I can't see you, and when I can't see you, I can't trust you. For whatever, I trust you, Wayne.
Well,
Wayne, I trust you, by the way. I naturally trust you. You're all right. But I'm just telling you guys, just from a learning point, you always want to see the light. When people can't see, they don't trust. Go ahead.
I'll get out of the light. This way, is it?
I believe you, though.
There you go.
I got you.
How are you, Grant? I live in Monaco, and I do property development. Basically, is in Australia and in Monaco as well. But I'm about to launch a brand new brand. I used to be
kind of the only thing I care about. Yes, sir.
And I used to be a sportsman. I've retired, and cut a long story short, I'm living a good life. And I do property development now, but I'm about to launch a electric bicycle, mountain bike style thing. And I don't have staff to start with all that just yet, but I'm just putting it together, and it's going to be based in Monaco. So it's a pretty exciting adventure, and I've been listening to all your stuff, and I'm really liking it, and I want to buy your systems. And it's because I'm starting really basic on that, and I'd like to be able to stay in contact with you a little bit more, for questions and so on.
Well, that's good.
Stuff, so.
Then you should. He's in Monaco. He's one of the most beautiful places in the world. The first thing I would tell you to do, can you guys show my roadmap to 125 million? That's what we need to do right now. We need to organize your roadmap to first $1 million and then to 125. Like we got to build this out.
My long-term goal is to get to 100 or to 125. Now it's going up every day, which is good.
Yeah,
but
good.
I'm a big dreamer. I always reach for the stars, and I push hard to get it. And otherwise, I wouldn't have been a world champion. So it's it's stuff that I know. I just don't have the skills with all the structures and the finance and so on. And that's what I want to learn from you. And that's
but you don't need the finances are not the problem. You know that because you live in Monaco. There's so much money. There's enough money on one boat outside your window right now to fund everything you wanted to do and forever.
Finance is not the problem.
Finance is not the problem. Now, most of the people listening today think that finances are always the problem, but it's never the problem. It's the mind that's the problem.
No, it's not really. No.
Yeah. So what I would tell you to do is, Wayne Gardner, I would join us for this at grantcardone.com go and become part of this network, and let's start straightening out wiring A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Because if you're running around talking about M before you can explain me A, B, C, nobody's going to listen to you.
Yeah.
So that's what I would do. I'd go to grantcardone.com/go, and let's lay out your track. You already said it. I mean, I already talked about it. How you going to get to $125 million? There's an actual process to go from here to hit this number. Exactly what people have to do that hit that target all have certain things in common. Companies that do $1 billion a year have something similar processes, similar problems. So that's what I would ask you to do. And I'd love to be part of that. He's in a great business to do that. What does that bike sell for, by the way? Is that a $1,000 bike, $2,000 bike?
Oh, no. It's a high. I'm using my brand name and image and so on. And it'll be up around the 15 to 20,000 euros.
Okay, $20,000. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Well,
20
good.
grand, yeah.
Now, yeah. Are there any electric bikes for $2,500?
25,000. Oh, yeah. Many.
Yeah.
Many.
Okay.
But no, it's not. It's the top end because
Yeah.
it's a specially designed bike with
Yeah.
all my knowledge and so
No,
on, and it's
I hear you.
it's rather
Trust me, I've heard
revolutionary.
about the special knowledge many, many times.
Sorry?
Many times. I've heard about the special knowledge many, many times. It won't be the knowledge
No,
that gets you there.
no. It's I can't explain it. There's too many special products on the thing that it makes it vastly different. But yeah, look, it's the top level thing. So.
Yeah, I got you. I'd love to do something with you. I hope you join us. Let's go to the next caller. Raymond, what's up, Raymond? Just remember, guys, the smartest people do not fund the colleges. The smartest people work at the colleges. The most educated work at the colleges, and the smart guys fund them. Yes, sir.
Hey, thanks for doing this. This is awesome. I'm in roofing, do about $3 million a year. Been flat there for the last few years.
You've been flat at $3 million.
Flat, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, what I really am more passionate about is the cattle industry. Food. So it's like I'm always torn, which hand. And I do a lot in the cattle stuff too, but mostly just here to learn. And there was so much information given here today. It's like, it's so hard to process it.
Yeah. Was it too much, dude? Was it too much?
No.
Yeah, I think it's too much. I was telling Jared on the break, it's just too much information. And
I had to take a break.
Yeah, that's the only reason.
I took a break and come back.
You had to take a break and come back?
Yeah, because I was like, I wanted to quit, but I don't want to leave, right? Because I need to process.
Yeah.
So.
Well, look, man, that's why we offer people, for the tiny 1% that can process everything. They have instant recall and they have perfect memory and they're geniuses and they can process all this. They're not going to take advantage of the opportunity. For people like yourself that are really committed to big dreams and big things, that's why we want to offer this 90-day opportunity to you. We're also looking at getting into the ranching business with 10X Ranches. So
how would you scale that? Like, that's my thing. Like because it requires a lot of land.
Yeah.
And then like selling the meat, like say you're going to sell it out. A lot of people need to be involved in getting the meat to the population.
What we would do is we would see if the game's big enough to play the game. If there's a crack or an opportunity, if the Smith organization, who owns all the farmland in the country? China bought who? Didn't China buy Smith Foods?
They're buying, yeah.
Exactly. So we're going to go crack. We're going to go study the space, find out where the crack in the opportunity is, and we're going to go exploit it.
Right. So you're not going to.
The bigger. Everybody has liabilities and everybody has assets. Everybody has a liability. The bigger you get. We went into the banking business at Cardone Capital. We basically are a bank, and we went and started raising money. And our competition's Blackstone and BlackRock. It doesn't get much bigger than that. And we exploited where they couldn't be. This is straight out of a book called If You're Not First, You're Last. Make a list of the liabilities that your competition have and you exploit them. And so we got to study what that is. But you're in the right space, dude. You're in the right space. You know you're in the right space. And I'm sad that Yellowstone's over.
Yeah.
Okay? Join us. We'll help you.
Awesome, thanks.
Okay, love the hat. Belinda, how you doing?
Hi, sorry, it took a minute to unmute. Thank you so much, Grant. It's been so amazing to be here. I have had a small business for a while, and listening to everything you said was a little bit of a fire hose. And I'm like on about 1 or 0 on most of the things, so I have a lot of work to do. I want to sign up for the 90-day revenue challenge, but I'm delivering a huge piece of work that's going to be finished in April 15th. And then I will actually have some bandwidth to work on it. So I wanted to just ask you, what's your what's your recommendation? Because I know I need this work and I'm super excited to work with you, but I just literally would not be able to do anything until the middle of April.
Huh?
Perfect timing. The business summit, the 10X Business Summit is mid-April.
Mid-April. When is your project done?
Middle of April, so like April 15th.
Yeah. When's our event?
12 through 14.
Yeah.
Then there's another one in July.
Yeah. So we have one in April and one in July. You know,
Okay.
now you understand this only takes like 1 hour a week.
Right, but in terms of actually being able to build the systems out and have access to the material,
Yeah.
you know, I've just,
Yeah.
and I'm also working with another coach at the same time.
Yeah,
as well,
okay.
So
Well,
it feels a little overwhelming.
Yeah, we can delay your start till April 1st and have your commitment now that you're going to go. April 1st, April Fool's Day, we say, hey, let's go. You ready to go? And then we're going to hold you accountable and say, no, we're going. Let's go. Don't add another complexity.
Right, but can we do it April 15th instead of 1st?
Whatever. Yeah, sure. Whatever you want to do, I'm fine with. However long you want to wait, okay? I am fine with that. However long you want it. Just trust me, on April 15th, there will be something else. And then July 15th, there will be something else. There will always be something, folks. Always. And the more you commit to the journey to the top of the wealth band, the more objections will come to running you down that hill. And some of these are self-imposed. Some of these are actually in the universe. Some are just gravity. Some is real life. I have the ability to punch through them all. Like once I commit, I'm like, out of my way, that's where we're going.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like this whole weekend has given me hope that I can achieve these
I
goals.
know you
so
can.
thank
How
you for
old
that.
are
It's
you?
been
How old are
awesome.
you?
That is so rude. I'm 53. I'm teasing you.
Well, that's great. It's time. We got to get busy though. Guess what? The reason I asked you that is because when I started, I had you at like 43, 44. But
oh, you're very kind.
I started my career at 52 years old.
Uh-huh.
All my wealth, it was developed in the last 14 years.
Wow, that's inspiring. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with all of us.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
really
No, I was
amazing.
almost in bankruptcy at 52 years old because of the 2008 collapse. So I
Yeah.
can't wait. I can't wait to not just work with you, have the team work with you, but map out what you can do, and then have you on a big stage and say, "Look, at 53, look what she did in 1 year." So I look forward to working with you. Let's go to the next person, Inga, and then do you have the Inga? How you doing?
Hello?
Mute me.
Can you hear me?
I want you to work
Can you
with
hear me?
two people that have worked with us already. Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you very much. I really always enjoyed listening to you and learning from you, and thank you. So I told you once before, and your advice back then, it was only a few months ago, and I asked which type of audience I should focus on. I was going to focus on the high school student, and you did tell me that, okay, maybe like I should focus on the business side of things because they have few opportunities.
Yeah, no, you should focus on the parent. What I said was you should focus on the parent, right? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, so I actually I didn't listen to you, and I decided to go ahead with my audience, which I have been doing. So far, just today after this workshop, I have realized that, okay, so probably I have to focus on closer to the audience that you're talking about, which is the junior, the junior like from the college and university as opposed to the high school students, because I learned a hard lesson that they didn't have enough time and their commitments not a lot, and and also like we have to work with a lot of colleges, which like it's harder to go directly to the clients. So I would like to, so my goal now is to have a coaching program to coach junior the employable skills. My current revenue is about 500K. And
Good
my
for you.
goal is
Congratulations. Okay, look, let me just bring you back. Okay, what you need to learn, you got to tighten up what you say to people, because people have attention issues. So you should have started with that. Hey, my current income is 500 grand. Now what? Now what's your question?
So my goal is to get to 1 million this year.
Okay, good. Bad goal. Bad
2025.
goal. We don't want to go from 500 to 1 million. We want to go from 500 to 5 million.
Okay, that's that. Okay, so
And the reason we want to shift your target from 500 to 5 million is not because we can achieve the 5 million, but because it's going to force you to think outside your $500,000 box. Okay, because you're going to go, I want to go from 500 to 600. There's no answers there. The answers are in the leaps. They're in the 500 to 5 million. We're not going to hit either one of them, by the way. But when you say, hey, how do I go from 500 to 5 million? You're like, oh, I need new products. I need another 25 people. Blah. That's what we got to start thinking about. We got to start thinking about the scaling.
Okay.
Okay? Because you'll get there faster.
Yes. But I also have a problem that I
Okay.
can share with you, that I bought quite a few programs from you already, which some of the programs that I haven't used, which like make me feel like kind of under pressure. So should I buy another program? And it costs quite a bit of money as well. So my question to you is that, so the audience that I'd like to focus on now is the junior from college, because they are the ones that were lacking a lot of employable skills. And I'm passionate in helping those people to be successful after their college.
Yep.
And also like, how can I scale it with this type of audience?
Okay. So what do you think?
I think it's possible because everyone's trying to coach businesses, right? So how can we actually help young people? And not a lot of people focusing on the young people.
Yeah. They don't have any
and
money.
They need job. And they need to have like career after the graduation.
They don't have any money. You got to focus on a clientele that can pay you. Just because somebody needs something doesn't mean they want it. And just because they want and need it doesn't mean they can afford it.
Is it possible like to work with institutions and they can fund some, and also like their parents as well? And also themselves as well. Because if they really
I'm
want
just telling
to
you,
get
I don't know
job,
why you keep fighting with the idea. I'm just telling you. You want to go through the education system, you'll never get it sold, ever. I had a buddy that brought an educational product to the US government and said, I will charge you nothing. It's free. They loved the product. They love it. We can scale kids' education to the public in America at scale, every school system for free. And the US government said it would be 3 years before they could get it approved. He died before they actually approved it. True story. So I'm just telling you, like you have to, he took the wrong, he targeted a massive audience. It would have been super cool, but there was no entry. You guys are just being impractical. I'm telling you guys to be impractical, go to 10X. And then what does she do? She picks an industry that's almost impenetrable because the layers of complexity to get to it. So it'd be like you starting a consulting business and you want your first customer to be Microsoft. Microsoft is not going to pay you. Microsoft is going to be like, we'll do it for free and you get to use our name. That's what big companies do, okay? Walmart's. Yeah, you can put it in our store. If it doesn't sell, we're sending it all back to you. The story's all over, like it happens all over. So we got to find a little place for you to go where we can make some real money quick. I know you don't know the answer right now. You're not going to know the answer until we get everything in the right order. And it doesn't matter how much money you spend on the way there. Okay, as long as you don't spend 5 million. Okay, my goal with you would be to get you, without knowing any more about your company than I know right now, as long as you're not all locked in and you're not all, your goal is to make 500 grand, and my goal is for you to make 5 million. Okay, which one of these games you want to play? If you want to play the $500,000 game, go do the school system and eke out and make $40,000 a month, okay? Because I'm just telling you, we just can't get there fast enough. We can get here faster if we think outside the box. We'll build something different. We're going to find some other solution to your problem. All right, okay, next question. Dane, what's up, Dane? How you doing, Dane?
Hey, Grant, how's it going?
Let's go, 10X everything, man. I like the flag. We need to bring those back. I like those.
So Dane's actually been through the 90-day revenue challenge.
Hey, Dane, tell me what's happened for you as a result of the 10X, the 90-day challenge.
Yes, we added another 490K in revenue to our business in the 90 days that I did it.
Tell me what happened. So you got it. You started. You were making how much?
Yes, we were doing 1.21 million in the previous year. I was able to bring in the sales and the systems to place into my business so that we could, win. So we did 1.71 million in our 90 days. And
so you picked up, by the way, this is 35%. He went up in 90 days. If you did that, if you were a publicly held company, and you went up 35% in 90 days, your company's value would just like shoot through the roof. And then what do you think you're on track for long term?
My goal this year is to double my revenue from previous years and go to those break points that you were talking about. I want to get to that 15, and we finished off at 8. So
you want to get to 8 million. You think you're going to do, huh?
That was for 90 days.
There's 90 days. He wants to get to $8 million this year. So to the lady right before that we were speaking to, you see why I want to go from I don't want to go from 500 to $1 million. I want to go 500 to 5 million, track along the way, put in the systems, find the products and services. We just need time with you guys to change the way you think. Is the way you think about money and business and opportunities different today than it was 200 days ago?
Yeah, the reason that I got signed up with the program was that I needed to be, held more accountable. Like just in producing stuff. I had to know my numbers each month, and a big thing that I had is always, until I'm perfect with all my employees and I have all the right people in place, I'm not going to be able to achieve my goals until we establish all of that. So I was able to identify some of the people that were in my business that, weren't acting towards our goals and doing the numbers all the time. And, I was able to identify now a lot of people a lot quicker that, hey, listen, you're not, your KPIs in the business are not where we need them to be. And, I got to find someone that's going to fight and do extra things to our business that we need.
Yeah. Do you feel like our support has become another arm to your business?
Always, 100%. When I get stuck in these difficult times, to reach out and, to jump onto those calls and to, get the answers from my coach and that stuff. And, hey, I don't, and getting the second opinion on things was always great. And, all the trainings, you keep coming back here and you grab a little golden nugget.
Yeah. Great, man. Thank you. Congratulations, by the way. That's what we like. We like to hear people come in. They go from $1.2 million to $1.7 million on its way to $8 million. Those are great stories for us to tell.
And then we got Jennifer Solomon.
Jennifer, how you doing?
Hi, Grant. How are you doing today?
What's going on, buddy?
I did the 90-day challenge. I did it back to back, actually. So it was great. It was so good the first time that I did it again a second time. We went from 61K monthly to 170K.
So that's over double. That's
monthly,
almost
yeah.
a triple, 3X.
Yes.
So how, I mean, obviously it's been worth the money, okay? But how personally, what has it done for you, Jennifer, that you didn't have?
It built confidence, understanding your numbers, and creating operations that were stronger than what I had before. I felt like I was just throwing
180
darts at a bullseye, but not hitting anything, and not sure how I was getting there. So the visibility, the accountability I had from my coach, the assurance I had from my coach made it awesome.
So you'll do $2 million this year.
I'm planning to do $5 million.
$5 million. Guys, she's in the top. 91% of all small businesses in America never hit 1 million. You want to break that down to female and black? You're talking about no one. You're talking about 0.001. She is black and she's woman and she's doing $5 million a year. Okay, I know a lot of you guys won't talk about that, particularly the white people in the room. They're like, I can't talk about that. But bro, like when you break those numbers down, what she's doing is phenomenal. And guess what? That's good for me because I get to show her as a product of what I'm doing. Look, my goal is to scale through other people now. Grant's already got his. I got my shit. I got my bag. If I could start helping other people get their bag and then they could go out and help their community get their bag, we don't need a government to rob the bag. In fact, they wouldn't be able to rob the bag because we're intelligent enough now. You guys notice at the top of the food chain, the very top of the food chain, these guys don't pay anything for anything? Whoever has the goal makes the rules, folks. You want to make the rules or you just want to be a fool? Okay? You want to sit down here and complain like they have for thousands of years, the peasants complain about the king? Well, good, keep doing that, okay? You want to revolt every 100 years? Great. You're still going to be down here with the peasants. Sorry, I'm just calling it out. I'm calling it out for what it is. The only way to get out of this situation is to get into that situation. That's it. The government's not going to tell you this. Your teacher's not going to tell you this. Your liberal teacher's going to tell you this is a problem. We need to change the world. Everybody should have everything equally. It will always end up in the hands of these people. Always and forever, unless you guys think you're going to change the last 1,000 or 3,000 years, and you're not. It's always going to end up like this. These guys, you could take every penny that I have today. Every penny. How many of you think I'd have it all back in the next 10 years? Take it all, take it all, take it all from me. How many believe, just throw it in the chat. How many think, what's the chances in 10 years I have everything back and more? I got a system, okay? I don't have confidence in me, I have confidence in my system. So I wouldn't even pick the businesses I'm in today. I would actually go target different businesses that are popping up and service those. Jennifer, I can't wait to meet you. Is she gonna be at the Growth Conference?
I have, me and my team will be at Growth Conference. We have our diamond tickets.
Thanks. I'm putting you on stage. Make sure I put her on stage. Find a place in the event where I put her on stage, okay? See, I want to show people, I want to show Jennifer off to my audience, okay? I'm her uncle. How old are you, Jennifer?
I'm 41.
Yeah, man, you look great too, okay? It's just fantastic because success makes you look younger. I remember, I think the first time I met you, you were like this old, broken down woman. Okay, all right. Okay, so what do we want all of you to do? All of you that are here today, we want you to join us on the 90-day revenue challenge. Okay, 12 private one-on-one coachings. You get with a personal coach and you share what's going on for you. Where do you need help? What do you need help with, okay? Where do you want to go? What are your goals? Are the goals big enough? What are your pricings? What are your price points? How many different flows of income do you have? What do you think your assets are? What are your liabilities? We're going to put all that together, and then we're going to spend the next 12 weeks, okay, doing coaching calls with top of the food chain executives in our staff. They're going to work with you. I'm on many of those calls, by the way, where we're going to answer Q&A like we did today, but with a much smaller audience. I need you to get on the Money and Finance course. That Money and Finance course, you own that for life. Cardone University for the next 90 days, right? 90-day onboarding. We're going to show you exactly what to do with your people when you bring people on, because you're not going to go from where you are to where you want to go with no people. Sales Daily. We're going to show you how to use the KPIs, the 7-figure sales scripts, the profit planner, the social media marketing activity calculator. We're going to give you these things for life. The activity target calculator, you own that. The content creator calendar, you own it. The 10X marketing swipe files, can't buy it anywhere. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. The networking group for 90 days, and Jennifer rejoined because she thought it was so valuable. Also, 3 days These are $5,000 seats for this thing I'm going to give you 3 days at our 10X Business Summit. Plus, the Undercover Billionaire. Cannot find this anywhere on the planet. It's been delisted by Discovery Channel. They took it away, said I couldn't deliver it anymore. I'm going to give that to you guys while you watch me go 90 days under another name, without a credit card, without any money, and I build a $5.5 million business, okay? What else? What am I leaving out, Jared? Payment plans. If you need a payment plan,
call the office.
Call the office.
310
310-777-0255. 310-777-0255. The mentoring calls are recarded for those, they're recarded for the
Tuesday calls are going to be recorded and they're archived. So not only do you if
because
you can't
I like to hear things a second time. Those that desire repetition, I like lots of repetition.
And can I say just
can I just say something before you say that? Because I like to hear things a second time because I'm not the same person the second time I hear it, and the third time, and the fourth time, and I start figuring out angles. So like I listen to the same thing over and over again. I'm looking at angles and I'm looking at different little tiny little things.
So in addition to those weekly calls on Tuesday at 5 p.m. that are live that you can come in and ask questions on, they're also recorded, and you get access to the archive of previous calls. So we've had this program for probably 2 years now, and so you'll get to go back and all of these calls that we've gone through where we're talking about KPIs and marketing and sales strategies and how to pitch your product and how to handle objections and all this stuff. You guys get access to the entire archive of that as well.
10X jerseys, okay? I know a lot of you have been hitting this, but like I want the little guy in the back, the 10X. Those are at our website, grantcardone.com. grantcardone.com. You can buy the apparel, the hat. We got a bunch of gear down there. Those slacks over there on the dummy over there, don't be a dummy.
And anybody, hey, let's just do one
Don't
more
be
thing.
this guy, by the way. Don't be this guy, okay? He just sits here, he does nothing. He just looks good.
One more thing, because we had a couple people reach out. You did something for Jamie that we just want to extend to anybody else who takes advantage of the offer today. When you take advantage of the offer today, we're also going to give you an executive ticket to the 10X Growth Conference or an executive level ticket to the 10X Wealth Conference. You just pick which one you want to come to, and we'll go ahead and make sure that you get to those events too. Yeah, executive 10X Growth Con ticket or a 10X Wealth Con ticket.
One of the two, okay? And then the 10X Wealth Conference is a conference where we bring in a bunch of people from Wall Street, banks, privately held funds, IPOs. This is sophisticated economics, top of the food chain money guys that come in and talk about what they think happens through the rest of 2025. I've had people like Lloyd Blankfein come into that, Gary Cohn, Donald Trump, Eric Trump,
Sylvester Stallone. I'm sorry, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
The Treasury Secretary.
Yep.
Like
Hart,
we got a list of people this year coming
Mark
in. Mark
Wahlberg.
Hell, man, the FBI director might walk in. I'm friends with the FBI director, so don't try any shit with me because I'll put freaking Cash Patel on your ass. Okay. I got a lot of friends right now. Okay. I hope you guys join us. We have a lot of fun here. For those of you that want to have fun, we have fun. Okay, you don't want to have fun? You want to joke around? Guess what? The wrong place. I joke around. I like to have a lot of fun. 1, 2, I like to make money. I want to make money, and I want people to make a lot of money, and I don't want you guys to make a little bit of money. I want you to make a lot of money because I can't brag about you guys making a little bit of money. I go to my friends, and I'm like, oh, here's Ben, and I helped Ben make $100. And everybody, my friends are going to be like, what's wrong with Ben? Okay, so I want to brag about big stuff like Jennifer going from like what she did. Like I'm like, that's impressive. You know, I'll be in the White House one day. I guarantee you, I'll be with Donald Trump, big man. Okay, and he's gonna be like, "Who are you helping right now?" You have the script, Johnny, where he's pull up the piece where he's saying, "I helped so many people." Where's Johnny at? Johnny got the leap. Okay, no, not the script. The video.
The clip on stage from Trump.
He's endorsing me. And he's like, you help so many people. But that's what we do here. We want to have fun. We want to help you guys make money. Okay, you got to tell me where you guys are at in the process so Jared knows. Go ahead, Jared.
Thing I just wanted to add in here is that immediately after we finish, so in the next few minutes here,
we're going to onboard.
We're going to do onboarding for everybody who joined the program. So
we have a list of all the people that signed up.
Yep. So they've got a list that they're going to run of everybody who took advantage of the offer here. And then if you guys want to stick around and just go over through the onboarding, you're welcome to do that in the VIP room here, so that you can see everything that people are getting and how it all works. We're happy to have you for that as well.
How do I find out how the payment plans work for you? Do it for your marketing company. Oh, the do-it-for-you marketing. Jared, I guess you brought that up?
Yeah, just call the office.
Call the office. Okay, congratulations to everybody who took advantage of this. Man, I've enjoyed spending Saturday and Sunday with you guys. I didn't spend it with my family, but you guys are my extended family. Hope you took advantage of this, okay? If you didn't take advantage of this, let us know what we can do to help you take advantage of it so we can get you on the road to success. Okay, this is not a scam. This is not a gimmick. This is not... And it's not free. I understand it's money. Okay, it's a lot of money in many cases. I have spent tens of millions of dollars becoming who I am. Don't let money get in the way of you becoming who you are and making the dreams that you have a reality. Your dreams are going to cost you something. Dreams are not something that you're just like having in bed. Like if you want to make dreams a reality, they're going to cost you time, money, courage. You're not going to know if you're going to win. David didn't know if he was going to beat Goliath. Okay? I think Jesus probably had a few doubts along the way. I don't know. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he was like, I know I'm the Son of God, and I know exactly what's going to happen. I know this. I have always had doubts about my journey. I did not think I would make it. I have changed my mind along the way many, many, many times. I'd get to one mountain peak, look and say, oh shit, there's another mountain peak. Okay, play Donald Trump.
Like if I ever ran. Interesting, you would be such a great politician. This thing is that, number one, you really could do it because you have a natural instinct. I think if you ran for politics, just let me know because you will be very successful because you have the way. You need the way. I guess you need somewhat of a look. You've done such an incredible job. Number one, I mean, what you've done is so, and you've made a lot of people rich. I mean, people that would not have had the courage to go out and do, whether it's in real estate or other things, they wouldn't have had the courage to go out without what you do. I think if you would, first of all, you would automatically have my vote. I have my complete and total endorsement. You know my endorsement, by the way. Bam! My endorsement. Now he's going to run.
Beautiful thing. Beautiful thing. Okay. But you know what he was most impressed with was how many people we help. Without the government being involved. Imagine if the people that are successful helped other people become successful. You wouldn't need all this stupidity that's happening in our country. It's crazy. Okay, being in Monaco, if you've never been to Monaco, how big's Monaco? Like 11,000 people or something? They're all rich. Everybody there's rich. You have to have money to live there. You have to have money to even get a card to be there. It's kind of cool, man. You know, there's a real good chance when you go to get coffee that you're going to be with somebody that's rich. Imagine if everybody was around somebody that was healthy. Imagine if everybody was around somebody that was positive. Imagine every day, if everywhere you went, everybody was successful, everybody was healthy, everybody was happy, everybody was positive. Tell me this planet wouldn't be different. Be unbelievably different. It would be unrecognizable. We wouldn't even know. Your whole mind would change. We would all change. You'd probably look different. What?
Almost half of the people that live in Monaco are millionaires.
Yeah.
The 38,000 and there's 12,261 millionaires.
Yeah, how many? 12,000. Guess how many there are in America? 32 million. So I'd rather live in America than live in Monaco. Okay. It's 32 million Americans, millionaires in America, and we make another 4 to 5 million every year. This is the place to be. That's why they packed up their bags and they signed up for this with me. Okay. Okay. Join us, guys. GrantCardone.com/go. GrantCardone.com/go. Stay where you are right now. Congratulations to everybody. Thank you, everybody that came here and was part of this and allowed me to share part of my life and some of the things that have worked for me and my staff with you in your life. Hopefully, we get to meet on the road, on your journey and adventure to the top of the mountain. I look forward to you being in the top 1%. And I hope I can take a little credit for whatever sparked you to start on your path and then to finally arrive at your destination. Let's start the onboarding.
Veronica, go ahead, you're up. Take it over.
Talking meals, now I'm talking hungry. Talking meals, now I'm talking money. Another deal right before the morning. Yeah. Talking credit or cash, every question they ask, we gon' get to the bag. But they don't believe it, they say, how he achieve it, they say getting rich is a fantasy, Uncle G, what they say, watch where you getting advice, get you a millionaire mind, do you some millionaire math and multiply like chapter 5, then I got one question, hold up 2 questions, can you keep it 100, do you want blue blessings, say we got all the answers, that's a scuba lesson, do whatever it takes, like season 2 especially, Mikey.